Chapter 7, Mixed Emotions. Flashback. You again? Naruto glared at Kabuto. Even though the man was disguised, Naruto knew his scent. He could never mistake the wand of the snake, not this lifetime. What a disturbing bother though. He'd thought he wouldn't have to meet with this problem again. But this visit to Iwagakure was turning out to be a torture. What could he even do in this situation? Naruto had methods to disable Kabuto. After all, while he may lack with the experience, he had the firepower to carry out his dark desires. The only problem was that everything around him would be destroyed. And so, he had no option but just to stomach this presence and hope it went away as quickly as it appeared before him. I was just passing by, Naruto-kun, Kabuto replied with a smile. Pass by already. Today is the day of the exams, I would rather not spend a second longer in your presence. My performance wouldn't be good as you're already ruining my mood. Kabuto laughed. Oh? Perhaps I should stick around, just to see your reactions. Naruto didn't need this. He didn't want it either. He just wanted to do enough to pass and then become Chunin. He didn't want any trouble. Was that too much to ask? Couldn't he be afforded some fresh breath? I'm just kidding. I'll depart. Kabuto then walked closer and then leaned into his right ear before whispering. Orochimaru-sama dug up your mother's remains in Konoha and then used Edo Tensei to revive her. He said to tell you this, perform well, she will be watching, Naruto-kun. Naruto knew about that forbidden jutsu Kabuto had just mentioned. It wasn't the first time this has been dangled in front of him. Orochimaru had once offered to use the jutsu for his sake, to give him a chance to ask the yondaime why he decided to make him a Jinchuriki. But to think that they would dig up his mother's body just for this cause. Naruto felt his blood boiling. He was angry, so much that a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra started to leak out. He was quick to notice it and quickly cut it off before he caused a scene. Now that was a little frightening. Kabuto slipped away. Inoki stared down at the genin before him. They were over 100. A little less than what he'd expected. He'd thought other villages would take the opportunity he'd given them to spy on his village, but only the minor villages came. Kumogakure had sent teams, but nothing he could even bother to look at. The reclusive Kiri hadn't bothered. Perhaps its once famous bloodline clans had been wiped out during its civil wars that it had now become just a normal nation like the rest of them. On that thought, Inoki had no other expression to give than joy. After all, the other villages were not his friends or allies. They were potential opponents in case a war broke out. There had been measured responses lately. And maybe this current generation wasn't going to be quick to jump into the death field. But with Shinobi, a simple glance could ignite the sparks. Yet admittedly, he was rather enjoying these peaceful days they now lived. Konoha had only sent just 3 genin. An interesting choice, especially given that their sensei was the famous Kakashi no Sharingan. Hiruzen must trust them greatly. Reports did state they were most likely the best in their generation. Either way, they were just brats and Konoha had become weak. It no longer had the mighty Uchiha clan and the man who forced them into the negotiating table was now dead. Hiruzen was just a shell of his former glory. The situation couldn't be better for Iwagakure. The only niggling problem was Kumogakure. It remained strong and that bothered him a little. Granted, like them, they too had 2 Jinchuriki. And Kumos were known for being able to fully control the power of their bijou. Inoki's lips parted slightly as he let in some oxygen. He shoved his thoughts back and focused on the brats while floating in midair, his robes flapping. Some of them were impressed to see a flying shinobi. Then again, he was probably the only one who could fly like this in the shinobi world. I want to welcome all of you to Iwagakure. You have all been sent by your villages to participate in the Chunin exams we are hosting. As you know, each village hosts its own exams. And these exams are usually to show the strength of future generations. You will all be tested to see if you're capable of being real shinobi. Those who make it, will go home to make their villages proud. Those who fail, will walk back with the shame. To all contestants, my best wishes. And with that, Inoki finished speaking. The large number of genin in this unique village with unique structures suffocated Sakura. The killing intent of many people wore her out to the point where she just wanted to either sit down or just flee. It wasn't anything compared to the murderous intents she's been exposed to while on missions, but here, it was coming from all angles. There was no place to run. She glanced at Sasuke, thinking of him as her shield. But he wasn't focused on her. She couldn't even tell what he was thinking given the indifferent mask on his face. Her other teammate was wearing a look she could only define as stoic. It was a strange mask from Naruto. He also seemed to be much occupied in his thoughts, for some reason. Sakura dared not ask what bothered him. Their sensei wasn't around. Sakura had just the 2 of them with her. She knew already, it wasn't going to be easy. Maybe they shouldn't have come here. She'd never voice such thoughts. If she had, they wouldn't have come, and she was certain Sasuke would have held a grudge against her. Inwardly, she smiled bitterly. When was she going to stop thinking like that? Was it every day that she would move because she was afraid of what her teammates would say? Nervous that much, Sakura? How could someone's voice be stern and yet have some amusement within it? Sakura wondered when Naruto pulled her out of her deep thoughts. Trying to appear strong, she shrugged with a bit of nonchalance. Of course not, she gave him a stare, her tone so firm, she danced inwardly at being able to pull it off. Just a lot more contestants than I would have imagined. Everyone wants a promotion. And to test their skills. I know someone is dying for that promotion. Sakura gave Naruto a sideways glance. Sometimes I think you even like fighting a little too much. Tell that to Sasuke. I've never been the one to provoke fights. While Sasuke ignored them, Sakura almost said it was because Naruto had better control over his emotions and couldn't be provoked that easily. But she bit her lip. She dared not slander her beloved like that. But reality was glared at. Nobody provoked Naruto unless he willingly fell for it. He was the master of his emotions. He didn't have any emotional outbursts. If he did, it was all a play, for his amusement or for some reason. She smiled inwardly. Perhaps her eyes were being opened that she could even admit Naruto's genius like that. Naturally, she'd never utter such words through her lips. Only he deserved her praise. You could have said it, Naruto spoke again with a knowing smile. Sakura glared, wondering if he really read her mind. That was scary, she thought. She shook her head. It was ridiculous. She was going mental. Since when does Naruto read people's minds? He read the situation well, but no one had the power. And even if someone had it, Naruto of all people shouldn't have it, they would all suffer. I must say though, this is quite overwhelming. We are going to have to cut through too many opponents. The boys, girls and even some who appeared to be too old to be genin surrounded them. Everybody was an enemy. There was no friendly shinobi in this exam. While not everyone was an enemy, everyone was competition and they had to come out on top. They were yet to be told how the exam was going to be structured. The unknown made him a little nervous because he wouldn't have time to prepare. Most of them don't even appear to be worth the challenge. Sasuke said, loud enough just for his teammates to hear him. Even he was smart enough to realize that saying something so loudly would earn them some murderous glares. You never know with shinobi. Deception is part of the trade. Not everything was as it looked. That was one of Kakashi's favorite lines. But I must agree with you, at first glance, it looks that way. I hope we will not be disappointed. He said those words purposefully. Experience had taught him better. Someone is a little too confident. Naruto turned around and then smiled, looking at the black-haired teenager. She was a little older, maybe a year or two older, than him. But he was certain, she was not a genin. Her IWA headband gave her away and the vest she wore. Meaning, she had come here because she wanted to speak to them. When one is confident in their abilities, such is the attitude when facing battle. He replied casually, staring deep into her eyes. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. Riding on the waves of past glories. It is not our fault that Konoha has always produced the finest shinobi. But we are not banking on that. We are here because we believe in ourselves and that goes for everyone else who is here. Like I said, a little too confident. Naruto shrugged. Her contempt for them was apparent. If anything, she viewed them as enemies. She was certainly not part of the genin group, which made her intentions a little curious. Most of us are guilty of that. Naruto's lips twirled slightly, a bit of mischief in his eyes. Of course, when you have been on the top for too long, everything else just looks too small, even taking it seriously feels like a chore. Kuratsuchi glared at Naruto. There was no way he didn't say those words just to piss her off. There was something wrong with the way he spoke. It irked her that he could press her like that. Are all Konoha shinobi like that? Nay. Naruto waved his right hand. I was merely trying to press you. I don't even know what it feels like to be on top. You two know each other? Sakura asked curiously, but the main reason she butt in was because she didn't want Naruto to add to the insults. No. Naruto shook his head. But I believe this is Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. You're well informed. Not at all. I might have seen you one day. And heard some things. Naruto wasn't going to give himself away just like that. You a participant? This is for genin. I'm already chunin. Unfortunate. You seem like an interesting person. Would have liked to get to know you a little better. And maybe just see just how strong that Tsuchikage's granddaughter is. As his father stomped on IWA, maybe he could repeat history. With less blood and death. Kuratsuchi stared at Naruto trying to figure out if he was joking, but when she realized he was serious, she put on a look of disgust. Am I that offensive? He was asking that in a serious tone, but Naruto wore a sly smile on his lips. It was a smile that made Kuratsuchi a little uncomfortable. She had come here because she wanted to see the Konoha team in person and measure their strength. Anything could happen in the exams, even death. She wouldn't have a problem if they died, if only they were genin who could prove to be too troublesome for her village soon. To say Konoha was an enemy wasn't too far-fetched. But was she going to admit it like that? Yeah. Ouch. Naruto put on a hurt look and then wiped out an imaginary tear. He then asked, "What do we owe for this pleasure?" "I just came to check on you. I heard Konoha had sent the last Uchiha and a Mokuton user. Came to wish you luck and to say I will be watching you. Don't disappoint me." She said that, and then slipped into the crowd. Why would she be cheering for us? She won't be, Sasuke replied, staring toward the direction Kuratsuchi had disappeared off to. Most likely trying to determine how much of a threat are we going to be for her village. But Iwa and Konoha made a truce. They are not enemies now. Sasuke wasn't going to bother explaining how the shinobi world worked to Sakura. Firstly, because he had no interest, even though he understood it well. Secondly, it was something she should know by now. The two aren't friends either. Naruto replied in Sasuke's silence. Friendship in the shinobi world doesn't mean much. Allies turn on each other. It is merely a matter of convenience. If I think my interests are better accomplished with you, I'll align with you, but the moment I see another opportunity, I will stab you in the back and abandon you. If it serves Iwa, they may even have us targeted by their genin, Sasuke added. Sakura felt as if she'd just received another load on her shoulder. It made an uncomfortable situation just deadly for her. The danger was that none of her teammates considered even quitting. What was she even thinking? The two quit? They'd rather get beat to a pulp than quit. She smiled. This was what made them her beloved teammates. Well, at least I have you too, Sakura said with a weak smile. Seriously, if she needed guards, there were no other people she'd hire than her teammates. They were the best. Don't go into this thinking like that. You were training as well. We are not always going to have to watch your back. Naruto thought it was unlikely that Iwagakure would do something to have him or Sasuke killed. An action like that would surely result in war with Konoha. But Sakura was irrelevant. Who was going to go to war for a mere girl who was playing kunoichi? She had been training with them, but she still wasn't able to act like a proper kunoichi in the face of danger. We may have to let you experience some hardships if you have to grow, Naruto said in a cold tone, yet there was a smile on his lips. Sakura felt a shiver down her spine as she imagined Naruto abandoning her to face shinobi she couldn't handle with her dear Sasuke nowhere to be seen. Naruto wouldn't go that far, would he? They were teammates and he wouldn't put her life in danger like that. Yes, he wasn't that cruel. He was a stupidly kind person. She turned to Sasuke to see if he supported her thoughts, but he seemed to be considering Naruto's words. Crushed. I won't forgive you if something happens to me. She glared at Naruto, partly because Sasuke's reaction, lack of rather, wounded her emotions. There were many ways to respond to this. In fact, Naruto felt that he was spoiled for options. His silence had nothing to do with the difficulty in choosing the appropriate response that would please Sakura. At this point, he didn't care what she thought of him. It may seem cold, but the worst thing that could happen is your death. Coldly, he asked. Dead people don't hold grudges, now, do they? What are you doing? Sasuke asked him with a stare. Letting my dear teammate know that if she doesn't apply herself and just simply close her eyes because her teammates are going to save her, she will surely die. We are not home. People can die in the exam. Both you and I may be targeted. We won't always be looking over our shoulders for her. Naruto sighed. Perhaps he said something he shouldn't have said. He then smiled. You've changed a little, Sakura. But you need to stop thinking that your efforts don't matter because you have us. Sure, we will watch your back. But you need to stand on your own feet. Be quiet. Kitsuchi shouted, elevating himself into the air using a boulder, stretching from the ground. He glared down at the genin, his killing intent spiked a bit for effect. Even when they became quiet, his gaze did not become soft. My name is Kitsuchi and I'm going to be the proctor for this exam. Your villages already know that whatever happens to you, Iwagakure will not be held accountable. If you are afraid to continue after this, you may quit. But know this, if you continue at your own risk. We will not interfere in fights between you as there are no rules against it. We will only get involved if there are outside influences. Can you quit the exam midway? You can. You just have to return to the village. Naruto put on a flat smile. That just sounds threatening. Sakura agreed with him. She could follow what the man was trying to say. And we haven't even heard how the exam is going to take place. Kitsuchi was pleased with the chilling effect on the genin. There were too many of them. Maybe they'd come here because some of them were curious. And other villages haven't been holding exams either. Either way, he did want to cut down the numbers. It wasn't like the exam itself was going to be easy. There are 3 stages of this exam. The first stage will be a test of your survival skills. It will be very short but dangerous. Very few will make it out. The stage will be held through a cave. There are 20 caves in total. Each team is filled with traps and other encounters. If you make it past the cave, you will be allowed to go into the second stage, which is easy. If you cannot make it past the cave, things become simple. Once you make it out of the cave, you will be given a scroll with coordinates to meet someone who will give you a test, and if you pass, they will give you the pass ticket, the final exam. After you have been given the passing ticket, that is when the stage begins in earnest. On the side note, you don't have to take the second stage. But the final stage does require you to have the ticket. There are only 10 tickets available. But if a team excels, and say, manages to defeat at least 10 teams, one of you will be permitted to enter the final stage. How the final stage will be, we will tell you then. 36 hours is all you must complete the first 2 stages. And the countdown starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. You will be given directions to the caves at 12 a.m. midnight. You can go prepare your weapons and consider whether you want to continue or not. There were giggles from murderous teenagers who saw this kind of environment as the perfect place to practice their sadism. There were good reasons to be creeped out by the kind of layout Iwagakure had made. This was just a practice for war. It was too practical, and the danger was too real. There was the chance that one could die from the first trial. Even if you made it through the first one, there were dangers that others would just attack you to get the passing ticket. It was a point someone asked. And the proctor was more than happy to confirm it. Sakura would have to pull her weight, otherwise she was going to be dead weight. The main objective seemed to be to pit teams against each other. There was no other logical explanation for this kind of format. This was truly a hardcore battle meant for real shinobi, and designed to make you fail if you were weak and without luck. This is going to be a lot more difficult than I thought it would be, Naruto said with a straight face. Sasuke didn't seem to share his concerns. The more difficult it was, the more interesting it was for him. He most likely wanted to test himself and battle against different kind of styles. This was going to help him see how far he has gotten. And not to forget, buff up his superiority complex. If he was able to assert himself in the battles he would surely fight, that was a problem. But with Sasuke, victory and defeat held negative consequences. I prefer it this way. A smirk across his lips. He then added with caution. We will have to be careful though. Sakura was torn. It was obvious they were going to be fighting other teams. And if they don't get the passing ticket, they would be forced to defeat 10 teams. That was an awful ask considering they just had 3 days to complete the tasks. She could not possibly suggest they sit this one out. She would be kicked out of the team. She had to pull her weight. She had to show that she has improved. Of course, you'd like it this way. I don't want unnecessary dangers. Challenges are welcome but they must be controlled. Not to mention, he'd seen Kabuto. Chances were that Orochimaru could stick out his ugly face and then try to whisper nice things into Sasuke. Or him. If the Sannin attacked them, they would be at a massive disadvantage. Even if the snake did nothing, but was already feeling itchy because of what Kabuto told him. Don't tell me you've gotten all scared? Sasuke asked in a mocking tone. Normally, Naruto would have indulged Sasuke. But he was in a slightly bad mood. I'm going to spread around to check which teams to avoid in the exams and maybe learn a couple of things about others. I will see you later. He waved his right hand, walking away. Is he okay? Sakura asked. Sasuke merely shrugged and turned away, forcing Sakura to run after him. The scroll containing directions to 2 of the 20 caves had been delivered past midnight as promised. But they had realized as morning arrived, some teams had already departed even before countdown started. Maybe they too should have sneaked in behind the rules. None had been wiser. At least with things done this way, not all teams would be going to the nearest cave. The only teams going into caves they were not allocated with the bloodthirsty junkies who just want to eliminate the competition before they even get to the passing tickets. Isn't it cheating? Sakura asked of the teams who'd already left. You weren't listening yesterday. Sakura did not talk back because it was Sasuke who told her. They did it purposefully. The proctor said we would receive the directions after 12 a.m. and the countdown would begin at 8 a.m. But he never said we had to begin at 8 a.m. Naruto frowned. Stupid. How could they have not read in between the lines? If others have already gone in, shouldn't we rush? Their pace was slow. But Naruto didn't think it was necessary. It was still past 9 a.m. and they had maybe 3 more hours of travel if they were going by this pace before they arrived at their destination. It is unlikely they entered the caves during the night. It was dark and the caves are said to have traps. Nobody is stupid enough to walk into a death trap in the dark. And if they were stupid enough to go in and still make it, then it is likely that they are a team we should avoid, for now at least. For now, Sasuke didn't care if he had to run from other teams. The main importance was getting the pass ticket. If they got held or wasted energy fighting, they would either fail or be left at a disadvantage if the final exam begins the moment they arrive back to the village. There was no telling they could defeat 10 teams in time. The safest bet was to make haste in getting the passing ticket. But we cannot forget that there are only 8 pass tickets. Defeating 10 teams seems like the easiest option. Nobody knows if we are going to arrive first. Naruto said. I disagree with that. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You do? Our priority has to be getting the ticket. I'm sure other teams won't be rushing to get the passing tickets. They'll choose to fight. That just means many will be eliminating each other. We can find room to sneak ahead in the chaos. Once we have a passing ticket, we can do as we like. Sure, our pass before fooling around, huh? Naruto smiled. Very good, Sasuke. And if we don't find it? Plan B. Acceptable. The terrain was just decorated by boulders and lifeless mountains. But it wasn't as breathless as the environment in the Wind Country. That place was treacherously hot and inhumane compared to the Fire Country. But this place gave them an advantage. Nobody was just going to attack them out of nowhere unless it was shinobi from IWA. The long walk was silent. They were careful not to come across any teams. But hardly there was any team who were actively hunting. It was a requirement to get through the first exam. Once teams make it through the cave, they would start attacking indiscriminately. Sasuke raised a hand and then jumped onto a boulder. It was an entrance to the cave. There was a genin standing guard. What? Were they trying to stop others from going through? Looking at it, Sasuke couldn't see where the end of it was. It was only an entrance. It could be miles long or even deep. There is someone standing guard. Then there definitely are others somewhere close. What do we do? Well, we are already behind. And we don't know how long it will take for us to clear the cave. Let us just move into it. But cautiously. Sakura took a deep breath and then calmed her nerves. She needed to be strong and not waver. Because this was it. The exam was going to begin now in earnest. And she had to play a part. Kakashi-sensei wasn't around and everyone else was their enemy. Attacks could come from any angle and she had to respond to it. How do we go about it? Naruto asked, now standing beside Sasuke, looking at the guarded entrance. The cave was underground. They were just going in blind. Without any exit visible, they couldn't set out there to interrogate those who make it out. Sakura will go and talk to that person. We will be on the lookout for his other teammates. Sound choice. Naruto nodded in agreement. He then turned to face Sakura. Take the lead, Sakura. What if it was a trap? What if the moment she walked up to him, she was attacked, or others attacked Naruto and Sasuke? The thoughts ran rampant and Sakura remained frozen. But her teammates didn't move an inch. They waited for her. After a minute, she steeled herself and then stepped forward. Sakura felt like she was taking giant footsteps even though she was going as slowly as she possibly could. As she grew closer, the dark pit they had to eventually dive in didn't frighten her as much as the teenager who turned to face her, grinning as he did. Her heart was throbbing. She tried to hide her fear, but she couldn't. It probably just gave her away and amused the teenager. He was bigger than her. He could easily beat her up. No, she was already beat at this stage. I can smell fear and piss all the way from here. He was mocking her. Wait till Sasuke-kun appears and beats you up, she wanted to yell. But her fears kept her lips shut until he spoke again. Where are your teammates? He didn't move an inch and kept his eyes on her. The cave was just behind him. It didn't look like there was anyone hiding anywhere closer. She let loose of a short breath and then responded. Where are yours? Exploring. What? You stupid? I take offense in that. Shut the hell up and answer my question. If you want to live, that is. From this range, I can get the jump on you before your teammates get to do something. They are obviously hiding in the rocks. Sakura refused the perverse urge to look at where her teammates should be. To be honest, she'd not thought those two would completely disappear on her. She couldn't sense them. But she knew they were behind. Even when the devil whispered to her right ear that Naruto had convinced Sasuke to abandon her, she refused to take the bait, knowing Naruto would never do that. As much as she was at loath to admit it, her beloved Sasuke would be the first to try to abandon her before Naruto even entertained the idea. Yeah. They are hiding in the rocks. Tell them to come here. We don't want any trouble but have a proposal. He said, removing his kunai pouch and then placed it down. See, I won't attack you. Sakura snorted. I'm not that stupid. A kunai isn't the only weapon for a shinobi. I may well be standing on a trap. The shinobi grinned, his head tilted to the side. Sakura felt a cold chill down her spine. That could be true. We could have set up traps. We did arrive late night after all. Sakura held out her right hand. It was not according to plan, but she judged that the others may be inside the cave already. So, there was no need for her teammates to be hiding. She hoped she was right and not walking them into a trap. Within a couple of seconds, Naruto and Sasuke made their appearance known. Naruto appeared happy, smiling for some unknown reason while Sasuke was his usual, stern self. You must be part of the teams that left midnight. Apparently only 4 teams were assigned to this cave. Well, that is as far as we managed to get anyway. I'm Takao by the way. Takao introduced himself in a measured tone. Naruto watched the teenager. He was probably about 15 years old. There was nothing in his expression that gave anything away. However, Naruto had been around liars and snakes long enough to know one. There were obviously some hidden intentions here, but he did not let it show. There are 20 of these. Naruto didn't feel like sharing his name. The teenager hadn't asked. So, there was no need to tell. Your teammates inside? Yes. But they haven't gone far. We came across some difficulty and we decided not to proceed any further. There is nothing discouraging us from working with another team until we make it out for the cave. Naruto beamed. I was afraid of going in there without anyone. He exclaimed. This is going to be of help. We were also worried about the traps that may lay in there. They are as deadly as the proctor made them out to be. But with another team, it is more ears and eyes. We can make it through. By that you mean you agree with us? Well, Naruto showed the man a foxy grin. Why not? If you don't plan to walk us into a trap while saving your teammates, we don't have any reason to be fearful. Takao laughed. There is nothing like that. We genuinely considered things and thought it best. I'll take the lead and we will talk more once we get to my teammates. Of course. Naruto noticed Takao was leaving his pouch behind. There was no way that wasn't intentional. He smiled. You missed your pouch. Sorry about that. He replied, turning to pick up his pouch. Once he'd done so, he gave them his back and then asked. I didn't get your names by the way. We didn't give them. Can't blame you for being cautious. Kakashi walked into the Tsuchikige's office with one thought in mind and that was to protect his students. Others may not worry that much but he carried valuable assets to the Hidden Leaf, and they needed to be protected at all costs. He didn't think anyone could manage it, but something could go wrong. Especially with the exams happening outside the village and the Jonin being told to avoid interference. Failure of which would result in the immediate suspension of their teams. The office was crowded with shinobi. A busy day. The final was to be held in a coliseum. There would be many people coming from the outside to be of witness to the next generation. Inoki gave him a stern look. Make it quick. As you can see, I'm busy. Kakashi was hardly ever serious but the situation compelled him. Forgive me for intruding like this Tsuchikage-sama but I am concerned about my students. Everyone is concerned about their students. If you didn't think they could handle it, you should have pulled them out. Kakashi shook his head. That is not the worry. He would not boast. But both Naruto and Sasuke were already Chunin-level shinobi. If Naruto even went all out, he could make trouble for even a Jonin. Mokuton was highly powerful in that way. I'm listening. Sasuke is the last of the Uchiha in Konoha. And he has been converted by Orochimaru. We have reason to believe that Orochimaru may try to abduct Sasuke as he tried before. I want to be near to stop such from happening. He couldn't really use Naruto. Not when he could reveal some secrets. We have proctors who can oversee the exam. I have already stated the importance of Sasuke. And Orochimaru isn't just a normal shinobi. He is a Sannin. Surely even you understand his power. Hinoki glared at Kakashi. Even to this day, there was no shinobi in the stone who had gained the same kind of recognition as the students of Hiruzen. If Orochimaru was like Jiraiya, there was no denying his power. But this was not his problem. It was Konoha's problem. Konoha should have decided to handle its missing nin before. Inoki replied in a flat tone. Are you saying that you can handle him? Kakashi shook his head. I cannot. Orochimaru is too powerful. Then what is the point of you going? While I cannot defeat him, I can do enough to keep him from my students. Sacrifice? Inoki snorted. Well, those two may be more valuable than your own life. But not now. In the future, they can become better shinobi. Of course, nothing like Hashirama or Madara. If he thought that, he'd ensure Orochimaru took them or they were killed somehow. They would only become problems for him in the future. Kakashi would not dare tell the Sandaime Tsuchikage that Naruto held ambitions to surpass even the Shodai Hokage and what he knew was nothing compared to what the blonde could do with his Mokuton. Will you give your permission? No. No sensei is permitted to enter the exam grounds. Your team will be disqualified if you go anywhere near. However, I will have my trusted shinobi watch over them. If something happens, you will be informed. That was the best he could get. Kakashi took it gracefully. Thank you. He departed without another word, and once outside, he let loose of a long breath. He was really hoping that nothing was going to happen. He could have stated that Kabuto was in the village, but that would have created more problems. And put them in question. No doubt, the shinobi Inoki was going to send would firstly be there to take notes. Shielding his team would come secondary. He doubted they'd even do anything aside from sending him a message. At which case, he may already be too late. Inoki would be blameless. Who could expect his shinobi to take down a Sannin? So, to use his words against him. This was truly not an ideal situation. Sensing something, Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves and appeared on top of a building. Unlike the roofs of the Hidden Leaf, this was all mud. It wasn't strange. Kakashi had seen it before. Jiraiya-sama? The man was under a henge. It was difficult to notice, but he could make a guess. Jiraiya nodded. Troubled? Kabuto is around, and there is a chance that Orochimaru may also be around. Over his dead body, was Jiraiya going to allow Orochimaru to take Naruto again? He'd failed once and he would not fail again. Hell, this time, his corpse would even haunt his former friend if he made such a move. It was good that he'd come here. Of course, the situation could have been avoided if they didn't come for the exams, but that would just be standing in the way of their growth. It was this situation that would help them grow stronger. In a serious tone, he asked. Were you denied permission to be closer? Yes. That is always the problem when you are not home and in a village that sees everyone as competition. Jiraiya shook his head. I will go look for them. He said they could be disqualified if we go closer? Oi, who do you think you're talking to? Oh? Kakashi, I smiled. Dare he say, Konoha had no better spy than the Sannin. Tell me, how strong is Naruto? Jiraiya really didn't care about Sasuke. As far as he has heard and seen, there was nothing to like about the Uchiha. When he isn't using Mokuton, he is normal. Well, for his case as a Jinchuriki. But when he is solely using Mokuton to his best of abilities, his large pool of chakra starts to show, he becomes an entirely different person. I see. It was as his sensei had told him. Do you think it has anything to do with what Orochimaru did? You mean other experiments to make him stronger? Yes? Kakashi shook his head. Naruto was born with large amounts of chakra. That is something he took from his mother. He is also a Jinchuriki of the most powerful Bijou. Yamato also uses Mokuton, but he does not show the promise Naruto shows. Orochimaru may have given him Mokuton, but how he uses it and what he does it is his own skill and dedication. Naruto trains hard. He studies a lot and makes uses of the Kage Bunshin to help his training. He's done more than 10 years' worth of training already by having clones work individually. Jiraiya smiled. Naruto was Minato's son all right. The potential didn't take away the pain and suffering. But at least, the future looked bright. I'll talk to you later. For now, I'll go watch over the kids in secret. Of course. You'll let me know when something happens. You don't have to worry about anything. I can handle it. The response was predictable. Kakashi had a feeling Jiraiya would even assault IWA Shinobi or even the proctor if that was what was required for him to protect Naruto. The man had many regrets. Kakashi smiled bitterly. He too had regrets. The passage was narrow, and the stairs went deeper and deeper. It even became darker. Sasuke had to use a fire jutsu to give them light. If other caves were like this, then others who didn't know any fire jutsu would struggle to move. Sakura glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke, just wondering what was inside their minds. Naruto had been chatty with Takao. She couldn't tell if they trusted him or not. She did not. She thought they were being led to a trap. There was no logical reason anyone would go that far since they still needed to clear the cave. Of course, some people were just cruel that they'd stab them in their backs just for sport. Takao. Someone called where the 3 different routes spread at the foot of the stairs. Yup. It's me. Got a team from Konoha? Can they be trusted? Just as we can be trusted. Are they any good? They seem to be good. Maybe even better than us. Takao turned around and flashed them a grin. It was hard to tell where the voice was coming from. It just echoed through the walls. Footsteps alerted them of presences coming. After the dreadful seconds, 2 more teenagers walked up, wearing headbands from the cloud. They were both as big as Takao and each carried swords behind them. Names? One of them demanded with a stern look. Sakura felt like she was staring at a mirror reflection of Sasuke. The boy wasn't asking them but demanding, just as Sasuke would. His other friend hit him on the side of his chest with his elbow. You trying to scare them away? What are the terms? Naruto suddenly asked. We've gone through one of the routes. It doesn't have a dead end. But we turned back when we realized that at some point, we were going in circles. There are hints to give direction about the exits. You can't just go straight ahead. This thing is like a maze but with deadly traps. We figured the more we are, the more we have chances of making through to the exit. The different routes would have been made to ensure that teams didn't take the same way. There was enough detail given for them to move on their own. Sasuke thought that they didn't need numbers, they could simply send Naruto's clones to do the scouting and then move in safely. Sasuke faced Naruto. We are going back. Why? It will be safer that way. They must have designed this place with the idea that we could work together. And that won't make a difference if we go together. Are you sure? Sasuke did not respond but simply twisted around. Before he could leave, Takao grabbed him from behind. Please consider. I have. And we won't be going with you. Sasuke forcefully freed himself from the grip. His Sharingan flashed to life, glaring at the man with a hypnotic feel. Are we going to have a problem? Naruto released a long breath and then waved at the Cloud team. He pushed Sakura ahead as they started to retreat. Nobody said a word until they were out of the cave. Explain. They must have experienced something bad for them to look for others. But we don't need them. We don't need to take the risk. You can send clones to scout the routes and then we can safely make it out. That's a good idea, Sasuke-kun. Naruto slapped his hand across his face. He was the one with the clones and he didn't even consider this. How stupid could he be? Then again, he hadn't considered it necessary to make such a move as he believed the Kumo team was honest. Still, he could give this one to Sasuke. He was the genius after all. Let us hope your idea works, Sasuke. No doubt the proctors were observing the efforts of every team. Every little action was being judged. Kakashi had already told them that pure strength alone wouldn't earn them enough merit to be promoted to Chunin. They needed to do a little more. For survival, no shinobi would enter a death trap. In war games, scouting the enemy territory was always vital for survival. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. It took 3 hours for 3 of his clones to clear the cave. 3 long hours. He'd sent 100 inside. The others either got caught up in traps or ran out of chakra while running about in circles. Naruto was glad they'd sent the clones. There were death traps in there. Pits filled with illusions. Pits filled with spikes hidden as puddles of water by elusive genjutsu. Sometimes, kunai dipped in poison just flung out of nowhere. These people were honestly trying to kill them. The life inside the cave was well and truly a real-life challenge. Naruto could understand why they made only 10 tickets available. They knew very few teams would clear the cave. It took them about an hour to go through the cave, with a bit of surprises. Since the illusions hadn't been removed, Sasuke went in with his Sharingan activated. He was a little worn out by the time they made it out of the cave. It was already dark. A Jonin greeted them. Congratulations on making it out of the first exam. You now have permission to go through the second test. The man said, handing them a scroll. Once you open it and get the coordinates, the scroll will burn out in 30 seconds. Even if you don't open it, it will disintegrate in 10 minutes. How many teams have crossed the line? About 18 teams. 21 more should make it through soon. That's a lot more than I anticipated. Naruto replied with a slight frown. What exactly is the second test? The Jonin smiled. You'll see when you get there. A warning, depending on who you are, it may be more difficult than the first. First impressions are everything. If you're lucky, you make it without difficulty. He crumbled into dust after saying those words. At least there was a forest on the other side. But Sasuke couldn't tell which side the village was. The cave was deceptively long. They could be anywhere within the Earth country at this stage. And by the looks of things, nowhere near the stone village. Time was ticking away. But they still needed to rest. We should rest for a couple hours or for the night. Other teams coming out will also be too tired to move out. We can move again just after midnight and grow closer to the second test and just watch. Fair enough, team leader. Sasuke glared. If you have a problem, come with a better plan. Naruto waved his hands. I have none. I'm not as smart as you. That said, they went and found a good location, set up a fire for cooking. They didn't stay in the same place, just in case other teams saw the fire. They moved deeper into the forest before setting up camp. Sasuke insisted on taking first watch. Boom! There had been no warning before the explosion abruptly woke Naruto. He jumped out of his tent, and was welcomed by a smoke screen. It was so thick, he couldn't see a damn thing. But he could sense multiple chakra signatures. Where was Sasuke? Sakura? Wasn't the Uchiha supposed to be keeping watch? Hadn't he seen the enemy? He had the damn Sharingan. Naruto couldn't move, not when he didn't know what awaited if he jumped out of the smoke. But to think they'd get attacked like this. Ridiculous. It tempted a rather unpleasant side of him to come out for a dance with whoever dared to play shinobi tricks on him. Don't move. If Naruto didn't recognize Sasuke's cold voice, he'd have frozen there and then. The Uchiha had managed to sneak in behind him. It was splendidly done. But he would not be so gracious as to give him the credit. Sasuke. They dropped some things. Traps. Explode on contact. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated. How are we in this position? Naruto demanded, ignoring the fact that they were surrounded by a thick smoke and he couldn't sense his other teammate. Not the important thing at the moment. Naruto glared at the Uchiha with sharp eyes, but he was ignored. He let it slide, for now. But there was negligence in someone's part. They should have allowed him to take the first watch. He had the stamina and his clones could have done this without any problem. When the smoke cleared, they were surrounded by 6 IWA shinobi. It was entirely predictable that the home side would target them. It wasn't that they were the weakest team. It was just devious from Iwagakure. They must have been told that they needed to test the Konoha team. Worse, they had Sakura. Out cold. Another predictable situation. Anyone who looked at their team could see if she was the weakest link. We don't know what awaits us in the second stage of the trial. Get us 2 pass tickets and you can have your teammate. And if we refuse? We'll kill her and do this to another team. A needless death. Kakashi had often spoken about such things. The need to protect friends. Scums, he would say. Shinobi missions sometimes made them choose on what to do. To save a teammate or continue with the mission. They could abandon Sakura. But that was morally wrong and against the teachings of their sensei. For Sakura, it would be a good lesson, but for them, it could mean failure. There were only 10 passing tickets and they would be against time. Was there even a guarantee that Sakura would be returned to them? Give us the location. The exit of the cave you used. You have until tomorrow afternoon. If you give chase, we will slit her throat. And just like that, they disappeared. Naruto stared at Sasuke, who stared back. Before we get to how we deal with this, explain yourself. Sasuke was silent. He looked embarrassed. I dozed off. He replied in a flat tone. Naruto stared and despite the situation, he laughed hard. So hard he fell on his butt, laughing until his stomach hurt. Sasuke just glared murderously. That is a classic. The shinobi fell asleep? He stopped laughing, and then glared. I'm normally nice with you, but this was just plain negligent and a dangerous blunder. If something happens to Sakura, it is your fault. You killed her. Sasuke ignored him. We have to look for the tickets. There isn't much time left and I'm not going to fail this exam because I fell asleep. You should have thought of it before you decided to sleep on duty. You're not helping. Sasuke replied furiously. I wonder if I should help. But Sakura is a teammate and as much as I want you to make up for this blunder, we must do what we can for Sakura. And save her. Naruto said firmly. We have to move out now. There is no time to rest. We'll have to face other teams along the way. Where? The location of the second test. We have to take it now and then ask if any other team has taken it. If not, we will have to set up an ambush for teams that pass. We need to get one more ticket for ourselves. This is unusual. It was past 3 a.m., and both Naruto and Sasuke stood in front of a sleepless, armored shinobi. It had taken some search to get the exact location. They were aided a bit by the rising fire deep into the night. Sasuke was more than ready to attack the man, disregarding anything. Naruto had to hold the Uchiha from taking any reckless move. Don't be stupid. He admonished sharply. Sasuke glared. Naruto considered slapping him across the face, but as much joy as it would give him, it would just further antagonize the Uchiha. He was already high over his lapse that saw Sakura being captured. That man is way more powerful than you. We don't know what surrounds us. Your recklessness will get us killed. Besides, nobody said anything about the need to fight this man. Start thinking and stop acting beside on your goddamned emotions for Pete's sakes. It took a couple of moments, but Sasuke calmed down and deactivated his Sharingan but kept his eyes on the man. We have come to take the second test. Your teammate? Irrelevant. Nothing about the rules say we must all come along. It doesn't say the other mustn't come either. You are shinobi, you must always expect the unexpected. Right here, I can fail you for leaving a teammate behind. I make the rules for the second test. Naruto frowned. This was unexpected. He honestly didn't know how to handle this scenario. In any case, since you are who you are and appear to be strong enough, I shall pass you. Just like that? If you want to take the test, you can. But I must warn you, you may not survive it. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He felt like he was just being handed victory. But he could do nothing but accept it. There was no need to take the second exam if they didn't have to. Can we also ask for another passing ticket? They didn't say we can't ask for another. You can ask, but if I had to give it you, I would have to make you take the second test. The man said, throwing a scroll toward them. Sasuke caught it with his right hand. But in order to pass, you'd have to use that other power. To this, Naruto smiled and then thanked the man before dragging Sasuke away. What did that man mean? He was talking to you at first and simply just passed us. Naruto was unsmiling as he sat by a tree branch. His clones were already all over the place, watching and waiting to alert him of any team that passes the second test. He is a Jinchuriki like me. It was unusual to be meeting someone like him. But IWA was just reckless to make its 2 Jinchuriki keys to the second exam. Who was going to pass their test? That was hardly his biggest concern though. The man had certainly known he was a Jinchuriki. But whether he would inform his village was another matter. It posed a threat to his life and to his secret. If IWA found out about this, it was going to publish it and there could be a major threat to his life. There was nothing he could do. That man was beyond his limits. If he was not, Naruto would have attacked him there and then. He would have permitted Sasuke to even take the first step. He most likely let us pass because of it. I assume the first test survival skills. The only way to pass the second test is a display of strength. And the third unspoken test is a combination of both. You use your survival skills and strength to take you back to the village because there will be teams attacking for the passing ticket. And some just for the fun of it. We could use that to our advantage. Naruto stared for a long minute before grinning. He understood what Sasuke meant. I'm also a little frustrated that we have come to this situation. We came to test ourselves and so far we haven't done so. Yeah. But I hope you just don't want to beat people just to make yourself feel good. Sasuke shot him a glare but said nothing about it. Are we going to stay here for the night? Yeah. We will strike whatever team passes. But I'm sure other hunters will be thinking like us. If we fail to get another ticket? It comes to a choice whether we abandon Sakura for the pass or give up our ticket to save her. Naruto paused, frowning deeply. I guess we must consider this because it is a possibility. Once morning draws closer, we'll be running out of time. We'll have to at least try to rescue her. They didn't look that strong. If they are in the cave, we can close them in. I'm shocked. You'd risk losing to save Sakura. It is not so much about rescuing Sakura. I just want to get a higher rank. If we abandon Sakura, Konoha won't give us a higher rank and we'll be stuck doing crappy missions. Naruto shook his head. Ever so rational with a bit of coldness. But you are right. I nonetheless care enough to consider rescuing her. But I won't deny that if I don't and it becomes known in Konoha that I let her die, it is going to be hell. And I might get off it. Sasuke admitted bitterly. Of course. The blame will be on me. The villagers would never think evil of their precious Uchiha. Sasuke snorted with disdain. Which makes me question why you still loyally fight for the village. Naruto smiled mysteriously. That is a good question. But not up for debate. His expression turned cold. Let us relax a bit. I haven't had the best of times since my arrival in this village. I've noticed. I'm surprised you are still calm. I have to be the adult here. If I'm not calm enough for both of us, we lose Sakura and maybe more than that. I don't want to live with the idea that someone died because I couldn't control myself. Shinobi moralists love to claim there was something unnatural about killing. But Naruto thought such idealists were out of touch with reality. Humans were like the animals they ate. They were just one step short of cannibalism. They were trained killers. Shinobi weapons weren't made for the simple purpose of grazing others and fancy clashes. They were made to cut through human flesh. The questionable act was taking joy in being murderous. People like Orochimaru only saw value in their own lives. He would most likely piss on himself and beg if he ever saw certain death. But the same corrupt reptile gleefully tortured and enticed others to kill. So many more even die on his experiments' beds. And he saw no wrong in it. Naruto was having such thoughts while his right foot was on the throat of a kunoichi. She was still very much alive, just broken that even trying to resist his touch was impossible for her. He could simply increase the weight and crush her throat or just suffocate her. Killing someone was simple. This was a world of the strong devouring the weak. The truly animalistic rule of the wilderness. What was his role in this world? Naruto had such thoughts in this moment of time. We got ambushed again because you seem to take joy in toying with your opponents. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. The Uchiha had dispatched 2 other Genin quite quickly. At this rate, the other teams were just attacking anyone they came across. Passing tickets were a rare commodity. And there was another method of passing. This was the 11th team since morning. 5 they'd attacked and the others had attacked them. Each battles ended as swiftly as it began. Weak. There was no challenge at all. Perhaps it was because they were used to fighting higher-ranked shinobi. In any case, it was disappointing and Naruto saw no crime in taking things slowly, as long as they were moving within time to save Sakura. I'm not a sadist. Sasuke glanced at the person below him and then snorted. Unlike you, some of us pause to consider some philosophical questions in life. It is detrimental if it gets us ambushed. Naruto shrugged. Saves us the effort of having to hunt down teams. We wouldn't have the time. Now we have done enough. If we are careless people, we'd even abandon Sakura and then move on to the next level. We do have to consider our actions before we face them. We don't want to do anything that might threaten the whole team. Naruto removed his foot from the kunoichi and then started walking away. He only took 3 steps before 2 genin appeared from thin air, flanking both his sides. They grabbed him as the ground below opened wide and swallowed him whole. Sasuke could only watch as Naruto plunged deep into a pit. He couldn't react in time to try to save the blonde. Did Naruto even need his help? Unless there were explosives buried deep within the pit, the blonde would be fine. Trying to jump in would maybe leave both trapped. Sakura's survival chances would dim, and much worse their chances. He cursed Iwagakure and everything that was making this difficult than it should be. There was no genin who'd prove to be much stronger than them. In fact, he could say with his chest puffed up that they had decimated all the teams they had faced. Tactics. Brutal tactics that they didn't apply had now left them with just him standing. This was a lesson to be learned. Power wasn't just everything. He was still bitter about it. So much that he would even consider incinerating any genin that tried to attack him. How could inferior shinobi back him into a corner like this? If he thought things couldn't get worse, the pit suddenly closed, with Naruto swallowed deep within its belly, leaving him sweating. He marked the area by throwing a kunai to the spot. The suspects didn't waste to reveal themselves once Naruto was out of the picture. Had they been watching and realized that in terms of offensive, Naruto was most brutal? Not mention, his defensive capabilities made him invisible to the power of mere genin. Do Iwagakure shinobi have something against Konoha shinobi? Sasuke surprised himself by asking the question in a curious tone. We are simply taking out the main suspects for the final test. Besides, the leader, seemingly, grinned murderously, taking out someone from the leaf is extra motivation for us. The rivalry between our villages permits us to act in such a manner. Sasuke snorted. There is no rivalry between IWA and Konoha. Just as there is no match between my team and any other team. He dismissed them with a nonchalant wave of his right hand. Says someone who has lost 2 of his teammates. Sasuke nearly lost his cool, but he imagined Naruto scolding him. He spat at the thought. It was ridiculous. But true. If he acted rashly and allowed himself to be provoked, he would only worsen the situation. He didn't even know about Naruto's condition. What happened to my teammate? If they just buried him, it would be fine. If they had set up explosives beforehand, it was a deadly situation and there possibly wasn't anything he could do since he didn't know any earth jutsu. Likely suffocating. We buried him quite deep. So, he can't dig up. Sasuke glanced down for a moment. He would murder them all if he had to fight. But, he had to be strategic about this. The more he labored with them, the more time went away. And if Naruto wasn't safe, it was just going to be hell. He was just going to have to act in the safe side even though it bitterly crushed his pride. He would have to mark them. He would pay them for this. Nobody was going to force him to make this decision and then get away with it. If he couldn't save Naruto, he at least had to try with Sakura. I have a passing ticket. He started in a cold tone, not displaying any fear, but just pure restrained anger. I can give it to you and you can leave me alone. We'd prefer to just take it. You think I'd allow it? Sasuke questioned with a scoff. I'd burn it up then allow you to have the ticket. Uchiha gods, saying such words was humiliating. Even if he had to say them through gritted teeth. He wasn't going to forgive this. We could take it and then kill you. Sasuke smirked. If you think you can kill me, try it. I'm only offering you the deal because I want to save my teammates. I don't want to waste energy fighting you. I've already wasted enough. He would reach his limit soon enough. Even though he was beating up other teams, he was burning chakra, and he did receive some hits. If he fought now, against these 3 all at once, he may not make it for Sakura and he'd fail this exam. He'd become a laughingstock and just take a step back toward his goal of enacting his vengeance against his traitorous brother. The 3 looked at each before the leader stepped up. He walked over to Sasuke but kept a fair distance. Hand it over and we'll promise to leave you alone. Sasuke took out the scroll and then tossed it over to the IWA genin. Thank you, mighty Uchiha. We will keep our word. Good luck. He bowed mockingly and then took a step back. As the IWA genin tried to twist away, roots burst out from the ground around him. As quickly as they protruded from the ground, they had attached themselves to the genin, binding him into a standstill. What the hell, Uchiha? The Genin shouted. It was Naruto's jutsu. Sasuke smirked and turned to the kunoichi who Naruto had been stepping on moments ago. His smirk disappeared, replaced by a look of contempt. She was getting up from the ground, a sly foxy smile that could only belong to Naruto. He glared murderously. Don't look at me like that. Naruto responded, undoing his transformation jutsu. You tricked me. But Naruto didn't get to respond as the other two stepped into the view. How did you escape from that? Simple enough. Naruto smiled. But there is no need to inform you. He narrowed his eyes to Sasuke. You take the one on the left, I will take the one in the right. Sasuke responded by disappearing from view. He did the opposite of what Naruto had said, attacked the one on the left side of their trapped teammate. He flashed behind the Genin, holding a kunai with a thread attached to it. He hurled it toward the Genin before he could even react to his presence. The thread wrapped around the Genin's upper body, binding his hands. That was enough, but out of frustration, Sasuke released a quick fire jutsu. The jutsu ran through the threads before igniting on the Genin. Flames burst, and that followed then was a pained cry that rang through the morning. Now, that is just very Uchiha acting on a wounded pride. Not given a chance to see if his work had achieved its intended consequence, Sasuke turned to Naruto. The blonde had simply tackled his opponent using a clone while the original jumped over the Genin before driving a wooden spike through the right shoulder, pinning him to the ground. I don't need to hear from you. Naruto shrugged. Let's get out of here. Chakra output will have already attracted other people. We need to disappear quickly before others come. Ticket. Already got it. Sasuke nodded and the two fled from the scene. They hopped through boulders before finding shade in a good distance. Once they were there, the Uchiha faced Naruto with a look of contempt. You made me act in such a disgraceful manner while you were fine. Nothing disgraceful about thinking smart. You did the right thing. If you had acted any differently, I'd have requested a team change. Can't be teammates with someone who has no regard for the lives of his teammates. The words were said in a stern tone that made Sasuke believe Naruto was dead serious. This baffled him. Naruto was his friend and rival. Their friendship was not the usual where they hang together, playing, or just chilling, but they were friends. To hear that the blonde say he would have rather requested to be separated from him was shocking to the core. He was left speechless. Naruto did sometimes disapprove of his actions. Even if the blonde hated Sakura and found her useless, he would never abandon her. It was simply out of principle more than any emotion. Was this a test? This whole exam felt like a test to him? I never thought I'd hear you say that. Naruto waved his right hand and then spoke in a cautiously quiet tone. I have experienced too much, Sasuke. You are my friend. But I won't hesitate to do what is best for me. You are so focused on your revenge that you sometimes dismiss other things. I am glad that you have displayed this maturity. And don't tell this to Sakura, but I wish they do beat her up a little, just so she can get the message across that she can die at any moment. Why do I get the sense that if this hadn't happened, you would have plotted for this to happen? Now, I'm not that devious. Naruto responded with a laugh. But I think we have all learned some valuable lessons. We still have to save Sakura. We'll do that. If they haven't killed her yet. You think they do that? We are going to walk in blind into enemy territory. I told you before, we must consider all possibilities. They know we are coming back, they might kill her, thinking they can box us in and take our tickets. Accidents even happen. Someone might hit too hard. We must go there expecting anything. Naruto thought it a little chilling that he considered Sakura might be killed with a clear mind. You're awfully calm about the whole issue. Naruto stared. You want me to shed some tears? She is not dead yet. He smiled, a very flat smile. I'm hopeful that she's still alive. That is why I'm calm. And if she's not? Well, Sakura is our beloved teammate. We'll have to cause some damage. Let us hurry to the destination. This talk is making me anxious. I don't like myself when deeply worried. The calmness I have now will slip through if I stay like this. Sasuke zoomed around the cave with anticipation. They were here. Worried, a little he was for Sakura. But what these people had in store for them made him curious. This was a dangerous situation, far more deadly than what they've encountered thus far. Their very lives could be threatened. If Sasuke could make it with flying colors, then he could proudly claim he was moving toward the right direction. Training with Naruto helped him a lot. Even though at times it shot holes into his pride, releasing a stink of jealousy. Naruto's raw potential was frightening. Even without Mokuton, Naruto's chakra reserves could make the impossible possible. He had to cultivate his Sharingan. For all his hopes were on the eyes. But he felt like there was doom if he did not take the path Itachi wanted him to take, to evolve his eyes farther. Sasuke didn't deactivate his Sharingan. He didn't want to miss anything. He was so far satisfied there were no visible traps. And he could see Sakura's chakra. She was fine. That made him release a short breath of relief. The bigger issue at hand was that there were 9 genin before them. They'd asked for 2 tickets though. Either way, that was a bigger number than what they had anticipated. If they decided to just use force to take their tickets, it would be a difficult task, considering they had been fighting since morning. He frowned slightly. They didn't even bring out Sakura from where they hid her. You made it far quicker than we thought. The well-being our teammate made us work in a hurry. Naruto replied in a casual tone. Someone snorted in the group. That useless girl? Useless or not, she is a teammate of ours. Naruto replied firmly. We've done what you requested. He said, taking out 2 tickets. Can we get the exchange? Sure, but say, we've been watching you. The Uchiha must be close to his limit, and so should you. You're skilled. But we are all fresh, and if we decided to just attack you, how would you respond to that? Hardly surprising they would consider such options. They were smart. Naruto was going to give them that much. They must have figured out what they wouldn't simply trust them and would come with a plan at hand in case they planned to betray their word. Were they trying to see how they would react to this threat? We have few options. Naruto scratched the back of his head, smiling in an embarrassed manner. We may be able to defend ourselves, but we would most certainly not be able to defend our teammate if a fight broke out. Which is why we would like to avoid such a scenario. Then give us your ticket as well. You wouldn't want to fail like this. Surely, you also get a ticket for yourselves. I thought you said you were watching us. Sasuke asked. Naruto smiled, shaking his head. Sasuke, you're not supposed to point out such things. You'll get us in trouble. Idiot. Ouch. They both heard. Are you going to give us the other ticket? One of the 9 went behind the shadows and came back with Sakura. She was unconscious, a little beaten, but alive. Naruto stared at the girl with an expressionless mask. It was dangerous being a kunoichi. He was glad that they were dealing with a bunch of genin. Who knew, had she been older, unspeakable things could have happened to her. It would have crushed her spirit. But such was the danger of being a kunoichi trapped in enemy camps. Even if we had it, we wouldn't have brought it with us. But we do not have it. We couldn't have taken such a risk. If we truly had it and you put a knife on Sakura's throat, we would have been forced to go back and get it. But we do not, so we can only plead with you to release our teammate and we will be on our way out of here. We have changed the rules. It would earn a promotion to get rid of an Uchiha, who would surely become a threat to Iwagakure in the near future. Naruto sighed. His eyes sharpened. Nuisance. But highly predictable. He replied in a sharp tone that caught the IWA genin off guard. He put away the tickets and then spoke once more. I suppose you think because you outnumber us, you can do as you please. We are not pleased to be in such a situation but would have just given you the tickets and walked away. There is no more room for negotiations now. Naruto was doing hand seals while speaking. You think you are in a position to say that? Yes. I'm a little annoyed at the moment. I think I will release some chakra. Don't. We will kill her. Kill her and you won't get the tickets. I'll burn the damn tickets. After which, you'll be next. After saying that, Naruto started to release an excess amount of chakra, containing that of the Kyuubi. It was so dense and frightening that the 9 were left motionless, paralyzed by fear. Because there were many, putting them all under an illusion would prove a little difficult for Sasuke. If there were 3, they could do that without him resorting to using an imperfect jutsu he'd learned. The cave started shaking and within seconds, deep forest bloom emerged from the ground. The dense forest, not so mass, but big enough to completely cover the entire ground. Some roots even burst into the roof of the cave. The IWA genin panicked as they ran for cover, but there was nowhere to go. Fortunately for them, the forest didn't do anything hazardous upon emerging from the ground. However, the movement had caused them to be separated. And by the time they'd settled, they were all in different positions, their majority advantage gone. Hand her over. Sasuke glared to the genin who was holding Sakura. When the genin hesitated, his Sharingan spun hypnotically and the genin dropped Sakura before jumping up. Sasuke caught her and then flashed away. He found Naruto sitting at the foot of the forest he had created, eyes closed. He glared. I've never seen you do this before. Learned it recently. The flowers are supposed to release highly flammable substance and a quick fire jutsu ignites everything. But I can't seem to get it right. Naruto frowned deeply. In any case, this is enough. He held a single hand seal. Hundreds of clones appeared in a huge cloud of smoke. We should go before this place explodes and then cave in. Sasuke just nodded and then started dashing toward the exit while holding Sakura as gentle as he could. I don't know if you're doing it purposefully, but if Sakura wakes up and sees you holding her like that, she is going to flame red like Hinata. Sasuke glanced at Sakura and then frowned. He was indeed holding her bridal style and at this point, would knock her out if she stirred. He didn't want her waking up like this and he would not even take the blame of having been the one to carry her out of the cave. If you tell her, I'm going to kill you. Naruto laughed and then snapped his finger. Behind them, there were explosions, the cave shaking, and chunks of earth caving in, dust chasing after them as they headed for the exit. It went rather smoothly than I anticipated. We had concrete plans. Sasuke replied. They had played various scenarios. Even if they had not tried to go back on their word, they would have made an attempt to attack them. The first plan was on giving up the scrolls, but planting explosive tags on them. Once they were in possession of Sakura, they would have set them off. Another was having Naruto go in there alone, have a clone transform into a ticket, then plot a surprise attack. Yeah, a good test nonetheless. And if this doesn't make Sakura serious, nothing ever will. They were already out of the cave. Sasuke placed Sakura down and them took a breather, and then looked back at the entrance of the cave. He glanced back at Naruto. The blonde was surely making some inroads with getting a handle on his Mokuton. It was more than what he displayed in that snow mission. It was making him nervous. He needed to do more. And more. He needed his Sharingan to evolve farther. He couldn't afford to be behind Naruto. His pride couldn't allow it. Wake her up, will you? Sasuke hit Sakura on her forehead, causing her to shoot up in pain. Before she could fully grasp what was happening, she immediately crawled back, taking a defensive position while a frightful look on her face. Now that is just sad. Sasuke found himself nodding in agreement as he stared at Sakura's pitiful state. Sakura recognized Naruto's voice. Her pounding heart slowly stalled, her eyes sat on him. She fell on her knees, relieved. Never in her life had she ever been so happy to see him. She cried. Never had she ever thought she would admit that she was grateful to have him as her teammate. Despite everything, he was the one who made her stand firm in that she would be rescued and the torture would stop. But even then, considering how she had treated him, she did think, maybe he would say it was better if she wasn't around. She was no good after all. If Naruto was around, then Sasuke was there as well. She glanced at him, and smiled happily, wiping out her tears. She felt like she was home already. She was glad that he too was around, to save her. To rescue her. There is nothing to say. We are just happy you're alive, Sakura. We'd worried. We haven't been able to rest because we worried for your safety. We can't afford to stay here. Others may have heard the sound of the explosion. We need to move away and head back to the village. Sasuke was quick to add. Have your clones secured a clear route for us? Yeah. Naruto created a clone to carry Sakura. The moment she was on his back, she mumbled a thank you, before drifting back to unconsciousness. Must have been rough with her. I noticed. Sasuke replied sharply. But nothing too bad. It is just flesh wounds. Such incidents leave mental scars. You of all should know better that mental scars can be rather difficult to heal. Orochimaru frowned seeing Jiraiya appear before him. This was the last person he expected to see in this village. But he supposed Konoha would have informed his former teammate about his appearance before Konoha's prized assets. Either way, Jiraiya hadn't quite forgiven him for taking Naruto. Orochimaru amused himself by thinking that they would be shocked when they do learn the truth about the incident. Jiraiya-kun. Did he even have to ask how the Sannin even tracked him? Finding people was his specialty. Orochimaru. Jiraiya growled. And to think this had been his friend. They went to missions together. They were brats together when they were learning under the Sandaime Hokage, and yet Orochimaru had turned into this person. Who was he kidding? There had always been a dark cloud following Orochimaru wherever he went. They'd just never been willing to admit it. And as their sensei had admitted, people become blind to the faults of those they love. Leave this country. Why should I do that? I'm not going to repeat myself, Orochimaru. It is because we were once friends that I am not even attacking you now. However, if you want to make a move, I will hunt you down and kill you with my own hands and spare sensei. Kukukukuku. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Haven't you tried that before? No. The Toad Sage replied in a cold tone. I've never actually tried to kill you despite the deeds you've done. Things are different now. You crossed the line. And your days are numbered now. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. What is that supposed to mean? Exactly what I said. Jiraiya replied with a sad smile. You would have become a great asset for Konoha? Only if you had morals. Orochimaru's wasn't so much as concerned about Jiraiya's last words but the warning. When the man said something like that, you had to take it seriously. He was conscious that his life was a little easier because Konoha made no effort to hunt him down. But if Konoha sent people like Jiraiya after him, it became a life of running and he wouldn't have the time to conduct his experiments. Was Konoha going to be taking measures against him? He laughed. Who in Konoha could even defeat him? The village didn't have the shinobi of such caliber. Not to mention, the third was old. The Uchiha were dead and he had an army of his own. What was he going to do about this? If Konoha was making move against him, then Orochimaru had to respond in kind. He'd already thought of plotting to take down the Leaf anyone. It wasn't an impossible task. Kakashi smiled, happy that his students were back safe. One of the proctors was with him and had filled him in on the happenings of the exam. He was pleased. But if the proctor didn't admire his skill, he wouldn't have even said anything. He would have been anxiously tossing and turning. Worried. His students were capable, but they were still kids. Smart, yes, but they were still inexperienced and there were just some odds that one could not go against. Battle signs were visible, but more worriedly was Sakura. He'd already heard what happened, but could only think proudly of both Naruto and Sasuke. The proctor had admitted that a more logical choice would have been to abandon her, as they could have been walking into the unknown, and besides, the girl didn't look capable. Kakashi had been confident his students wouldn't go against his teachings. Congratulations, Leaf Shinobi. You have made it to the final round of exams. You will be permitted to rest today. Tomorrow, be at the Coliseum at 10 a.m. You will be disqualified if you're not there at that time. You don't want our tickets? The proctor smiled. We know you have them and who you got them from. We have watched every second of your time outside this village, but do bring those tickets tomorrow. They are your tickets. If we lose them? And another team happens to find them? The only way to enter the final round is to have the ticket or must have met the special condition. We will only collect the tickets at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Treacherous rules. Naruto commented dryly as the Jonin disappeared. This means that one can still get attacked in this village. We could even be attacked on our way to the Coliseum. Indeed. But at least you have them now. There is nothing that prohibits me from defending you. Kakashi, I smiled. You two head to the hotel to rest. I'll take Sakura to get some medical care. We'll talk later about the exam. Naruto handed Sakura over to their sensei, who quickly disappeared. The narrow streets and the village gates became all too apparent now that it was just him and Sasuke once more. I'm going to fill up my gut before resting. I don't have the energy. Sasuke replied tiredly. Make sure you don't get attacked along the way. Even if we lose the tickets we have gained, we have met the other requirement, but I'm still not going to give up what I fought to gain. How very Sasuke. Naruto replied, as he walked away from the Uchiha. We'll join you in about an hour. Can't sleep with this hunger. Don't lose our tickets. Of course, my lord. Naruto wasn't that adept to genjutsu, but when his vision suddenly changed, after a glance at Crimson Eyes, he knew there was something wrong. A world shadowed by a blood-red moon. The sound of crows cawing. He felt so aware, yet cut off from the space he'd occupied while trying Iwagakure ramen. There was no panic. He could do so. But what would that solve? Yet the question lingered, who? Certainly not Orochimaru. Such means were beyond the Sannin. This is the first time we meet like this. Naruto turned around. Red clouds. Black hair. A stoic expression filtered by those hypnotic eyes. The Sharingan. An evolved one for that matter. Sasuke's elder brother? Just by looking at the man, Naruto could assume this was the infamous Itachi. What is this? He wasn't in any trouble, was he? He couldn't sense any malice. But who could say just by looking at that indifferent expression on the man? Is that what concerns you the most? Well, I'm trapped in this place, shouldn't it be my most concern? If I know what this is, then perhaps there is a chance to escape and I don't have to hear whatever you want from me. This was an enemy of the hidden leaf. He couldn't take chances. There was no malice, but he still had to worry. He was caught up in this world. Trying to disrupt his chakra wasn't making any difference. He was just caught up in a web within which there was no hope of escape. It felt frustrating. He'd never been in a situation where his thoughts ended with just giving up. Naruto settled down to calm his chaotic thoughts. He stared at Itachi. Eye contact. Had he gotten that close to him? Displeasing. How could such a dangerous man get so close to him without him even noticing it? There was so much to learn. Much to discover and much to improve. Did he even have a tomorrow after this? No, Naruto shook his head, he was being ridiculous now. So calm and mature. Itachi was impressed. Sasuke's reaction would have been different. Then again, with Naruto's experiences, such growth was a necessity. The same could be said about his younger brother, but such was the difference in their mental strength. I don't want to hurt you. Itachi didn't see any outward reaction from Naruto. Not even a slight twitch. His expression was so unreadable, he thought he was looking at the mirror. Did Naruto not believe him? Did it matter though? Naruto had no choice but to listen to him. And there would be no one to interrupt and nothing the blonde could do to escape from here. I'd sensed as much, but you can never be sure. Especially when you're trapped in a peculiar genjutsu. Pain usually does it. But I've tried biting my tongue, no escape. Disrupting chakra seems useless. I cannot even get the sense of my body, yet keenly aware that I'm not in reality. Sharingan genjutsu? But much more powerful than what Sasuke uses. Nobody told me they could become so deadly. Was Naruto trying to get information out of him? Itachi wasn't so careless that he would tell Naruto any secret, even if he considered the blonde to be a friendly. I'm not going to tell you anything about the genjutsu. Aside from that, you can't escape. No need to state the obvious. Naruto stared at the Uchiha. What do you want from me? To talk about Sasuke. What of him? What is your view of him? An immature child with no self-control. A loose cannon, really. Dangerous with no loyalties. No, he is loyal, but only to his hatred for his traitorous brother. Naruto paused, trying to read Itachi's expression. There was nothing for him to read. Well, that is a cold reading of him. But the truth. I am becoming uncomfortable. Sure, I would like to know why Sasuke's brother killed everyone and made Sasuke hate him like this, because I want to help the poor bastard, but when talking in a place that I feel trapped, it becomes uncomfortable for me. We are in an enemy territory with many people around. You're being constantly watched in this village. In this world, time moves slowly. A second hasn't passed in the real world. It makes it safer for both of us to talk. Naruto frowned. A truly dangerous genjutsu. My sense of time as well? You may as well say my mind is under attack, so, if it is so, if I develop a jutsu that forces my mind to become unconscious, would that help? It would leave your main body open to attack. Ah, Naruto smiled wryly. I'll try to be comfortable. You were with Orochimaru for a while. I know he performed various experiments on you and Konoha is aware of some of it. But my question is, do you know what he did to you? You have so far displayed only the use of Mokuton. But this is at an advanced level that not even someone who was experimented on as a child has displayed so much capabilities. A reminder. A constant one at that. There was always a demon laughing at the back of his head when he thought of the days with Orochimaru, an insane one at that. It was his past. But a past he wanted to give. For it gave him no rest. No peace of mind. But merely haunted him in his sleep. Honestly, there were nights he feared he'd get snatched again and become stripped in a bed. I wish you'd not make me remember such things. Those torturous days. Orochimaru would have me stripped in a bed, chakra sealed, and then cut me open. He was so obsessed with my healing powers. I have no scars, because flesh wounds, my body would regenerate them. There was even a time he considered chopping me up just to see if my body would reattach itself and still function the same way. The best part came when he started with his Mokuton experiments. I had things injected in me. I was once put in a liquid cube, but naked, and my whole body at war with foreign elements. My body started to deform. I was slowly morphing into a tree. There were leaves. It wasn't until later that Kabuto suggested that this was happening because my chakra was sealed. So, my body couldn't dominate the Hashirama cells. I'd tried to flee before. Removing the seals meant I could do it. What did Orochimaru do? He promised me that if I didn't try to escape, he'd tell me about my parents. Raw emotion. Itachi gathered as much. Well anyway, that's not what you asked, is it? To answer your question, I don't know. He and Kabuto sprouted about the Sage of Six Paths. About the Sharingan. There were talks of him taking over the body of an Uchiha. But that apparently ended up in failure. He adores the Sharingan. No, obsessed with it. He is obsessed with its ability to enable him to learn all things. He understands that an implanted one has limits. But if he could get his hands on it, he'd do it. He is apparently trying to find a way if he can genetically build an Uchiha. It is all for his grand plan to become all-powerful and of course, immortal. He viewed me as a perfect subject. Because my body could take whatever he was dishing out. He paused, smiled a little. Mokuton has nothing to do with Orochimaru. It is an ability of my own. I show such promise because of this. The experiments just gave me another layer upon which to build. Itachi was silent. This was concerning. Had Orochimaru succeeded? But he was mostly still going to go after Sasuke. Did Naruto even know about his parents? Either way, Orochimaru had to be stopped. No doubt, these experiments were going to be made on himself once he was sure things could be perfected. And that was worrying. There was always something fishy with the Sannin. For now, what bothered Itachi was his interest in Sasuke. If Naruto hadn't been taken away from the Sannin by Konoha, there was the possibility that the blonde could have become Orochimaru's host. You know about Orochimaru's ability? You said he spoke about taking over someone. I don't know anything about it. And I'm not entirely interested in knowing. What Naruto wanted to know was a sure method to kill Sannin. He could make it his lifelong mission. Hell, he would even go against the leaf in order to shred Orochimaru to pieces. Nothing more would offer him the peace of heart. If Orochimaru manages to get Sasuke to follow him, what would you do? Naruto was silent. Not entirely impossible. He said to himself in a flat tone. Actually, this is one of my worries with regard to Sasuke. My growth and his obsession with power has the possibility of leading him astray. For power, Sasuke will do anything. But if Sasuke leaves the leaf and joins Orochimaru, it would be difficult for me to look at him. My personal thoughts are irrelevant in this matter anyhow. I can only do what the village instructs. Say, Sasuke were to turn against the leaf. Sasuke is capable of anything. Naruto paused. You speak as if you know your brother well enough, as if you've been watching him. But for what reason? You're the one who drove him to this. Why do you ask such actions? No, on whose interests do you act? In Itachi's view, Naruto would do what needed to be done. He cared for Sasuke. But he seemed aware of his younger brother's state of mind. A ruthless friend? But a good one. He got what he needed. Yet, some part of him was a little sad that Naruto seemed like he'd abandoned Sasuke. But perhaps the lines only blurred if he joined Orochimaru. The hatred toward the Sannin seemed pure. A good thing? No. But it wasn't the reason Itachi had come to this village. We will talk again. Itachi's cold tone was like an echo. His body exploded into a murder of crows. And suddenly, Naruto was staring into his steaming noodles. Chopsticks at hand. It indeed seemed like a second had passed. He dropped the chopsticks. He couldn't help it. He closed his eyes and searched for a bit. There was nothing. He couldn't sense the Uchiha. Eye contact. That was what happened. The Uchiha had to have been close enough if he worked in the same way as Sasuke. Or maybe not. Either way, Naruto wasn't about to go around searching for a criminal. He wasn't about to talk about it either. There were many things he didn't talk about. This wouldn't be first nor the last. And so, he continued eating his ramen in peace. A moonless night. Whispers below the streets. Lights flickering to illuminate the night. A cool breeze danced within the atmosphere. Whether Konoha or stone, night was night. The world continued to cycle. Adding more days to their years. Another experience. Good or bad, the day always brought each. No one with the power to predict or dish out only good fortune. At nights like this, they could all stare into the darkness and reflect on the hours before. The words spoken. The decisions taken. And suspicions suspected. Some did not. What was done was done. Life was like that. For the many indifferent. Beside him, in the rooftop, Sasuke lay. Those hateful eyes in a staring contest with the darkness above. Who would win was a good debate. The pit of darkness within the Uchiha seemed to be without a bottom. Perhaps he could even swallow the endless darkness above. Naruto glanced away, closed his eyes. And focused on his ears. His smell. Different sounds. But mostly humans. He could sense some spikes of chakra. The shinobi moving around. The stillness that was forced upon by the night. Hunters like Orochimaru pounced on such times when the prey was at rest. Footsteps on the mud roof. You didn't hear the sound. But felt the slight tremors of the movement with each step. This weight. Without even looking, Naruto could tell it was his sensei. His eyes did not open. Everything fine with Sakura? Kakashi glanced between his students. Tomorrow was the big day. The finals. He was proud of his students. They'd made it. They would not return to the leaf with a cloud of humiliation. Sakura couldn't participate. She was fine physically. But emotionally, not so well. But the biggest problem he now faced would be when Naruto faces Sasuke in the grand stage. If Naruto won, there would be a negative reaction from Sasuke. There was a lot more that Naruto didn't show to Sasuke. And if he showed to overwhelm his opponent, it was going to be a problem. One that would result in the Uchiha needing some panel beating. The Jonin folded his hands across his chest. She is fine. We'll be fine tomorrow. I had her remain at the hospital just for safe measure. I suppose she won't play tomorrow. Play? It was Sasuke who responded. His tone flat. A slight glare. You're not taking this thing seriously, are you? You were even willing to make us fail. Chunin exam finals? Who cared about such trivial matters? Maybe they were advertising the strength of the leaf. But Naruto had no desire to show his strength to these people at this time. Besides, he thought he'd done enough to earn a promotion. That was the main important thing. The finals were just for show. Exhibition matches really. Naruto wouldn't enter into such a spectacle wholeheartedly. A necessary measure at that point. Naruto shrugged. We most likely would have failed. But we didn't. We came with a plan. Kakashi didn't want to see an argument. He spoke quickly before Sasuke could reply. Sakura won't take part. It's better this way. Kakashi said. Better this way? Naruto's eyes snapped open. A look of amusement flashed through. You don't want us getting humiliated in the grand stage? The girl has a mouth, but skills? She'd just get mutilated in any battle with those who made it through to the final rounds. It's not that. Kakashi wasn't going to admit anything of that sort. Just be ready for anything tomorrow. I'm ready. The confidence in Sasuke's tone was unmatched. Be sure you don't get beaten with that attitude. You'll be surprised. Take Sensei's words to heart, always expect the unexpected. Should he say? No, Sasuke was just going to get riled up and attempt to look for his elder brother. It would just inconvenience tomorrow's matches. There was no benefit in talking about it. Or to Kakashi. Naruto stared up for a moment and then released a short breath. He stood up. Talking to Itachi had brought up so many memories. Deep cruelties that scarred him. Going somewhere? Need more fresh air. Naruto replied in a flat tone. I'll join you. Kakashi said. Sasuke, don't go anywhere. Rest up. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. And I won't be able to assist you. Sasuke rolled his eyes. As if the Jonin offered that much help. Well, he couldn't deny that the Jonin had taught him more than he had taught his other students. Chidori. Some use of the Sharingan. Admittedly, it was lot more help than anyone. But there was still a lot more that the Jonin could teach him. I hope you get your head in order. Are you talking to me? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Who else am I talking to? Your demons? One can never be sure with you. Naruto responded with a slight shrug of his shoulders. My state of mind should not bother you. He jumped down from the building. Home was home. Yet, even when he was in a territory that was at odds with his home, Naruto didn't tense as he walked along the streets. Nothing was going to happen. Not unless they were in the exams. While safely strolling through the streets, the stone would make sure nothing happened, to avoid diplomatic troubles with Konoha. There would be no glaring eyes. No whispers following him along the streets. These people had no opinion of him. Kakashi appeared beside him silently. The Jonin walked with him along the silent street. Do you know how to keep secrets, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi wished Naruto hadn't said that. It was just telling him that whatever he was being told, he had to keep it a secret from everyone, including the Hokage. He was a little conflicted but not doing anything for Naruto. Keeping a secret was the least he could do, wasn't it? I understand that the village has its priorities and shinobi are supposed to ensure that such are met. Ultimately, we are tools for the shinobi. Yes, we are its valued assets. But the moment we decide to turn against it, we become traitors. Tell me, I don't have any other choice but to live the life of a shinobi, do I? Everyone else joined the shinobi academy on their own violation. Nobody is truly forced unless you're born in a clan. But for others, it is a choice. What about Naruto? A Jinchuriki. A Mokuton user. Even the peaceful Sandaime Hokage would think it madness if he allowed such an asset to fold his arms and turn to serving tables at a bar instead of fighting for the village. The third did want Naruto to live a normal life, but in the shinobi confines. Owing to your situation, it would not be acceptable. Kakashi glanced at the blonde for a second and then looked at the road ahead. But you're not actually thinking about quitting, are you? Not at all. I was just thinking about the life of a shinobi and the service to the village. What choice do we have? Are we forced or is it simply our love for the village that makes us do what we do? Those kind of questions. But hardly a matter for one to lose sleep over. Naruto shrugged, as if to dismiss the subject. You could say that I have a reason for saying this, or I am trying to cover my tracks, but ever since Orochimaru appeared, and his not subtle threat, I felt I should say this. Because, eventually, he will say it in an effort to drive me away from Konoha. When Orochimaru kidnapped me, I wasn't within the walls of Konoha. For a second, Kakashi's mobility froze. He wanted to move. But his brain refused to give the command as it processed the shock. Naruto didn't have to say it. The words suggested it. If this became known, if it had become known, it would have been difficult for Naruto to leave the village without a squad of Anbu following him from behind. Kakashi had never quite imagined Naruto was keeping something like that. Did he not trust the Sandaime with this? I suppose the third doesn't know? He feels he doesn't need to tell me things I should know. I also feel he doesn't need to know. Why do I get the feeling you know the things the Sandaime isn't telling you? Naruto smiled. Now, that is curious. But who knows? I don't think you plan on leaving Konoha. What you said doesn't change anything. How old were you when it happened? You were just a little child. You had no one to talk to and the entire village was against you. Things could have been handled better, but the Sandaime chose his ways, and that was the consequence. Naive. Hiruzen had said it so himself. He had been naive. Naruto was the child of the former Hokage. Not just a Hokage but a man who died to protect the village. The least the third could have done was to ensure that Naruto was protected, but he failed at that. Knowing Naruto was going to be hated, he could have looked for someone who didn't hate Naruto to raise him. But even when the village had made known their hatred, the Sandaime had thrown Naruto into the orphanage. Did Naruto think like that? He was smart enough to think deeply. I have no such thoughts. But people who don't know you can never be too sure. I'm not exactly an open book for that matter. Well, anyone who knows you calls you trustworthy. You're closed to just certain people. Keep your windows closed, dust enters. Naruto said with a smile. I was hoping I could relieve my thoughts a little bit. I want to be thinking perfectly tomorrow. But that doesn't seem like it will be possible. The following day. A mud coliseum. A round arena designed exactly for battle. The crowd was cheering. Roaring in anticipation of thrills. Young children and adults who refused to grow out of being Genin. They would all be glaring down at the arena, with slight tension. Surely, they were now making bets. The kids were at the center of the arena. The residents of this village only had one hope, to see their future Jonin crush the others of other villages. To finally display that the stone was ready to stand atop of the great five nations. Inoki knew it wasn't going to be so easy. He could hope. But there was reality. And looking at it carefully, having been told about the exploits of the team from the Hidden Leaf, he worried that they would humiliate his Genin in their own backyard. He couldn't have the world laughing at him. Not like that. The real exam was over anyway. This was just for the clients. The eyes that like to gather information and for entertainment. To display future strength to the other hidden nations. No doubt, they all had their spies watching the exams. For this reason, he was going to play smart. Inoki held up his right hand standing from his seat. He hovered into the air, displaying his unique ability to defy gravity and nature. To fly like a bird. No, even better. Birds were always in constant move. They could not stand in one place as he could. With the raise of his hand, the murmurs turned into silence. For a second, he enjoyed the power. The silence. Congratulations to all of you who have made it to the final round. A round of applause from those who came to be entertained. The spies, no doubt, just kept observing. They could be hidden within the civilians. Or watching like many potential clients. You could never know with those trained in the art of deception. We chose not to tell you anything about the final round because this doesn't make much weight on your potential to become a Chunin. Of course, there are those who could have made it because they were carried by their teammates. We have noted as such. In the event you made it here, without your fighting skills being tested, this final round will test it. And we will determine whether you pass or fail. The real test outside of the village tested not only your teamwork, but your resolve, survival skills, and leadership qualities. All of which are necessary for a Chunin. Sometimes, you will be leading a team of Genin. Sometimes, when the team leader isn't around, you will have to take charge, as was in this case. Some failed. Some made it. In this round, you're not fighting to prove that your success outside was not a mere fluke, but you're also fighting to raise the flag of your village. This is a final round dedicated for your village. You will be fighting to make your village proud. Shinobi live and fight for their villages. I hope, all of you Genin will take this to heart as you take part in this round. This will be a tournament. There will be one winner, one who will walk out of here as the strongest. We have counted all of there will be 5 matches. Matchups will be selected randomly. In the matchups, you will fight until your opponent either gives up or is unable to continue fighting. There are no rules. Shinobi battles are not based on rules. You use what you have to win. Use that. Anything to your advantage. Any questions? Naruto raised his right hand. You said there are no rules. And we can use anything to our advantage. Are you sure about that? Inoki stared down at the blonde. Was he questioning him? A brat. He was no doubt without courage. But what did he plan on doing? Do you suppose that could work against anyone? Yes. For example, IWA Genin. Say I had the power, let me use Earth style for example. If I threatened to collapse this place, or just throw explosive tags to the civilians, if they didn't yield, wouldn't that give me an advantage? According to what you say, that falls within the confines of using any means to gain an advantage, yes. There was a collective gasp within the crowd. They all stared down at him in shock. But Inoki wasn't shocked. There was a bit of anger. He was being challenged. Was he going back on the rules? Or did he stand his ground? But what kind of a message did that send to his villagers? He glared down at the blonde. A brat. No, quite a clever brat. Hostage situation wasn't a foreign concept. It happened. There was no village that went to war without protecting its village because it wanted to avoid a scenario where its village was held hostage for a surrender. Before Inoki could speak, Naruto speaking again. Well, I was just speaking out loud. He had a wide smile on his lips. Quite enjoying the reaction. I doubt there is any genin with that kind of power. Besides, even as shinobi, we have limits. Who would go as far as to threaten the lives of innocents? Then again, there are no rules. Inoki was silent. To be put in this situation. Was the brat threatening to hurt his people just to win? Well, it was the easiest way to win. Even weak people could win in this way. There was no pain. No bloodshed. No battle. Just the waving of a white flag because of fear. Had the dice been cast already? Is that how Leaf Shinobi fight? Naruto shook his head. Is that was how Leaf Shinobi fight? I wouldn't have stated such words. You were clear, no rules, use anything to your advantage. If I did such during the course of my match, you couldn't use it against me because I'd be acting as per your instructions. I pronounced such words to help clear something. Setting such an environment creates such a climate where anything happens. We are shinobi, and we live by rules. Without rules, we are lawless, and are no different from animals. Then there is no need to worry. If we must protect our civilians against vile shinobi, we will. Naruto smiled. Well, let us hope it is clear to everyone that nobody makes the Sandaime Tsuchikage break his own word spoken in front of thousands. Inoki chose to ignore Naruto. Kitsuchi will be the proctor in this final round. He will hold the draw for the matchups. The IWA Jonin stepped forward holding a small ball with balls within. He did his thing and the 5 matches were drawn. Erasure vs Tsukum. Naruto vs Sasuke. Yoshino vs Itsu. Takemi vs Yashiro. For a moment, Naruto stared at the man who made the matchups. There was no random draw about it. There were only 2 genin from Kumo and they were all separated, but the fact that he and Sasuke were drawn together meant that they could not dominate the tournament. The battle between them would surely tire of them. And they would be easy pickings to the others, if they were strong enough. They had to knock out each other, in the first round. Well, if Inoki was to be believed, then they had done enough for promotion. If he was denied promotion, then there was politics involved. Naruto didn't need to expose himself to any more pointless battle. Here and now, it was only Sasuke and an exchange of fists with others. Fight for Konoha at this point? Naruto could do it. He turned to his teammate. I guess that is it. I've run my race. You can have some fun. Sasuke glared. What is that supposed to mean? I'm waving the white flag. You win. You're going to run away from battle, just like that. I didn't take you for a coward. Naruto laughed. Your attempt to entice me into battle is pathetic. You should know better. But like always, the bigger picture is not visible to you. I won't spoon-feed you. You can just enjoy being the best in the tournament. Bring glory to the hidden leaf. He waved his right hand, walking away from the arena. Even from outside, one could feel the roars. The genin were truly at it. Fighting their best fights. For the pride of their villages. To best the others. Naruto didn't even look back, hands inside his pockets, strolling through the streets. There were few people outside. But still people. His destination was the hospital. He had no interest in the tournaments. Whether Sasuke lost or won. For him, it was irrelevant. Naruto. He glanced behind, seeing Kakashi rush toward him. A clone? The Jonin couldn't have left the arena. Sensei, something amiss? Sasuke told me you don't want to fight. Needless. I believe I have already done enough. Besides, if I fight in the finals, I'll do something ridiculous. No holding back. On the other side, I'd rather not crush Sasuke's fragile pride. Kabuto is within this village. Better not do anything to tempt the devil. Forget about Kabuto. He already knew about that. But there was the finality in how Naruto spoke about crushing Sasuke's pride that bothered him. You think you can crush him? Not beat him. Naruto smiled, the kind of smile that made one feel uncomfortable. I've been sparring with him for a while. I know his limits. The full extent of his Sharingan abilities. If I was a little stupid, he'd outsmart me in battle. The Sharingan is rather useful in battle. Being able to predict movements. He may be faster. But does not have quite the firepower to break me. Even if I lack skill, I have overwhelming strength. But that is still not quite it. I know all of Sasuke's weak points, how he fights and thinks. I've observed him long enough. In this grand stage where I'm seriously fighting, I would simply break him down, little by little. The carelessness in which Naruto those words would have made Kakashi worry if he didn't know him well enough. You didn't amuse the Tsuchikage and now you leave his tournament. I'm sure he isn't going to be impressed. Don't provoke any more troubles. The Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Though a winner, Sasuke didn't quite feel like it. Without defeating Naruto, he could never be at ease. Sure, he'd battled some tough opponents, it was still not enough. Nobody had pushed him in the way Naruto pushes him. The day he would thoroughly defeat Naruto, Sasuke could finally say he was getting there in his dream to be strong enough to kill Itachi. While he would never admit it loudly, he knew he was nowhere near the strength needed. He couldn't even hurt his sensei. What was next for him? The method of unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan was dreadful. But he didn't need to move in the same way as Itachi. He could do things on his own. For a winner, someone is brooding a little too much. Naruto commented dryly. The team was heading toward the Tsuchikage Tower, their bags behind him. Ready to depart the stone after a successful tour of the village. Sasuke tossed a sharp glare toward Naruto. It's not satisfying since you ran away from battle. Didn't wish to humiliate you in front of people. Naruto replied in a dismissive tone. But don't worry, you'll get to test things with me. That was not the correct time. If we had battled in the first round, none of us would have won the tournament. I took a decision that guarantees Konoha wins. Humiliate? Naruto did often such things casually. Could he even do it? Sasuke wondered. But more and more they fought side by side, he was seeing a lot more of Naruto that frightened him. Truly, in Guy's words, this was his eternal rival. The good thing is that you won, Sasuke-kun, and we can go home being proud. Sakura interfered between the two. Kakashi agreed with the girl. Sakura is right, said the Jonin firmly. Let's just be happy. Chapter 8, To the Future, We Move. Konoha was a glorious village with a rich history. Yet, to Naruto, this was the home that has never learned to love him. A treacherous place within which he was born. He didn't see any of that glory. To him, it looked nothing more than a facade. A mask put on to hide the filth that crawled through the streets. Not in nighttime but in broad daylight. Naruto looked up at the massive walls. A prison for him. Yet he hoped to serve his term and be free. To be relieved of the burden he carried. There would be more responsibilities now. He may even now find himself sitting by the gates. He was going to get his promotion, if things go well anyway. But Naruto didn't see any reason he would be denied that chance. After all, he was more deserving than a certain Uchiha. For Sakura, it would be a long journey. Whether she would break through or break down remained to be seen. Either way, nothing materially changed for him. I wish we were warned that being a shinobi meant the constant journey. Naruto said, as they passed through the gates. You can stay in the village? Kakashi replied. You just have to pick D-rank missions. A waste of shinobi talents. Disdain filtered through Naruto's mind when he thought of those nonsensical missions. Tell me we are never going to do those again. We are going to be Chunin now. Those should be reserved for Genin. I have to agree with Naruto on that. Sasuke said. We'll see. Kakashi gave a non-committal shrug of his shoulders. The streets were normal. There would be more joy spreading through like a wildfire once the faithful servants of the Uchiha Prince do learn that their lord had bested everyone in the stone to return home with the crown. For him, nothing would change. Nothing had changed. He hoped today, the only change would be the Chunin vest he would be wearing while strolling through the streets. To rub it in their faces that even when they didn't think he'd do it, Naruto had done it. The Hokage office was loaded with activity. More than usual. They hadn't been gone for long. Unlike with their snow mission. The third still looked like a sage. His bright eyes, too much strength for someone his age, danced around each of them. A warm, grandfatherly smile on his lips. He'd stopped what he was doing, waved his right hand to dismiss the people in the room. Slowly, they trotted out, leaving Team 7 facing the Sandaime Hokage. Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed, his students did the same as they paid their respects to their leader. Team 7, the Sandaime paused, once more gauging them. You've done the village proud. Between you and Team Guy, I believe we have the best of this generation. Team Guy, a freak in charge. Kakashi smiled weakly thinking of his eternal rival, as Guy would say. They certainly were the better of them all. They did have a genius in the team. And Lee had become a literal clone of his sensei. The horror. But Kakashi could only try to ignore it. For his own mental and physical health. They graduated ahead, but there is no denying their strength. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. There were some who held concerns about young Lee over his inability to use chakra. But they seemed to have forget that Guy is one of this village's greatest assets. If you were going to pick the top Jonin within Konoha, Guy was going to be there. The man earned his glory. Sometimes, Kakashi wondered if they were truly being serious, if he'd get out in one piece. Putting him in with Niji has also helped. Kakashi said. The Tsuchikage said he'd sent the report ahead of us. Yes. It did arrive. You took your time coming back. Well, there was no need to hurry. I thought we'd just get busy after returning. If things get along. Hiruzen shook his head. A rather serious look on his face. I did read the report. Naruto and Sasuke were outstanding. That Tsuchikage held some reservations about Naruto's decision not to participate in the tournament. I hope you'll explain that fully to me. The more disappointing report was on Sakura. There was nothing written about her. Sakura flinched. The Sandame's stern gaze wasn't directed at her but toward her sensei. They were talking about her. Ever since Kakashi told her that she may get removed from the team, she'd not stood before the Hokage. This was the first time. After all, after returning from the snow, they'd only spent a week resting before being shipped out. She knew she hadn't done enough. No, she didn't do anything. Their opponents had targeted her because they'd viewed her as the weak link in the team. Getting captured had resulted in her teammates being put under a difficult task. She never apologized. But her biggest fear was getting removed from the team. This could be the last straw. We didn't have time to help her improve after the snow mission. We were immediately called upon to go to the stone. Don't judge her on this alone. If Naruto and Sasuke get promoted, they can be assigned to other teams while I work on Sakura. Hiruzen shook his head. She could have been killed. I suppose it was my decision to send you away knowing she wasn't ready. But this had to have been a valuable experience. He faced the girl. And smiled. You learned something valuable? Yes, Hokage-sama. Good. I expect to see some updates on how you improve. He looked between Naruto and Sasuke. Congratulations you two. You are officially Chunin. Return later to collect your Chunin vests. For now, you're all dismissed. Stay behind, Kakashi. Once the Genin were out of the office, Jiraiya appeared from the window. I didn't think you'd gone ahead of us, Jiraiya-sama. The Sannin waved his right hand. I didn't. After I encountered Orochimaru, I stayed around. Wasn't sure he wouldn't do anything. He was also there? Kakashi looked surprised. But should he? Naruto told me that Kabuto managed to get closer to him. Do you think he is trying to make a move on them? He is. Hiruzen replied firmly. We have to protect them. That is why from now on, the two will remain in the village. Sasuke will be closely watched to ensure nobody gets close to him. We will decide what must be done for now. We can't take the risk of sending them out on missions at the moment. They might not return. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. There is also the problem of the Akatsuki. Intel suggests that they may be after Jinchuriki. Nothing is certain yet, but we can't take chances. Both Naruto and Sasuke need to improve. Naruto's potential was massive. But he couldn't be around Sasuke now. That would just drive the Uchiha insane. Naruto needed to train alone and so did Sasuke. How is Sasuke taking Naruto's progress? Kakashi let loose of a long breath. Not very well. Naruto claimed he didn't participate in the tournament because he didn't want to worsen things. I think he has observed that Sasuke's jealousy is getting the best of him. There is no telling what he will do if he feels he isn't improving fast enough. Kakashi did think that the Uchiha already knew about Naruto's secret. If so, there was no telling he wouldn't decide to join Orochimaru if he thought he could become stronger. With his mindset, there was nothing Sasuke couldn't do for power. Naruto has stated that he can't think of any way Sasuke's mind can be healed. He says Sasuke's lust for power is too great. He might sometimes show signs of friendship. But deep within, if provoked, he will decide power. The only way to heal that is to give him power. But according to Naruto, those chances are limited. As long as Sasuke can't activate the Mangekyo, he will never reach his full potential. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. When it came to analyzing people, Naruto was rather good at it. Well, it wasn't anything he hadn't thought of when looking at Kakashi's reports. The difference was that he held some hope that things could be better. Yet, Naruto didn't inspire much hope. How come Naruto knows so much about the Sharingan? Some even older than Naruto don't even know about the Mangekyo. He said Orochimaru was obsessed with it. He doesn't know how the Mangekyo is unlocked nonetheless. Kakashi answered. At this stage, Kakashi didn't think it was even practical for Sasuke. The death of someone close to you? Jiraiya asked. Yes. The only person closest to Sasuke who could actually provoke that kind of grief to awaken the Mangekyo is Naruto. There just doesn't seem like there is nothing we can do about it. Hiruzen released a long breath. Either way, we have to work something out. Naruto and Sasuke will be sent out on S-rank missions. Jiraiya, you will take Naruto to Yuzu. You'll leave him there. I'll have a couple of Umbu watching over him. You can visit him if you like. Why Yuzu? And I'd the one to train him. When you visit him, you can do that. But Naruto needs a place that is remote to continue with his Mokuton training. I gave him the Shodai scrolls. He said with enough training, he would be able to replicate. However, in this village, he can't experiment. Yuzu is remote. He can be safe there. Besides, I think Naruto knows about his parents. Training in Yuzu will be fitting for him. Yuzu is his ancestral home. Replicate? Yamato hasn't been able to do that. Naruto already does jutsu Yamato cannot. Kakashi was quick to say. It does help that Naruto has massive chakra pools to be able to execute demanding jutsu. I can't exactly help with Mokuton. Jiraiya was quiet in his response. He really wanted to be closer to Naruto. But he could still do that. Maybe he would go there to be the test the blonde requires. Fine. What of Sasuke? We will think of something. But we can't exactly send you out, Kakashi. They are going to be away for a couple of years. We want them to return powerful enough to defend themselves. There is no war. No threat to the village, we can afford to let them leave. You, however, can't be gone for too long. You are always needed in Konoha. Besides, by the time they return, we might have already made plans to deal with Orochimaru. If we do that, we no longer have to worry about him tempting Sasuke. I will continue to gather all information I can about his operations. Jiraiya frowned slightly. If there was someone who was slippery, it was his former friend. But they had to go about this. To make sure the shinobi world was safe. To secure Konoha's safety. And to protect the village's assets. Do that. It is important. Hiruzen faced Kakashi. As of this moment, Team 7 is disbanded. Sakura will be placed in another team once Naruto and Sasuke have left. Even if I reinstate it, Sakura will be off. You will inform them all immediately of this. Hi. Kakashi did not argue, seeing the look on the Sandame's face. Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya. I'm hearing some unpleasant things about Tsunagakure. I hope it is nothing. Suna would plot something? Doesn't it heavily depend on us? That is the problem. But I have arranged a meeting with Raza. We will see how it goes. On Sasuke's case, we need go manage him. We can't keep treating him like a spoiled child. Hiruzen blamed Itachi for this. The next time the Uchiha appeared before him, he was going to talk to him about it. There was no reason to make Sasuke turn out the way he did. According to Kakashi, Itachi had apparently told Sasuke to hate him. Maybe that was his way of trying to atone, but it wasn't doing the village any favors. At this rate, it was apparent that if the young Uchiha ever learned of the truth, he would no doubt turn against the leaf. He was highly emotional and seemed to be purely driven by his hatred. Maybe Danzo would have been better suited for his development. Kakashi said as a joke. But it was met with silence. After a moment, the Sandame replied. Danzo would have made sure he learned to control his emotions. Or just kill them. Either way, he may have been a finer shinobi. But completely loyal to Danzo. No doubt would have tried to overthrow you by now. Jiraiya added. The third smiled. There is always a catch, isn't it? He turned serious. I'll try to get as much as I can out of Naruto about Orochimaru. And share what he may not know. I feel we are drifting away. And the only way to work it out is to be honest with him. You can speak to him after Jiraiya. You only came back and already it's ramen, Ino said, walking over to the ramen stand. She sat down beside the blonde. And stared at the 3 bowls already on the side, a 4th one being slowly savored. Naruto glanced at the blonde for a second and then stared at the ramen. Ino's presence wasn't hated. If it was someone else, he would have felt bothered by their presence, disturbing him in his mealtime. She was the only friend he had outside of his team. No, aside from Sasuke. Sakura wasn't a friend. And other genin he graduated with were just fellow Konoha shinobi. You have a magnet attracted to my presence? If you miss me, you should just say so, my dear Ino-chan, said Naruto in a sly tone. In your dreams. Naruto stared at her. I've only been back for a couple of hours, and already you're hounding me. Shouldn't you be with your friends, or teammates? Ino looked away. True, she had gone out of her way to look for him. But Naruto wasn't that difficult to find. There were 4 places he spent his time, Team 7 training ground, the Forest of Death, ramen stand and his apartment. If he wasn't in any of those places, she always assumed he was not in the village. Did she miss him? Not as much as when he'd been gone for weeks. This time, it was just a week. A couple of days. But it was her conversation with Sakura that made her hunt for the blonde. After all, her friend had immediately gone to the flower shop after leaving the Hokage office, without even going home to take a bath and change. And that was saying something considering it was Sakura. No team meetings. There are no other friends to hang out with. I'll have you know that I spend much of my time in the flower shop helping my mother when in this village. Strange, I always considered you to be the kind of person who always spent time lurking in shadows, trying to hunt for information. Perhaps to attempt to take over your father. How do you know about my father? I never speak about him and his duties aren't exactly a public thing. Naruto shrugged. I had some encounters with him. Of course, he didn't get to poke around my mind. I dislike being violated like that. That makes me curious. Aren't you always? Naruto finished the last of the contents in his bowl. He quickly changed the subject. Well, I can't say I am displeased to see you. In fact, you're probably the only person I'd prefer eating with. Not your dear Sasuke? Don't say it like that. Sure, I spend a lot of time with the brooding bastard. But that is for training purposes. And you know, he has no one else. If I leave him alone, you never know what he is going to be thinking. Ino shook her head. If she said there wasn't some lingering attraction toward the Uchiha, it would be a lie. He was still handsome. The only problem was his personality. Well, it had always been a problem. Obsessions just didn't permit them to see it all. Sakura was crying. Naruto released a long breath. He'd wondered why she'd bother coming to him like this. Now that the Sandaime had driven the message home and that he had made it clear to her that she was at risk, flashes of reality must be starting to creep in. She could only go cry to her beloved Ino. Who would she cry to in the team? She told you, huh? Kakashi had informed him of the news not so long ago. I'm shocked. I felt pity for her. Why would the Sandaime do something like that? I mean, sure, she isn't the best, but you can't just take someone off the team like that. It is called a team for a reason. Don't discuss that with me. If you have something to complain about, go talk to the Sandaime Hokage. Actually, I'm going to him now, we can go together. Ino flinched. There was just the raw hint of coldness in Naruto's tone. It felt strange yet somehow familiar. The blonde always tried to be bubbly around her. But he had those moments. She wondered, Sakura was his teammate. Why would he be like that? Sure, the girl wasn't the best person, but they were still teammates. You don't really care much about her, do you? Not really. Your honesty is hurtful. Naruto chuckled lightly. Do you suppose I should have said I care? Sakura has never been kind to me. I have always had to save her life, and not once has she shown her appreciation. Ungrateful, yes. Yet continues to be a burden. Well, at least the exam taught her a very good lesson. One she will never forget. Anything could have happened to her, you know? She is a girl, she could have been raped if they'd been perverts. That could have happened. But that is the unfortunate danger of being a kunoichi. You just need to be strong enough. Life isn't fair. Not everyone upholds moral standards. Besides, there are consequences for the choices we make. The situation with Sakura was disappointing. Maybe she would change. For now, Naruto could celebrate that he was now a Chunin. He could finally make the move to a new apartment. I spoke to her about this while we were at IWA. There is nothing to add. He added. Good thing you came. I think flowers will be nice for my new place. You're getting a new place? Yup. Just for measure? I'm growing. My place doesn't have enough space. I need a bigger space. A secondary room I can use for other things. What things? Naruto just smiled. Lead the way, Ino, I don't see the third in about an hour. You'll help me pick flowers I can put in my kitchen, right? I've grown to love nature recently with my use of Mokuton. Ino certainly didn't mind walking with him along the streets. Even when she knew that some people stared. He liked her for that. The whispers didn't bother her. The glares were fine. She was the kind of friend one enjoyed having. A true friend. Maybe not. You could never know with people. He was conscious of the fact that even Sasuke could stab him in the back. Was he being cynical? We've never hanged out, have we? Ino suddenly asked as they walked toward her flower shop. Not. I don't think so. Naruto replied in a thoughtful tone. You want to hang out? Isn't that what friends do? Yeah. Naruto paused. What would he be doing with Ino? He was usually training or just taking a breather. He didn't mind the pointless chatter. He wasn't that of a serious person to stop himself from engaging in things that amused him. We can do that sometime. We could watch a movie. Maybe you could invite me when you meet with your team. I could try to out-eat Chuji. Though, I would probably lose. Movies? I didn't think you were romantic. There is romance in movies? Where does romance get involved here? Aren't we just some brats going to amuse ourselves by watching a movie? Unless, of course, you're into the adult stuff. Naruto grinned, his eyes firmly on Ino. I'm not a brat. Says a child who lives in her father's house. They still buy you your clothes, don't they? Your mother still does your washing? She is my mother. It is her job. Of course, Naruto wrapped his right hand around her shoulder, pulling her closer. So, what do adults do when they are alone, Ino? Didn't you say you're the adult? You tell me. She didn't try to remove the hand on her shoulder. Even when they were too close for comfort. People would talk, but did it matter? Forget it. Naruto said. Wait, is your mom there? Yes. Is it proper to meet her now? I don't think I'm ready to meet her. We should wait. Actually, I think we are taking this too fast. Ino jabbed him on his ribs, causing him to let her go. Ouch! Naruto cried. Why'd you do that for? For a second, I was worried you were afraid mother would not like you because, you know. Naruto smiled. That concerned you? Yeah. She admitted. I know it's the adults. But mother is delightful. If you smile, she won't mind. I'm sure as long as I have no intentions toward her daughter, she won't mind. Naruto replied. You're being cynical. Mother is fine. You'll see. It didn't take long for them to reach the quiet store. The second they stepped in, Ino shouted. Mom! I'm back. Can you be any louder? I thought Sakura was worse. She glared at him. But a woman trotted into the scene. Gloved hands. She was carrying water. Her eyes fell on him. She stared for a moment and then smiled. You must be Naruto. Naruto faced Ino with a questioning look. She just shrugged. Ino speaks about you a lot. Ino's mother answered his unasked question. She said those words with a warm smile. You must see how she lights up. She left her poor mother saying she was going to see her D-dash. Mother! Ino shouted angrily. Oh? Naruto ignored the girl. A splitting grin settled on his lips. I didn't know she spoke about me like that. What more has she said? Just yesterday at dinner, she was saying that. Mother! Ino shouted again. I should have known bringing you here was a bad idea. She groaned. Don't get along with my mother. That's not what you came here for. You want flowers, don't you? She was dragging him away as she said those words. In his usual self, the Sandaime was all jolly when Naruto walked into his office. Happiness. And the unmistakable look of a parent who was proud of the achievement of his child. He'd become Chunin. Hiruzen could celebrate that. It was strange. The third was much happier than he was. Maybe it was because he knew on practical terms, this wouldn't change the difficulties in his life. A step closer to his dream? What was his dream anyway? There were so many complex matters within his heart. It was all weary at times. But not always gloom and doom. He settled comfortably in front of the third's desk. And then offered the old man a smile. I thought you'd come a little earlier. The sun was already starting to set. Sooner, the night shadows would be creeping in. I got a little held up with Ino. She insisted checking a new place with me after we checked out some flowers. The young Yamanaka girl. Hiruzen wasn't going to interfere by talking to either the girl or her father. Some things were better left alone. Still, he was happier with Naruto having a female friend. Sure, they were still young. But it just showed him that not everything was lost. There was a future. A future in which Naruto was laughing with happiness. You've become close to her. How is the friendship? Fine. She is the only person in this village aside from Sasuke that I can call a friend. And she is joy to be around. Her personality does help. Hiruzen nodded. At some point, I'd been afraid you'd never make friends. Naruto wanted to say that it would have been his fault. No, most of his troubles were caused by the Sandaime. Even to this day, he couldn't fathom why Hiruzen had taken the decision to announce him as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki when he knew full well how people treated hosts. He could have lived the normal orphanage life. But there was none of that. He had ended up with Orochimaru while battling the ghosts that haunted the walls of the orphanage. Things change and Ino is different. After all, she does know that I'm a Jinchuriki. That just made Hiruzen's smile widen. Do you think most of those who know you will have the same attitude? I think so. It is only the adults who are a problem. For the young ones, it was something they were taught. And as they grow, they start forming their own thoughts. Naruto adopted a thoughtful look. I don't think I had a bigger problem at the academy in my class with other students. That is good. Very good. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair, adopting a serious look on his face. Our relationship hasn't been good over the past years because I've kept things from you. I should have told you. But for some reason, I thought I was protecting you even though I knew you were hurting. I truly am sorry, Naruto. You suffered a lot because of my decisions. I do hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive my actions. He third finished in a weak tone. Naruto didn't reply, even as the third paused to give him a chance to speak. His silence forced the old man to speak again. It was troubling. Hiruzen was filled with nothing but regrets. If things had been managed better, Naruto wouldn't have suffered. It was because of him. He was the Hokage. He decided for Naruto and the blonde suffered those consequences. Hiruzen stood up from his chair. Walked over to the window. He released a short breath and then motioned for Naruto to come to him. Once the blonde was near him, he placed a hand on his shoulder, and they disappeared into thin air. Naruto was surprised when they arrived in front of a modest house. He watched as the Sandaime walked toward the door. He stuffed his hand inside his robe and removed a key. He opened the door and motioned for him to follow. The house was well maintained. The air around was fresh. The Sandaime moved him toward the living room. They walked past it and went to a bedroom with a large crib. Naruto felt his body tense. His intestines cringe. He was overwhelmed by emotions. Without the Sandaime saying anything, he already knew. Unconsciously, he walked over to the crib and leaned over, putting a hand on the mattress. Some part of him wanted to jump in, to feel the comfort he would have felt while inside this little bed. His bed. He imagined himself trying to eat his feet as if they were food. Late at night, parents watching him as he refused to sleep, wanting to play some more. Maybe even cry over his refusal to sleep when his mind didn't want to. The feelings. It made him smile sadly, a tear dropped. Hoping and wishing he could live this reality. But he couldn't. It was all past him. Beyond him. He could only wish while moving forward. The night the Kyuubi attacked the village, you were supposed to have returned here with your parents. But something wrong happened. My wife and your father were watching over while your mother gave birth. Someone attacked. He killed everyone. Including my wife. While your father saved you, the man went after your mother and released the Kyuubi, sending it on a rampage. We have all believed it was the Sharingan that manipulated it, but we couldn't prove it. The Kyuubi was just too powerful. I don't know why, but your father decided to seal it within you. Your mother had still been alive even after the bijou was extracted, she could still have resealed it within her. But your father decided. He was using a method that would have killed him as a result. I suppose he thought you could do without a father but not without a mother. However, during the process, the Kyuubi attempted to kill you to stop being sealed. Your parents put themselves in the way to protect you. Sealing the bijou saved Konoha. Naruto was silent. The somber tone that Sandaime used didn't make him happy. Against his urges, Naruto climbed the crib. He rested his back against it, his feet resting on his wooden walls. He closed his eyes, trying to feel the comfort. Why? Naruto asked soundlessly. I've always wanted to ask you why you would rob me of this. Hiruzen felt as if a knife had been put through his chest. He felt the pain. Worse, even he had come to realize his decisions were naive and couldn't really justify them. He smiled with frustration. Frustrated with himself, for his failures and many regrets. But as he had assumed, Naruto already knew. He didn't need to spell it out that his father was the Yondaime Hokage. I thought I was protecting you. If nobody knew who your father was, then nobody would target you. While a war hero in this village, many hated him outside. But nobody more than the stone. Hiruzen shook his head. I thought you'd end up telling someone if I told you. And that would put your life in danger. As if my life wasn't in danger already. In hindsight, I should have known. Hiruzen bitterly laughed. And I was called a genius. I allowed my idealism to get the best of me. I was always hopeful of the best. I suppose after experiencing the first and second wars, I changed. By the time we were on the third, I'd already seen too much and sought nothing but peace. He closed his eyes. Do you know Hyuga Niji? Hinata's cousin? Yes. After the Kumo incident, I didn't want war. Even though Kumo was wrong, I was afraid of war and bowed to the demands. Niji's father was sacrificed as a result. His life has been ruined. He hates his clan and nearly killed his cousin. One life over many, I suppose that is rational. But a weak position to take. Konoha is the most powerful. Kumo wouldn't have readily gone to war over it, but I could be wrong. Those are subjects I don't fully yet understand. Yes. I know I've taken many wrong decisions. I should have done better. And I may never get to correct some of those things. Hiruzen replied. Kushina Uzumaki. That was your mother? She was most likely the last of her clan after it was destroyed. And now you're the last. Naruto shook his head. I met another Uzumaki while at Orochimaru. Her name is Karin. Red hair. Special chakra. That is good. Perhaps when we raid his hideouts, we will rescue her. She wasn't being experimented on, was she? Naruto shook his head. No. She had special chakra that healed any wound. He frowned slightly. She seemed to be learning under him. Experiments? It would appear so. That was some time ago. I hardly think over those memories. More than anything, I just wish I never lived those times. He smiled. Of course, that is just wishful, but some parts of me think I can do it. I see. Hiruzen fell silent for a couple of moments before speaking once more. I kept this house in good condition because I always thought you would come live here one day once you've learned the truth. I just booked a new place. But at least I won't have to worry about rent. Naruto smiled slightly. Good. There is an organization that is most likely after Jinchuriki. We don't know what they want with them. But you're in danger. Because of this, I've decided that you'll be secretly sent away. You can't tell anyone that you're leaving or where you are going. Only me, Kakashi and Jiraiya will know. Sasuke might also know you're leaving but not where since he too will go away. While away, you will be training and will be returned once we believe you're strong enough to face even S-rank shinobi. To be away from humans. Ino, Sakura, Sasuke, and Konoha. But more importantly, for training. Now, that made him happy. He could finally be able to try out some jutsu that were too massive to be practiced while in the village. He needed that. Just spending time training. He'd never thought such a thing would occur. But such an opportunity, he couldn't miss out. He'd grab it with two hands. But, to be away from Ino would be sad. To be without her enduring and joyful presence, would really be a sad thing. Nonetheless, this was for him. He could afford to suffer this much, for his tomorrow. Naruto rose from the crib, sat with his legs folded and stared at the sandaime. How long? 2 to 3 years. For both you and Sasuke? Who will be with me? Umbu squad daily. They'll be watching over the perimeter and won't interfere or even speak to you. Unless there is an emergency. Jiraiya will come to check on you occasionally. I could send Yamato with you if you want. Naruto shook his head. He can't do what I want to do. So, he can't help. I see. Anything you'll require? I must be going somewhere remote if I'm going to be still and hidden. Where am I going? Hiruzen smiled. You'll find out. For now, settle in. Pictures of your parents were removed. They are in a storeroom. I have preserved even your family jutsu. And some of your father's jutsu. If you want to learn them, you're free to do so. I'll give you a month to settle. Sasuke slumped down under a tree. Tired as hell. Once more, he was pushed toward his limits. So often with Naruto, he could go on until he could no longer even keep his Sharingan activated. He not only fell short with chakra but with stamina as well. The blonde was a completely different animal when it came to stamina. His engine never seemed to stop running. He glanced at the blonde. Already, he was on his other training. Something extreme. Naruto did go all out when it came to training. He did do some risky things. Perhaps that was why his instincts were sharp. Right now, the blonde was standing atop of a pole. He was surrounded by sharp wooden splitters. On the other side, a clone was hurling sharp spikes toward him. That was not all. The blonde was blindfolded. One of these days, Naruto was going to fatally wound himself. Then again, the blonde healed in a rate Sasuke was envious. He shook his bitter thoughts and closed his eyes for a moment. Very soon, he wouldn't be doing this anymore. Kakashi hadn't told him the reasons. Not that he cared. If he was at a place where he could train without interruption, Sasuke wasn't going to complain. But he was going to miss training with Naruto. There was no better friend. He would have liked it better if he was going to be with Naruto. Of course, he never made such an admission to Kakashi. He could imagine Naruto's mocking if he said something like that. Wow! Sasuke's eyes snapped open. Naruto was suddenly standing just above him. It is rare for you to be without a brooding face. If you were always like this, you'd be a decent person. Sasuke shot Naruto a glare. There was always that dig aimed at him. About his attitude. Naruto had once even blocked his nose and eyes, saying his attitude burnt his eyes and smelled too much for him to bear. Sasuke released a short breath. What was the point of that training? Instincts. The sharper your instincts, the better you are at avoiding death. You know experience counts in battle. Sometimes, it isn't skill, but instinct honed from battle that saves you. I want to train my body to be able to sense danger and react accordingly. Naruto explained as he settled beside the Uchiha. He laid on his back, looked at the leaves for a moment. You want to try it? Do I look like I say this to you? A pity. I would have enjoyed that. Naruto replied with a look of disappointment. I suppose this will be the last one. You've already been told, yes? Yeah. You must be thrilled to be finally getting the time you need to train. Perhaps while away from humans, you'll come back an adult. No, you do need someone who'll teach you to rein on your emotions. Will be cool if you returned as an adult. Naruto paused. But I fear the only thing you'll have on mind once returning is hunting Itachi. After all, once you're fed with a little bit of power, your arrogance gets bloated and so does your superiority complex. Sasuke's look became expressionless. I know I have faults. It is more frustrating when you keep pointing them out like it is some sport for you. Naruto laughed. Of course, it is. I enjoy tormenting you. Still, I never thought we'd be sent away for training. Sasuke nodded in agreement. But we need this. It would have been helpful if we were together. That just slipped out. He hoped he didn't sound desperate. Don't worry, Sasu. I'll come to visit you, though. I didn't think you enjoyed training with me so much that you'd wish I was with you. I'm not wishing anything. I'm just saying it would have been better. Yes, keep telling yourself that. Sasuke ignored this. Why do you think they decided this? For you? I would say you're a flight risk. The village is stuck between keeping you here and wait for Orochimaru to pounce or get you to become strong enough. You're hardly a model of loyalty. Sasuke gritted his teeth. It was just the way that Naruto spoke that offended him. Konoha is my home. Then let us leave it at that. Naruto closed his eyes. Another presence forced Naruto's eyes to snap open. He glanced at Sasuke through the corner of his eyes. The Uchiha was wide awake. Had he taken a short nap? But more importantly, who was this person who was coming toward them? It wasn't anything normal. The answer came when the person appeared. He smiled. He could have become all serious. But this was a person he knew. Not too well. But he knew enough not to like the cripple. Even the Sandaime had warned him against the man. Besides, this person never saw Naruto when he looked at him. It was always the QB. Perhaps things were different now that he was a Mokuton user. According to Yamato, he'd grown around the man's hideout, learning and training under him. Until the Sandaime made the discovery and he was transferred back to regular Umbu. Danzo-san. Naruto greeted with a smile, sitting up. He glanced at the person the cripple was walking with. A pale teen. Unfamiliar. He looked back at the war hawk. I overheard your conversation about leaving the village for training. The war hawk stated in a stern tone. Overheard? More like eavesdropping. I suppose he is the one doing it for you. Bothersome. The Sandaime wasn't going to be particularly pleased to learn this. But at least they never said anything about where they were going. Regardless, I heard you. While I am pleased Hiruzen is taking correct measures, I'm displeased that you have yet to display any interest in using the QB's power. It is a waste for it to remain just dormant within you. I'm even willing to offer my help to teach you how to master that power. I think it is also a disadvantage that a Mokuton user is also a Jinchuriki. We can never utilize the two at once. Regardless, if we go to war we'd be lagging. Kumo's Jinchuriki control their Bijou and so do IWA. The same can also be said about Suna's Jinchuriki. On a strategic point, to have a Bijou on the other side and a Mokuton user on the other side would be beneficial. But at this point, he couldn't do both. Well, at least that was what Danzo thought. If it was a matter of transforming, a clone could wield the QB's power while he ran rampant using Mokuton. It would also disguise as to who was the real Jinchuriki. People from outside don't know who the Jinchuriki in this village is, do they? No. Naruto smiled. Well, that was just perfect. He could always use a clone. It'd save him some trouble. At least until the truth is discovered. Well, thank you for the offer, but no thanks. Danzo turned to Sasuke. Nothing unpredictable. Naruto was close to the Sandaime, obviously, he would refuse his help. But Sasuke was a different matter. With power, the Uchiha could be tempted. By this age, Itachi already had a fully matured Sharingan. You have the capacity and skill. If you'd been given to me, I would have already helped you awaken even the Mangekyo. You'd be a lot closer to achieving your dream. This can still be achieved. I can still help you. What do you know about the Mangekyo? I know enough. Itachi once served under me, after all. Danzo replied. But before he could say anything, an Umbu dropped in front of him. Danzo-sama. Hokage-sama has directed you to leave the two alone, now. We have been authorized to use force if necessary. Danzo glared for a moment. You heard me. Sai will be in contact. And with that, the Warhawk turned away and left, Sai along with him. The Umbu disappeared as well. Naruto released a long breath. I'm surprised you remained chilled even when he spoke about Itachi. Sasuke ignored this. Who is he? A relic of the past. A man who loves power. You could say a man who moves things in the darkness. Naruto paused. The Mangekyo Sharingan, eh? Sasuke was silent. Before he fled. Itachi told me where to find the secret of awakening the eyes. He said without eyes like his, I could never kill him. Sasuke spoke with anger. Grief? The death of someone you value dearly. Truly, the Uchiha are emotional beings and the Sharingan loves dark things. Naruto shook his head. So, for you to possess eyes that do amazing things, you need to kill me? Yes. Sasuke answered. But I'm not my brother. I won't go down that path. I will do things my way. You could have just said, I can't bring myself to kill my only friend. Don't be full of yourself. Killing that man is the only thing I desire. And no one is going to stand in my way. Not even you, Naruto. Young, yet so damaged. Sometimes I think there won't be hope for you. Well, that is life. Naruto stood up. Don't lag behind. Give it your all. Because if you do it half-heartedly, you won't be able to stand on my shadow. I can say the same thing to you. That would be a warning. If only you trained far harder than me. But that is not quite true, is it? You must at least match my training. The Sandaime was surrounded by a couple of scrolls, his pipe in his mouth. Kakashi sat in front of the aged Hokage, legs folded. The room was being watched by Umbu. No one would eavesdrop their conversation since they were discussing top-secret things. Danzo appeared before Naruto and Sasuke while they were training. The third said in a tired tone. He removed his pipe, placed it beside him and opened one scroll. He was offering help to both. I'm only surprised it took him this long to make a move. Kakashi replied. He has been content with just watching. Must have heard about what is coming next. That was most likely the case. Kakashi would loathe to have the man close to any of his students. He was corrupting. But admittedly, if there was someone who could have ensured that Sasuke had better control over his emotions, it was the War Hawk. I have sorted him nonetheless. Hiruzen added. He lifted his eyes and looked at Kakashi. Have you spoken to Naruto yet? The Jonin shook his head. Not about the other things. I spoke to him. He is at his father's house. When you go to him, do talk to him about Minato, if he asks. I'm afraid if you didn't already teach him the Rasengan, things would have been difficult for you. Kakashi nodded. But he'd not done that in honor of his sensei. He had been forced because he had taken Sasuke under his wing. He'd taught the Uchiha his jutsu. Naruto didn't have much then. He wasn't using Mokuton in the same way as now. To balance things, he'd shown Naruto the basics. To say he even taught the blonde would be misleading a little bit. Naruto's understanding of jutsu was good. If he was going to spend more time alone just for training, his understanding was going to be supreme. How did he take it? Not with surprise. He already knew. How, isn't something I discussed with him. And why he never said anything. Some things are better left unsaid. Hiruzen sighed. Honestly, he wished they'd discuss things a bit. But the time wasn't right. He would have ruined the mood. I know that. Kakashi replied, earning a look from the Hokage, but he just shook his head slightly. Have you decided on Sasuke? I will have two of my Umbu train him when you're not around to watch him. When it comes to emotional control, they are best suited for this. He paused, wondering if he should try to get in touch with Itachi. He worried that if Sasuke ever learned of the truth, he'd react negatively. After all, there was much hatred within him. If he stopped directing it toward Itachi, he would direct it elsewhere and Konoha would most likely be the subject. He hoped things wouldn't come to this. Once more, Hiruzen couldn't really understand why Itachi set Sasuke on a path of hatred. Things could have been different. He could have looked at things differently. But they'd both made blunders. That will indeed help him. I'm gathering scrolls on lightning and fire style jutsu for him. You will still show him the ropes when necessary. He paused. What is Naruto's element? Kakashi smiled a little sheepishly. I don't know. Hiruzen stared sternly for a second before shaking his head with disappointment. Minato would be disappointed. You have utterly failed in your attempt to be a sensei. At this stage, Naruto is a chunin and yet you don't know his natural affinity. I didn't think he needed it. You always don't think they need something. I don't need to lecture you on how unkind the shinobi world is, Kakashi. Just because we are not at war now doesn't mean there won't be anything tomorrow. He smiled sadly. I suppose I have no right to lecture you having started with this by changing things at the academy. The standards have really dropped. We have been living in peace. Not Shinobi Nation appears to have an appetite for war. Not so long ago, Kumo was threatening war. No doubt, if that happened, others would have taken advantage of the situation. We are constantly at odds with other nations. Hiruzen folded the scroll he was looking at and then threw it at Kakashi. What have you decided for Sakura? I imagine even if Team 7 is disbanded, you're not going to abandon her. With her chakra levels and weak stamina, she is best suited for either genjutsu or medical ninjutsu. Her chakra control is perfect, which does make her ideal for genjutsu. I'll have her meet with Kurenai and then Shizun-san. Excellent. Hiruzen smiled. Naruto had been trying to learn with her. How has that gone? There hasn't been time for him to sit through with her. But from what I know, she has briefed him on the fundamentals. People would call this intrusion. Naruto said without looking up from the kitchen table. There were a couple of scrolls littered, 3 bowls on the side. Jiraiya folded his arms and paused, wondering if he should stop or continue. After a moment of hesitation, he walked toward Naruto and pulled a chair. He sat across, eyes lingering on the scrolls. The ones that were open. There was one on Mokuton. He saw 2 more with strange markings. Was it Fuinjutsu? His eyes halted on the one folded covered by a gold thread. He knew that scroll. Many would kill to possess such a copy. I knocked at the door and there was no answer. The Sannin finally responded. It means nobody is home or we are too busy. I can see you're busy. I didn't think you held any interest in Fuinjutsu. A difficult task for anyone. There weren't any Fuinjutsu masters in the village. Kushina and Minato had been. The Sandaime knew the art. But it wasn't something that was even taught in the academy. Who even wanted to study the complex art of Fuinjutsu anyway? The kids of today were much more focused on flashy ninjutsu and clan techniques, forgetting that without the art of sealing, certain things wouldn't even be possible. It never came to mind. But it is because of Fuinjutsu that I'm a Jinchuriki. I'm not interested in all that. I found myself drawn into barriers. He doubted he could ever do it in the same way as his mother. She was especially helped by her chakra chains. Perhaps as her son, he could do the same. That remained a mystery for now. What was obvious was that his mother was much more skilled with Fuinjutsu than his father was. He wasn't interested in all that deep details. He needed to learn just enough. But perhaps if he was going to call his children Uzumaki, it would be best to revive the family tradition. I'm a Fuinjutsu master myself. Jiraiya offered with a grin. I can teach you if you want. Naruto glanced at the Sannin and then released a long breath. He smiled. It is truly difficult to be my usual happy self around you. Jiraiya frowned deeply. Do you dislike me? Naruto shook his head. There is no reason to. I don't know. I just want to be serious. My instinct tells me as much, though. You can't be called a serious person. Perhaps one day, I'll be free. So, he just wasn't free around him. Was it the way he looked at him? Was it the unanswered questions? Jiraiya couldn't tell. Perhaps I'll ask you to help me one day. If Naruto couldn't use things like his mother, he could use Mokuton. The timber used to make wooden lock wall was hard enough to almost withstand anything. But it had its disadvantages. Perhaps he didn't necessarily need barriers. Maybe he was overthinking things. He glanced at the Sannin, seeing a somewhat surprised look. He smiled sadly. It isn't you, it is me. You're actually a very nice person. I know that. You're a bit carefree. But you know, I have some mental issues that I struggle to deal with. Therefore, I say, perhaps one day, I'll trust you enough that I'll be able to be free. Trust, huh? Yeah, Naruto nodded. What can I do for you? Please let not be that talk about how you were my father's sensei and my godfather. I have no interest in that. That is the past. I'm looking forward to the future. You're not even going to hear my apologies? Despite being your godfather, I didn't do anything for you. Minato was like a son, yet I did nothing for you. Jiraiya said in anger. Over himself for his failure to help Naruto in his time of need. Naruto stared at the scroll. His father's barrier was unique. Perhaps because it included the study of space/time. Naruto didn't have that time to delve deep onto those mysteries. But maybe he could focus on it as time goes on. There was no need to pile all things at once. It would just overwhelm him. He folded the scroll, pulled another one. You did nothing for me. But I never expected anything from you. A child, yes. But you're not my grandparent. Dwelling on the past does nothing but make you feel bitterness. I have enough of that. If you want to work over your guilt, go do it alone. I refuse to speak to the Sandaime on such issues because of the same reason. I don't care for your guilt. It doesn't improve things for me. You would rather we die with our guilt? Naruto faced the Sannin with an amused look. I said I don't hate you, but I won't entertain any talks. If you're gonna keep your regrets, keep them. That is for you. If you need psychological help, the village does offer such help. His smile slipped. I have my own issues to deal with. Mental scars that refuse to go away. Then, what else can I do for you? Jiraiya was silent. Basically, Naruto wasn't going to let him get over his feelings by talking to him. He didn't want anyone to dump their problems on him because he had his own issues. What do you say about Sage Jutsu? Have you changed your mind? Yes. I have. Jiraiya grinned happily, but Naruto raised his hand to keep the Sannin from saying anything. I won't sign the contract. Sage Jutsu will be achieved. I told you I'm looking at the Shodai method. I will learn the mystery. He shook his head. Did you know that there is a clan that is born with the natural ability to harness natural energy? This was a first Jiraiya was hearing. He always assumed that each summoning had its own ways to teach Sage Jutsu. It was basically the same thing. Just taught under different instructions. What is this clan? Not sure. I don't recall. A lot of the time, I was around Kabuto and Orochimaru. Of course, I always strapped in a bed. That does remind me. Orochimaru is also a sage. But because of his jutsu to switch bodies, he can't use it. None of his hosts are strong enough. That was a lot Naruto had just said. Orochimaru a sage? That was shocking. But more troubling was that Naruto had no desire to sign the Toad contract. Should he push it? Jiraiya shook his head. I will give it to you for safekeeping. If anything does happen to me, can I trust you will give it to someone? Jiraiya said in a sad tone. I'm likely to die without any student at this rate. But I don't want the contract to be lost with me. Naruto released a long breath. Where do I sign? Huh? The contract. Jiraiya was speechless. He got over it and then replied. This makes it easier. If you sign the contract, it will be easier to take you to the place you're going. The toads will reverse summon you. It will reduce the risk of you being seen. And the Umbu? They've already left. You really wanted me to go that way, but wouldn't ask in that way? You're too kind, Jiraiya. The night stars dazzled the night with flickers of light. A full moon that brightened the world below it. In such nights, where a cool breeze toured the streets, Naruto always found some comfort. To be out, at night, lying on the rooftop or strolling through the streets. It was a special moment for him. To enjoy the quietness. The peace of the night. But these days, there was much to ponder. His dreams. His goals. In returning to the leaf, he would be bigger. He would be grown. A shinobi marching toward his prime years. Yo! The nonchalant voice of his sensei. Naruto didn't turn his eyes toward the Jonin, he kept his unrelenting staring contest with the stars. He felt the Jonin sit beside him but still did not say a word. Last time I was sitting on this place was when your mother was still carrying you. Kakashi spoke in a silent tone, reminiscing those unpleasant days he was going through the motions. He'd lost everyone, and things changed for the worst when his sensei ended up dying. Checking on things? Kakashi shook his head. It was a difficult time in my life. Your father had me in charge of protecting your mother. When the truth comes out, conversations that never seemed likely started to happen. The world was cruel. Lies did no one any benefit. Secrets could break. Yet, he understood, sometimes, it was of importance to keep them. It was just often, people were not prepared to deal with the consequences of their lies and secrets. Ah, so the gloomy cloud that follows you around has been with you for a while now. Yeah, but I think I've gotten better. Naruto shook his head. Everyone seems to have regrets. People are so weighed by their guilt and past actions that they cannot enjoy their present. I find that truly sad. No matter what I do, or how much I regret, I don't want to end up being like you people. Because of your guilt, you end up being blind to the present and focusing too much on the past. The Sandaime is haunted by his mistakes. I saw how haunted he was when I was returned to the village. In his words, he was to blame. Had he done what was necessary, Orochimaru would have been dead already. Naruto would not allow such restraints on his life. His life was already miserable. He wasn't going to allow the hate to shackle him. He would not become the slave of his past. He would conquer this hate. He would move on and enjoy his life, one way or the other. What good was sitting down and allowing your heart to be wrecked by guilt and regrets? It is not as simple. When Orochimaru fled the village, the Sandaime had the chance to stop him. But he couldn't. He couldn't kill the student he'd loved so much. And now many innocent people suffer because of it. Sensei, do you know what happens in Orochimaru's hideouts? He kidnaps people. Shinobi and civilians, performing experiments on them. Some are not lucky, they become deformed monsters. Some are lucky enough to die. Kakashi closed his eyes, trying to shut the memories of what he saw in the hideout when they led the assault to find Naruto. He'd seen what Naruto was saying. People imprisoned. Starving and some just begging to be killed. Konoha is making plans to move against Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sama will gather intelligence and we will assault his hideouts. We will remove him. Now that is a hunt I would enjoy. It had become obvious to Kakashi that there was no one that Naruto hated more than Orochimaru. And the blonde doesn't hesitate to talk about his desire to see the Sannin die a horrible death. I came to tell you that I'll be gone by morning with Sasuke. I will be with him until he settles. Unlike you, he will probably be moving around. I wish you luck in your training. And hopefully, you will become a shinobi that will have surpassed me when you return. Kakashi said earnestly, with an eye smile. Now, when you speak like that, I'm left without words to say. But thank you, sensei. You have always been kind to your students. Your words will forever be with us. I just hope Sasuke doesn't forget your lessons. Kakashi stared into the sky for a moment. That is something we all hope. The last people Naruto expected to see were Sakura and Ino. For the former, he'd thought she'd be busy doing her training or whatever she found fancy these days. With Ino, it was another different matter. Either way, he'd kept to himself in the past days. That such a kid could have come here and he wouldn't even have known about it. It was no bragging matter, but Naruto felt as if he'd become a scholar. Perhaps the hard task of trying to understand the fundamentals over Fuinjutsu was an attempt to try to get closer to his mother. There would be no reward with seeing her, of course. The dead did not come back to life. The sad story of this world. He sighed, still standing at his door as the two girls looked at him curiously. What is with that look? Ino questioned, her hands on her waist, cheeks puffed. We bothered coming to visit you and you look at us like we're nuisance. Naruto smiled, he expected nothing less from Ino. She never did hesitate to speak her mind. On the other hand, Sakura was fidgeting about something. How they found him was easy to deduce. Sakura must have heard from Kakashi and most likely didn't want to come on her own, considering things. And so, she dragged Ino with her. No doubt, the Yamanaka jumped to the chance to come to his house. And if you're? I'm canceling this friendship. And we'll see who will bother talking with you. Ino huffed. For some reason, she looked cute doing all that. Of course, she was saying that, but she wasn't going to go. There were unanswered questions. I'd be broken if you cancelled me, Ino. You know you're my only precious people. Then let us inside. Naruto didn't. He faced Sakura. It was rather strange seeing her all mute. She was a loud person. She always had an opinion over something. Well, who stole your tongue? Be gentle. Ino cautioned. She is feeling down since Sasuke left for some secret mission without saying a word to her. Oh? Naruto appeared to sympathize. A pity. I would also be saddened if my crush suddenly just disappeared. You don't even know where he went or if he's busy chilling with another girl wherever he is. Naruto said, moving out of the way for the two to enter the house. After stepping in, Ino scoffed. Yeah, like Sasuke is that kind of person. I'd be more believable if it was you. Chuckling lightly, Naruto replied. Well, it is difficult to see Sasuke being cozy. He is rather inflexible. I on the other hand, am a delight who gets along with people. Well, except for those crazy for the Uchiha prince. He led the girls to his lounge. Ino whistled seeing the large and very clean space. The place was just too good to be Naruto's. It was too elegant and there was nothing elegant about Naruto. You surely know how to keep a place clean, Uzumaki. Ino didn't sit around, but kept her eyes lingering, but she didn't find anything. After a moment, she sat beside Sakura and faced Naruto. It was only then that she realized that he looked tired. This is a first. I've never seen you tired. I'm working myself a little too hard and can't get enough sleep. Naruto released a yawn. What can I do for you today? You want to tell me why you didn't say anything about having a house? Last time I checked, you were getting flowers for your new apartment. Which I saw. There was nothing about a house when we last spoke. I didn't know I had a house then, said Naruto with an indifferent shrug of his shoulders. I've been hiding well enough. Kakashi-sensei? He asked Sakura. She nodded. He told me you were at your parents' house when I last spoke to him. He said he was also leaving but would be back soon. The Jonin hadn't been forthcoming about Naruto's parents. He said it was something Naruto had to tell himself. Either way, she had been shocked to learn of this revelation. She had always made fun of the fact that Naruto didn't have parents. The last time Sasuke had responded negatively had been the last time, but still, to think that there were people who had given birth to Naruto and they had left him a house, it was hard to process. I see. An awkward silence filled the room. Sakura broke it. I've been seeing Kurenai-sensei, learning some genjutsu. Kakashi-sensei also planned for me to learn medical ninjutsu. I guess I'll choose which one to specialize in once I've come to understand both. Naruto nodded but said nothing, earning a glare from Ino. He just smiled and waved her off. I came to apologize for the way I have treated you. Ino made me realize I was never fair to you. I should have been a better teammate, but I was not. She said with a sad smile, looking at him straight into his eyes. I'm also glad you know who your parents were. Naruto clasped his hands together. Now, that is some genuine feeling about that. Not that hollow apology you gave the other day. You don't have to shove this one up your behind. I hear you, but forgiveness isn't given that easily, Sakura. You were a crappy teammate. A nuisance to be around. But I suppose I must accept that you are growing as well. I will earn it. Sakura replied confidently. I just came for that. She seemed to have lightened up a bit. I have a meeting with Kurenai-sensei. I will see you someday. She stood up, and then left. You're cold. Don't say such cruel things, Ino. You'll hurt my feelings, he was saying that, but had an amused look on his face. He knew what she was talking about. But Ino has never seen just how Sasuke could be cruel and ungrateful. He wasn't going to let her go off so easy. He has been her hero since long and she had yet to learn to appreciate his efforts. She needed to sweat to earn his good graces. He wasn't that low on friends or heartbroken that he would simply brush off things because he wanted someone around him. Desperation would not rule him. It has never and never will. She first came me yesterday, but I didn't want to get involved. She came back today, and I felt sorry for her. She really does regret her actions. You must have really hit her hard for her to actually use her mind the right way. I did. Ino smiled proudly. Sakura is my friend and so are you. I don't want there to be problems between my friends when it can be avoided. I was lucky to have caught her while she was still reeling from Sasuke's rebuke. It also seems that Kakashi-sensei had some harsh words for her. Took long enough. He paused, staring at Ino. She had stayed behind because she wanted something from him. Ask, as you can see? I'm in need of rest. I came at a good time then. You'll answer me quickly because you want me to leave and then rest. Naruto groaned, rubbing his temple with his right hand. What he gotten himself into with this girl? She was going to be a nuisance if she didn't get her answers. You want to know about my parents? I suppose Kakashi-sensei didn't tell Sakura anything. Makes sense. He sighed, falling back on the couch. Physical tiredness was nothing compared to the mental one. It was most frustrating since the tiredness was being caused by things he was grasping straws just to understand. This house belonged to Minato Namikaze. And I am his son. Ino stared at him for a full moment. It didn't look as if she blinked. After that, she followed his posture. It kind of feels bad. It will be bad for Sakura. She has mocked you for not having parents and then suddenly realized that the reason your parents died was just so she could live. If not, this village could have been destroyed. Well, that is a look I want to see. To know that my parents saved your useless behind and I have continued doing it and you thank it all by mocking their deaths. Ino looked back at him with a sad smile. You sounded a little angry. Of course, I am. People don't know the truth, but the reality is I am the son of the man they hail so much as their greatest shinobi. I also took part in his greatness. My body was used to achieve his dream. Ino shook her head. The sad smile still lingered. She could understand the bitterness in Naruto. His own father was worshipped, yet he was loathed. He didn't have a choice and his father was the one who made the choice. She wondered if he even hated his own father for making him a Jinchuriki, for being the reason he had a miserable childhood. But who could have thought the Uzumaki Naruto was the surviving son of the Yellow Flash? It was ridiculous to imagine. Yet so real. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. How many blondes were in this village? Like Naruto. Sure, she too was blonde, but the light richness in Naruto's hair wasn't matched by anyone. That had to have been a trait he got from one of his parents. Ino had a lot to discuss with her father tonight, if he came home. How does it feel like to know that you're the son of the most famous Hokage in Konoha? And probably the most famous shinobi from the Konoha to have ever lived? Naruto stared into the ceiling. How did it feel? For him, he wasn't the son of the Hokage or Konoha's Yellow Flash. He was the son of Minato and Kushina. Nothing more and nothing less. He'd be better served to have parents who actually alive, even if they were nobodies. He glanced back at Ino and smiled. Sure, it is a little exciting, but I can't be too happy. Nothing here changes. Because it has been kept secret. I'm sure things will change once people learn the truth. She smiled happily. You're more of a prince than Sasuke is. He is the last Uchiha, but his father didn't die to save the village. Nobody can top that. Naruto laughed at Ino's childlike response. It was so simple. Exactly how a child would look at the situation. But he didn't think he should look at it in that way. I suppose nobody can top it. He said with amusement. Well, it's a pity my secret is a secret. I would have had you fawning over me, calling me Namikaze-sama at the academy. And no. Ino waved her hands quickly. Sasuke would have still been cute. What a way to ruin someone's moment. Naruto replied with a sigh. How do you think Kiba would respond? He's just going to bark with no bite. Maybe finally learn to respect you a bit? Ino answered quietly. Since we became shinobi, we've all been busy. We never even get the time to sit together and laugh. Your team is worse. When you come back, you spend a day and then go out again. Almost like you live for missions. We have a famous sensei and the last Uchiha. We'll always be picked for missions. It isn't like Asuma sensei isn't known around the shinobi world. Ino paused before adding. Well, it isn't like I enjoy going out of the village like you people. I enjoy my time around. And I'm fine with D-rank missions. It's a little dangerous outside. You can't run from that. I'm a child. Let me enjoy my childhood without fearing I want return from a mission. Sakura would have already told her the kind of dangers they faced in their missions. Surely, Ino would be averse to such risks, and with someone as lazy as Shikamaru, there would be no rush for their growth. As experiences have taught him, you could never quite please everyone. Having lived a long life, full of mistakes and other things done right, Hiruzen could quite easily say he had learned it all. But with life, the learning never stopped. At this age, what he has attained was wisdom. Perhaps it was wisdom that made him decide to take a weaker position with Kumogakure. After all, there was that possibility that the Raikage could come true to his word and wage war against the Leaf. Or maybe the man had been taking advantage of the fact that Konoha had just suffered massively in the Kyuubi attack. Either way, his decision had saved the Leaf. But it had not made everyone happy. Niji was a great asset to the village. He was quite skilled. Hiruzen didn't agree with how the Hyuga clan dealt with its clan matters, but that was clan business and he had no right to interfere in anything. Still, Niji was a shinobi under him, not the Hyuga. Hiruzen glanced at Hayashi through the corner of his eyes while standing by the window of his office. After a moment, he slowly walked behind his desk and settled carefully. "Thank you for coming, Hayashi. There is an important matter we must discuss." Hayashi stared, wondering what it could be. He hoped it had nothing to do with the caged bird seal. It was always a matter of interest with Sarutobi. But it was something Hayashi had found there and something he wasn't going to change. Maybe the next clan head could do so. Not him. "What is it?" "Young Niji-kun," Hiruzen said in a serious tone. "His hatred toward your daughter and everyone in the main branch is something that cannot be tolerated. He is already a chunin and does his work well for the village, however, his attitude is a problem." Hayashi narrowed his eyes. "I hope you're not going to interfere in clan business." "I have no intention of doing such. If I wanted, I could have gone to the Hyuga compound and talked to your elders. Not that it would have changed anything. No, the decision to sacrifice his father was taken because of what occurred. And we cannot pretend that we don't know why he is angry. He is already the best of his generation in your clan." Hayashi sighed. It wasn't that he hasn't thought of things. But Niji was stubborn as hell. The boy only looked at him with contempt. Even when he did try to make things easier. "I gave Niji the honor of training my daughters because of how skilled he is. I also wanted to make things easier for him. He is my nephew." But he was merciless with Hinata. Not that his disappointing daughter did anything to protect herself. She refused to strike. Even with Hanabi. If he trained the next clan head, he would have high standing. He is already a genius that we cannot ignore, even if he is from the branch family. But his bitterness over being branded and the loss of his father weighs on him heavily. He cannot see a clear path in the future because of it. Yes, but the cursed seal cannot be removed. It is for the protection of the Byakugan. I don't want to get into that. But I want him to know the truth behind his father's death. Hiruzen released a long breath. "In my eyes, he is similar to Naruto, with burdens. Though, his cannot be compared to Naruto-kun's. That is why I want to talk to him. And I need your help with that." Hayashi shook his head. "He is my nephew. I have been negligent for long enough. I will talk to him." The clan head answered. "But you want to use Naruto as an example. I heard that you have given him his father's house." "Yes. Does he not hate us? We knew that his own father died to protect the village and he was treated like trash in the village. Your own clan sure symbolized this much." Hayashi grimaced. The people in his clan had surely taken things seriously with the reputation. Even when Hinata had liked Naruto, she'd been repeatedly told to stay away from him. But they didn't know the truth. Surely, things would have been different. It wasn't like he'd done anything to better the situation either. He'd thought of his clan and nothing else. Unfortunately. But he has grown. Yes. And no, I don't believe Naruto hates us. As for the villagers, I don't think things are going to be that simple. He is loyal, but not desperate for their attention. He won't forget how they treated him. Some have already started to change. But the trauma is still there. He has nonetheless taken things seriously and is focused on making himself strong. The stone cast aside was surely going to be the one that would be used to build a stronger foundation for the future. Hayashi did not underestimate the power the blonde could wield in the future. He was now just a child, but he would soon become a household name. Another powerhouse the village would be proud of. This village did love the geniuses. A pity many of them have turned against Konoha. The thought of Niji turning against his clan sounded so ridiculous that he laughed it off. But even he couldn't dismiss the possibility. There was nothing the clan offered Niji. His own nephew. He had to change things. For the better. "I will send him to you once I have spoken to him. I will appreciate it. We must help the young ones, Hayashi. They easily lose themselves. Orochimaru had problems even at a young age, but I could not quite help him. Sasuke also has issues, and is in a fragile situation. That is why we are taking all measures possible to try to help them. For they are the future of this village. Without them, the future won't look bright." Truly, this generation had many weak shinobi. Konoha would certainly lose its honor as the strongest of the great nations. They would certainly become suspect to invasions. The leaf has not always been on the side of right in the past. In fact, it had always abused its position as the strongest. How far the village fell from the principles of the Shodai Hokage. When was the last time Naruto had ramen with the Sandame? He'd missed those days. To feel loved and cared for. Despite everything, he could never doubt that the old man loved him. If there had been any doubts, Naruto didn't think they'd still be friendly. He'd do his job as a shinobi of the leaf and that would be all. But he knew. He understood. Not the choices but that the old man had loved him. It was just difficult to reconcile with everything that has happened. The secrets. The lies. The pain and the suffering. Naruto had felt talking to the Sandaime didn't change anything but just made things worse. And so, he'd kept to himself. Naive decision. The mind couldn't hold on to everything without releasing. But still, running back to the old man like family wasn't an option. For this, he'd been invited. With his pending departure from the village, it wasn't unexpected and Naruto thought it best to indulge the old man. They'd eaten in silence. Naruto didn't complain. It didn't seem like the old man wanted to speak either. After that, Hiruzen had asked him to follow him. It wasn't for the first time that Naruto was taking a stroll through the streets with the old man. Many had whispered negative things about it. But it hadn't changed anything. Maybe then he'd considered sticking out his tongue out. You haven't been leaving the house lately. A statement but Naruto felt there was an unasked question. Been busy trying to learn about Fuinjutsu. Admittedly, I find it difficult to grasp. Hiruzen smiled. Both your parents were exceptional Fuinjutsu masters. It does seem to come natural for Uzumaki. More than anything, your mother's clan was famous for their use of the sealing art. A legacy that I shall fail to top. Naruto replied bitterly. He wasn't going to spend his time cooped up in Fuinjutsu scrolls. He was a Mokuton user. And he would focus on perfecting his control over it. Mokuton? Yeah. Naruto nodded in a quiet tone. For a moment, it felt like the streets had become quiet. Like there was no one and it was just him and the Sandaime Hokage. Well, I'll get the hang of it eventually. I'll take some scrolls with me. I'm still a brat, so there is always time for me to learn as time goes on. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. I've also learned. If you need any help, I will assist. Is there anything you did not learn? To be not impressed by the third was ignorance. The old man's knowledge when it came to ninjutsu was envious. He knew everything. It was no wonder he'd produced students such as the Sannin. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu don't always help in every situation. When it comes to battle, it is about finding the right balance. If you are a fire user, there is a challenge when you meet a wind or water user. It was always best to have an alternative. I've noticed. Fire works against me. Not only that but you can always use it to work for you. If you come across a skilled fire user, to escape weakness, you use Mokuton in conjunction with fire. While it takes away the destructive raw power of Mokuton, it gives you more burning power and lasting flames. Naruto was thoughtful for a couple of moments. He didn't even know which of his element was. Never thought of that. And never thought of using other elemental jutsu. The focus has always been Mokuton. Naruto released a long breath. He could learn other things. He had the clones and he would have the time. If you know your weakness, you can always use it to your advantage. Hiruzen said wisely. But even when your focus is on Mokuton, you have been doing well. It makes me proud. We have always wanted another Mokuton user. Not in such circumstances, but one was always wanted. Yamato is rather limited in his abilities despite Danzo's best efforts to train him. Even after stealing some of the Shodai scrolls. I suppose one thing I have in common with the Shodai is the large reserves of chakra. It does make it possible to use the other ridiculous jutsu that require a lot of chakra, Naruto explained lightly. It didn't take long before they reached the memorial stones. They stopped in front of the Yondaime stone. In its presence, Naruto sat down, legs folded, and stared at it. His father was buried there. Then where was his mother? A reminder of Kabuto talking about digging her up made him silently seethe. Whether the Sandaime noticed was a question to be asked. I wanted nothing more than for you to be treated as a hero. I was naive of course. But I also think it would have been possible. It nevertheless should have been me who died that night. Minato was still young in his reign. He should have let me sacrifice myself. I'd already lived long enough. Done enough for the village. Dying so that he may continue would have been best for the village. Some of the tragedies that have occurred may not have even occurred. Hiruzen said in a somber tone. Naruto listened and understood. It was always something he'd sensed. He didn't offer a response. It didn't seem like the Sandaime wanted one as he continued speaking. I know we've not done anything to earn your loyalty. This village has truly wronged you and still continues to do so. I'm at fault. I'm the leader and I have failed to lead effectively. But I don't want you to hate us. Hiruzen chuckled with bitterness. It would be wrong to say in the memory of your parents. Your mother died to protect you. Your father the village. You didn't have to suffer the way you did. Naruto looked up into the clear sky for a long moment before bringing his eyes down to the stone. I used to cry. Thinking it's not fair that such has to happen to me. What wrong did I do? I know I did nothing wrong. And that makes it difficult for me. I always wanted to be loved. To be wanted. But after Orochimaru, I just stopped wanting attention or anything. It was hard. Coming back home didn't do favors. I felt unwelcomed. The sadness in Naruto's voice broke Hiruzen. But I'm still here. To have friends is exciting. People you can chat with. People you can play with, well, train with in my case. Back at the academy, we always shared our dreams. The common one was of course being Hokage. But I always thought to myself, what is my dream? Usually, it was nothing grand. But just to be home. Loved by those around me and to have my existence acknowledged. That was all I'd asked for then. Maybe I still do. I don't hate this village. But as a consequence, I've just accepted things. I accept the world is cruel. I accept people can be unjust at times. I've become defeated. Yet, I want to rise above that. It's difficult. It's difficult to dream. While alone at that house, I wish I was a child. I wish my mother was there to scold me for staying up too late while studying. I wish she was there to cook me dinner. To wake me up in the morning to do my chores. It is all just sad thoughts. But I don't hate the villagers. I'm just sad, and really wish to be happy. To be free. To be able to have a grand dream. Is that too much to ask? It is not, Naruto. It is not. I thought as much. That is why I'm looking forward to tomorrow. He smiled. And Gigi, this ability is not because of Orochimaru. It is an ability of mine. 774 Chapter 9, Return. He should have known better than trying to sneak into the village through the walls. The Umbu had immediately surrounded him the moment he landed. Naruto smiled, with hands in the air. The walls were always being watched. For spies and enemies attempting to launch attacks on the leaf. In this world, you always had an enemy. Your power was what kept you free from trouble. A damn crazy world. Yet, Naruto smiled at the thought. He was born in this world. It had threatened to take over him with its madness, but he held firm. Hence, he could smile victoriously. This is some welcome back to the village, he said casually. Uzumaki? The leader of the group said in a question as if asking to confirm his identity. The one and only. Sure, he had grown up. His hair was much longer, reaching his shoulders, his face mature and he was taller, his body bigger than the shrimp he'd been. He covered himself with crimson coat with short sleeves. At the back, it had the Uzumaki crest marked in black, the word Uzumaki written below. He wore dark blue shinobi pants, a long-sleeved shirt. He didn't wear a headband, which allowed his hair to fall freely over his cheeks. Taking his word, the Umbu just vanished. They didn't leave trail behind. An envious ability. For the likes of him, to completely disappear was a thing for the dreams. His presence could only be hidden inside a barrier. If he wanted to hide, it could only be in battle. Assassination task? He'd get found out before he even appeared. He was a walking torch. With the Umbu gone, Naruto closed his eyes, faced the heavens with his eyes closed. A silent prayer. He'd come back home. After 3 years of hard training. He'd left as a brat, and now he was a fully grown adult. At last in his eyes. What awaited him remained to be seen. He looked back at the village. The buildings. The streets. The crowds that gathered along them. Nothing seemed to have changed. Not a damn thing. But that was good. This was the Konoha he'd left. A swirl of winds and Naruto was gone. Short-distance teleportation was a joy. Ever since learning Shunshin, he'd become fond of it. The easier method of traveling. But not so grand as the Nidaime Hokage's jutsu. Made famous by his father. He appeared in the streets. It was broad daylight. The sun was just above his head. The murmurs of people minding their own business. The sound of footsteps. The laughs. The yells. The chakra signatures that moved around the village. Naruto absorbed it all for a moment, while standing still. He was back in this damned village. His home. He was only able to take a couple of steps before coming to a complete halt. In a blur. A very fast blur that nearly caught him off guard, Sasuke appeared on his right side, in midair. His outstretched right hand encased with lightning. The movement was in a flash, with the Uchiha twisting around along with his jutsu. Some welcome. A mistake and he could have a blow on his right eye. Naruto held a single hand sign, while swiftly ducking under the lightning jutsu. It blew just past him, catching his air a little. As he was ducking, a sharp wooden spike sprouted from the ground, sped toward Sasuke. Tisk. Sasuke hissed. He should have known he wasn't going to hit even with a surprise attack. Besides, they were in the streets. In this environment, Naruto was going to be on high alert. The moment the blonde had ducked, Sasuke watched. The wooden spike came toward his gut in speed. If he didn't move, it was going to pierce through. No doubt even hit his spine. His left hand moved toward his hip, before disappearing in a burst of lightning. While rising, Naruto shifted his head to the right. A sword slid through just above his left shoulder, piercing through the collar of his coat. It stabbed the wooden spike in front of him. Slowly, Naruto turned around, and faced the stoic Uchiha. He grinned. "I should have skewered you, team." As he was saying that, Naruto moved his right hand in behind, touching the spike with his palm. It retreated to the ground, forcing Sasuke to move his sword as well. "I should have left you blind," Sasuke shot back, sheathing his sword. "Oh?" Naruto started releasing an immense amount of chakra with such sharpness that had the street frozen in fear as the villagers felt overwhelmed. The chakra was visible to the naked eye, cracking the very ground he stood on. Sasuke glared sharply. He'd known already that he could never compete in terms of chakra with Naruto. If he had tried releasing his own, it would have been a humiliation. But still, this was just ridiculous. How much chakra was one person supposed to have? "Do you want people to start panicking?" Sasuke asked calmly, pointing at the civilians on the sidelines. It wasn't just them only, some shinobi were on the rooftop. Naruto blinked once before dropping his chakra. He smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "It is embarrassing having to hear that from you. I'm surprised you forgot your position in this village. You're the same person they hated and feared. You've been gone for 3 years without a word, and when you return, I start attacking you." Naruto whistled. He was surprised Sasuke reasoned like that. "If you were conscious of that, you wouldn't have attacked me in the street." Naruto then grinned. "Unless of course, you didn't consider it then." When Sasuke glared, he laughed. "Idiots will always be idiots," says the idiot. Naruto slapped Sasuke across his shoulder, and smiled. "It's good to see you in good condition, team. And apparently a little bit smarter." Sasuke glanced at his shoulder. Naruto packed some strength in that movement. He must have been training physically to gain more physical prowess. Not that he needed any. But it was important for stamina. Once more, it wasn't like the blonde lacked any. Happy to see Naruto? Yes. But he wasn't going to admit that. Without the blonde in this village, things were a little dull. He didn't have any other friends. Kakashi was doing missions. He did too, and then just came back to hide, impatiently waiting for a friend to return home. And now, he would have a training partner. Maybe they would do missions together. But there were matters to be resolved. Something that made him bitter and a little angry. It wasn't the first time he was seeing Naruto since he departed. No, he saw Naruto about a year and some 8 months ago. It wasn't in circumstances he would have liked. "I need answers," Sasuke demanded. Naruto sighed. He should have expected that this would welcome him upon his return. It was most likely the reason Sasuke even attacked him like this. He turned around, rubbing his belly. "I'm hungry for ramen." "You're not going to get away from this. I want answers." Naruto, a curious eyebrow. Demanding as always. He did owe an explanation, but not in the way that Sasuke was going at it. "I just returned, Sasuke. I haven't had something to eat. Something that isn't cooked by me. Now, I want to get me some ramen, then I will talk to you." "You got a problem with that?" Sasuke stared for a moment and then frowned. Once more, he was losing it. He sighed. "Fine." He grunted. Flashback. Alarmed. No. Not quite. If this was the first time Naruto was seeing Itachi suddenly appear in front of him, he would have been. This was different. Though he was a little wary. Yet happy at the same time. It had been 6 months since he last spoke to a person. These days, he woke up and trained. Went hunting for food and then went back to training. Even talking to the bijou within him seemed like a good idea these days. Not being able to talk to anyone was getting to him. He'd even tried to gather the attention of the Umbu watching him, but the bastards flat out ignored him. True to what Jiraiya had said, they would only come to him if he seriously needed help or when there was an emergency. Thinking of them, why weren't they moving now to deal with the Uchiha? His eyes sharpened. He was ready to take a stance. Launch an attack and then flee. But he shook his head. Should I be worried? The Umbu are fine. Just resting. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments before nodding. My location here is hidden. Nobody but 3 people not here should know. And neither would have said anything. I was summoned here so you could not come here without one of them telling you. That left some uncomfortable questions. So uncomfortable felt he shouldn't have asked but rather just demanded what the Uchiha wanted from him and just continue with his business. If my organization knows? If your organization knows, then you're here to try to capture me. At which case, I will defend myself, said Naruto sharply. But if the subject is about Sasuke, someone told you. Which would raise some serious questions given that you're a S-rank criminal. Itachi didn't offer an immediate response. A lot of questions. He couldn't exactly tell Naruto that he had been given his location by the Sandaime Hokage. Who would even think the blonde was even at this location? The Akatsuki didn't know, yet. I came to talk about Sasuke. We spoke before. I don't think I want to indulge you since you don't want to indulge me. This was going to be a little difficult. But Itachi wasn't going to give anything away. You consider Sasuke your friend and you understand he is at a point where he can betray anyone for power, including Konoha. At this rate, Sasuke cannot win a battle against you. For Konoha, it is important to have the Uchiha. To have the Sharingan. He cannot even kill me without the same eyes as mine. This is why I have come for you. Don't you want him to achieve his dream of killing me? If he does so, he would be much easier to influence. Baiting him with such talk. It was fine. Naruto could permit it. As long as it was something Itachi wanted to do that would help Sasuke. You obviously need my help, which is why you came here. I'll help, but answer me. You're painted as insane in Konoha. Power corrupted you. But you look and sound perfectly sane to me. So, Itachi Uchiha, what could have driven you to do something so heinous? So evil. You not only killed the same people who gave birth to you, you killed children. Innocent lives that had yet to even understand what wrong is. You killed them. Yet only leaving Sasuke. Why? I left Sasuke so that he may avenge the clan. Itachi's expression didn't change as he thought of the look on his mother's face. He did what needed to be done. He'd already lived through many nights after the act. As for my actions, I have my reasons. The Kyuubi has a very interesting ability. It can sense negative emotions. If I'm clothed in its power, I can tell if you are good or bad, even if you hide your killing intent and put on a stupid smile. But I cannot sense even a little of negative emotion from you. Which is strange, considering. Naruto said in a hardened tone, eyes sharp. He then did a 180 and smiled. How can I help you? I want Sasuke to have the Mangekyo. Given his hatred for me, he cannot awaken it by killing me. Unless of course, someone decided to tell him the truth. But Itachi didn't want to take the chance. But if he killed you, unwittingly, his regret and grief would awaken it. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Are you asking me to die? No. I'm going to fight Sasuke. He will be at his most vulnerable when he cannot even use his Sharingan. In that point, I will give him an opening. He will go for the kill and that is when I will switch places with you. I'll take a hit that will kill me. I love Sasuke, but not that much. I'm told you have amazing healing abilities. And if you can see the attack coming, you can avoid a fatal attack. Sasuke only has to hit you, touch your blood. I will take it from there. Genjutsu? Yes. Why don't you just do it from the start? He might realize it. But if he strikes you, he cannot deny his own feelings. Besides, your blood will be on his hands. I will use Genjutsu to make it look as if I burnt your body before attacking him. This should give you an opportunity to heal. That is a risky gamble. I might die. I cannot even trust you. Your plan will require me leaving this place. Well, I can get the toads to summon me somewhere else. Flashback end. Naruto couldn't stop his drool as Ayam brought a large bowl of miso ramen. He wanted all the flavors. He should get a bowl of pork after this one. He clapped his hands, the chopsticks in between, and then said his prayers before dishing it. There was no savoring. He didn't even notice the look of disgust in Sasuke as he devoured his meal. The next one was already in front after the second was done. It was only when he was on the third that he spoke. How long have you been back? A couple of months. I thought we'd return around the same time. I wasn't done with my training. Naruto paused. What was it? The order had come but he'd asked for more time to finish a couple of things. Is he still alive? Shouldn't you be telling me that? You're the one who seems to have some connection with him. After all, you plotted with him. Naruto shook his head. He came to me and I agreed to help because this was good. Even if I had to take some risks. I haven't seen him since. I thought you'd have gone to hunt him. Sasuke glared at his own bowl. I really thought I'd killed you. He told me you were dead because I was weak. And then proceeded to torture me over it. When I came to, he was gone, and it was just your blood. Only a week later when Kakashi-sensei came to visit did he let me know you were alive. But wouldn't tell me anything because he didn't know. I concluded you were working with that man. Like I said. He came to me and I agreed to help out. You're not going to thank me. Thank you. Sasuke scoffed. I thought I'd killed you. Naruto smiled, a small sad smile. I'm happy that you consider me a friend, Sasuke. In any case, I thought you'd have already gone out to hunt him down. Sasuke let slip of a slight frown on his lips. I'm still looking for him. And since he is in the Akatsuki, he is surely to be with his partner. I can't go in alone. I need you to handle the partner while I make that man pay for his crimes. Well, Sasuke had certainly grown. He was level-headed when talking about Itachi. Surprising, given his reactions in the past. Welcome. Yes. An important part that surely would do him favors in the future. You do know that the Akatsuki is the same organization that is reportedly hunting Jinchuriki? I spoke to the Sandaime Hokage about it. Sasuke replied. The main reason we were sent away was to deal with the danger. I know I'm ready. I don't know about you. But no doubt if you'd been refused that opportunity, you would have just left the village. Naturally. Nothing is going to stop me from avenging my clan. I suppose we are different in that way. Then again, I never knew my clan. So I can't be hell-bent on revenge against those who destroyed my home. Naruto said in a sad tone. He would have most likely grown up in Uzushio if his mother had seen that the situation here was bad. Brought up in the ways of the Uzumaki. They understood sealing. His clan has been used by this village as hosts for the Kyuubi. His clan wouldn't have seen him as the Kyuubi. But that too, he was robbed by circumstances that occurred way before he was born. Kakashi-sensei told me about your clan. I found it ridiculous that you came from such a clan when nobody even knows about it. Naruto laughed bitterly. That is the frustrating part. The Uzumaki symbol is worn by shinobi and they may not even know its history. Well, forgotten relics are just what they are. Relics of the past that nobody wants to know. And you're fine with that? If I were you, I'd be mad. True, the Uchiha founded this village with the Senju, but throughout the Senju have always been friends with the Uzumaki. The clan crest in shinobi clothing is symbol of that. Not to mention, your mother was specifically brought to this village just to be a Jinchuriki. And who thanks you for it? People are thankless. I've accepted that long ago. When you think like that, you become just a bitter walking stick. Unable to move on, see the future because you can only hate. I cannot make myself miserable like you, Sasuke. I'm not miserable. Says the guy who has no friends. Naruto's tone was sharp. How is our former teammate anyway? Fine, a little less annoying. But she has improved. I'm sure you'll be impressed with her. Yet, the Uchiha displayed no outward emotion. His voice was just flat. Coming from you, I'll take it. I'll help you. Just to see what life will be like after you've achieved your dream. Naruto then stood up. Well, I need to report to the Sandaime. I'll see you around. Come in. Maybe Hiruzen was a little too excited, but how could he help it? He hadn't seen Naruto in 3 long years. He only received reports from the Umbu. Even Jiraiya hadn't bothered coming here. He only sent reports. Then again, there was a lot occurring that needed investigating. Too much that could threaten the peace of this village. One could only enjoy peace as long as it lasted in this world. When Naruto stepped into the office, he smiled happily. The blonde had truly grown. His body structure. His sharp eyes. They were not cold, but sharp. The longer hair that covered both sides of his face, almost hiding it. He certainly did feel powerful. It was necessary. For the challenges that lay ahead needed him to be powerful. Not just for his sake but for the sake of the hidden leaf as well. Naruto, my boy, you really have grown. I didn't expect you'd have grown this much. Hiruzen exclaimed happily, resisting the urge to get up and hug the boy. It turns out, physical training builds up body muscles. And it also helps when you're eating the right food. The aim was to be fit and proper. To be able to handle the power within him. You have shrunk, a little. Hiruzen chuckled lightly, stroking his chin. I'm old. I shouldn't even be sitting behind this desk, but there is no one to relieve me. A pity. But I don't think this village would ever be the same without you as its Hokage. You've been present for so long. Naruto tried to sit down, but the third raised his right hand. Can we take a walk? I've been cooped up in here and would like to get some fresh air outside. Why not? Naruto replied with nonchalance. Soon enough, they were in the streets. The aged Hokage in his red and white robe, hands folded behind. He welcomed the greetings of the villagers with a warm smile. It was a familiar thing to Naruto. The third has always been respected by the villagers, even when they've often questioned his decisions. Truly, his loss would even be greater than the loss of his father, on an emotional level at least. Some grew with the old man as Hokage and now they had kids of their own and the old man still led. Your father garnered much love and respect, but even then, when I decided to make him Hokage, the villagers grumbled. They claimed he was too young to lead. Naruto was honestly surprised to hear this. He'd thought people would have rejoiced at the thought of the yellow flash becoming their Hokage. To be Hokage, you really had to be accepted by the people. It was the people you were leading after all. The majority did support him and soon enough, they welcomed the change. It was a pity, his reign was cut short. Admittedly, I didn't want him to become Hokage then. It was that we had lost too many people in the war. When I called an end with IWA when we were in a position to destroy the village, some claimed I had lost the plot. I decided to resign because of it. What was the purpose of this talk? The demands of being Hokage? Naruto had never thought about it that deeply. The Hokage is one who can be accepted. Nonetheless, it is possible to take it by force. The villagers do not decide who becomes leader. It is decided for them. But once you become leader, anything else becomes secondary. Your main focus becomes the village and fulfilling your roles. I admit, things with my own family have not been always good because of my duties. You hardly have time for home. And so often, you must make the decision over who you must send out to die. You make those decisions daily. When I send you out, I know there is possibility you might not return. This world is not fair. Just because you're kind, it doesn't mean everyone will be kind. People will take advantage of you. Naivety makes many fall into holes. I was a victim of this myself despite my experiences. If you ever want to be a leader, you must think of this, Naruto. You must realize that it is not about you, but the whole village. Everyone looks at you for decisions. You can't be indecisive or else everyone will fall along with you. Naruto stared at the road ahead. The old man was speaking in a slow yet firm tone. Just so he doesn't miss a damn word. He knew where they were heading, the memorial stones. It seems that you carry a lot as Hokage. I may have looked at it differently. Then again, when you're sitting at the other side of things, there are some things you cannot see. Indeed. I'm not going to ask. But I'm telling you that you may consider this no matter what you decide for your future. Aren't you just saying that because you want me to aspire being Hokage? Hiruzen smiled. Perhaps. I consider it would be the only thing that cements your place here. But to get there, you would have been accepted and found a place in the hearts of the villagers. That will take some doing. But not impossible. Naruto sighed. I'm not really thinking about that. I just want to find happiness for my life. But who knows what the future holds? Nobody really knows. No matter how powerful you are, don't ever think it is predictable. It will be your downfall, Hiruzen said. He then changed the subject. I'm told you've learned a bit about Fuinjutsu and controlling the power of the Kyuubi. Naruto nodded. I thought it would have been a shame for me to be an Uzumaki who doesn't know anything about Fuinjutsu. I don't know much. But just barriers, when it comes to the power of the Kyuubi. Jiraiya was insistent. He claimed my father wanted me to use the power, that was why he sealed the power inside me. Hence he made a key to unlock the Kyuubi. Hiruzen had worried about Naruto when Jiraiya told him of his decision to release the Kyuubi. He'd been afraid of the bijou going loose. They arrived at the stones and Naruto did as he did last time. He settled down, with his legs folded. Hiruzen did the same. Do you mind if I smoke? Naruto shook his head. Hiruzen took out his pipe. A quick fire jutsu and he lit it up. Is it secure? Naruto laughed at the thought of the Kyuubi breaking free. He could imagine the panic. It wasn't funny. But he still laughed. Perhaps it was the bitterness. Yeah. There is another safe I created. But you truly cannot use the full power without its cooperation. Naruto said with a sigh. The best thing is that you can use it to compete with other Jinchuriki. You were the only Jinchuriki who could not use the power of your bijou. And that had put us at a disadvantage. Hiruzen paused, adopting a thoughtful look. How was your time away? Fruitful. I missed friends. I missed being around people. People who care for you. Sasuke was mostly likely the person who missed you the most. Hiruzen replied with a chuckle. He kept asking me when you'd return and if he couldn't go join you. Naruto laughed hearing this. He couldn't imagine Sasuke doing that. But it was understandable. It serves him right for being unlikable. He made a choice not to make friends. And he pays for it. And he could have made friends. It would have been easier for him. Hiruzen shook his head with disappointment. But that was the path Itachi set. Perhaps he'd not thought of it deeply. Do you think Sasuke would ever turn on this village? Naruto stared at the stone for a long minute and then adopted an expressionless mask. You're not the only one who has asked me that question. If I was stupid, I wouldn't notice what isn't said. Itachi has said something similar. It is not whether he would betray the village but rather whether he will turn on the village. It seems to me like there is a reason he would turn on Konoha. Looking underneath, huh? He seems grown now. But Sasuke is prone to anger. He has been filled with hate for long. There is a possibility that if he stops hating his brother, he will find something to fill that void. He doesn't even think about reviving his clan. He only thinks about killing his brother and nothing after that. That is my concern. I'm sorry I have to put you in this position. But if you had to choose between him and Konoha, what would you choose? What is right? Are those the kind of decisions you have to make? Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Yes. But in my old age, there was a time I refused to make decisions and allowed others to do so for me. Naruto released a long breath. He just came back and already, he was pushed to this situation. This world is as bad as I've seen it. I really hate the shinobi world. It has truly corrupted my way of thinking. Naruto said in a flat tone. Many have been corrupted. It is certainly not the kind of world the Shodai wanted. But to change human nature seems to be something we cannot really do. The Kage are powerful but feudal lords are more powerful. We always need their support. Shinobi villages primarily depend on financial support from the feudal lords. If the feudal lord demands, we can be forced into war with another village. The Earth feudal lord is an example for this. In the past, he has ordered invasions on neighboring countries because he wanted to expand his power. The shinobi system, well, this has been enlightening. Naruto thought the Sandaime felt he needed to understand this world before he moved. Perhaps this was the right time to talk. Once he starts moving, his name will revolve around the shinobi world. There will be interests. For whatever dream he had, understanding how this world works was important. As if reading his mind, the Sandaime spoke again. You have trained to become strong. I thought it was important you understand this much. I don't want you moving blindly. I've hidden much from you. But awareness in your part helps you make better decision, for your sake and those around you. I thought this was better than just smiling, expressing happiness over your return. I appreciate it. To walk blindly means falling into traps that could have been avoided. There will be a lot that I will be doing. I'm glad. Hiruzen sounded relieved. But there is more. What? The Fire Lord has learned that there is a son of the Yellow Flash. He was a fan of your father. He sent me a message demanding to know why this was kept from him. He says that the loss of the Yellow Flash and the Uchiha left the Fire Nation looking weak. The Lightning and Earth now claim the top spot. Why don't I like the sound of that? He wants to use the fear of the Yellow Flash to elevate the status of the Fire Nation. Now that you have returned, it is going to come out. You're likely to be summoned to the capital. Hiruzen put a hand on his shoulder as he stood up. It is only going to be dangerous for you. Enemies of your father might come. Those with irrational fear might come. Remember, it was the mention of his name that had men trembling in fear. IWA went to the drawing table and called it truce because of him. If you're his son, people will naturally think you know the jutsu that made him feared. You're not going to ask? Hiruzen shook his head. I don't have the right. I know the Umbu didn't see everything. You did hide under a barrier when doing some training. You're allowed to keep your secrets. In his sleepy eyes, Naruto went toward his door. It was just about 7 p.m., but he was tired. A long day. Arriving at Konoha, cleaning the house. Perhaps even the tiredness of the past 3 years was getting to him. When he opened he found Ino standing there, hands folded across her huge rack. She couldn't mistake her. She had grown in all sides. But most especially, her chest. Naruto almost laughed. He'd never thought of such things before. He blamed Jiraiya for making him read his perverted books. Admittedly, they'd been the only things that kept his mind away from training. He smiled, now awake to the presence of the girl before him. My, Ino. You look beautiful. And you've grown the right way. He said, not staring at her bust but into her eyes. Ino moved closer and then drove a punch into his gut. Naruto felt it. If he hadn't been fully awake at seeing her, he now was. She was glaring at him. He knew why. But it was surprising that she hadn't said a word. She was hardly the silent type. He smiled. I guess I deserved that. Damn right you did. Ino exclaimed. I should have hit you harder or just gone for the family jewels. Naruto took a step back from the door and then became serious. You don't play like that, Ino. And you don't just leave the village without telling your friend. I could understand why you didn't tell Sakura, but me? She was shouting, frustrated and angry. Naruto took the time to think. He could imagine just how frustrated she must have been. Coming to his house and not finding him. After a week she would have asked Sakura and maybe realized he was gone. In fairness, that Sasuke too was gone should have been a hint. But maybe because he hadn't said anything and she knew his difficult position, she'd not thought so. Was it hard? Of course it was. I was worried that something might have happened to you. My dad wouldn't say anything. He said he didn't know anything and seemed genuinely surprised. Even Kurenai-sensei was surprised. I couldn't ask the Sandaime and so, I only learned from your sensei that you'd gone away for training. He wouldn't have broken any rule if he'd hinted to her that he was leaving. Truly, he didn't think of her. Or how she would feel. Perhaps he'd not put their friendship in the same value as she did. But now he realized just how much she valued their friendship. He smiled apologetically and spread his arms wide. Come to me. If I didn't miss you, I would move over such an invitation. She said that as she walked over to him. He wrapped his hands around her, pulling her closer. She smelled nice. And felt warm. The body of a woman. I'm sorry for not telling you anything, Ino. I'm sorry you worried for me. I missed you, you know? Ino replied in a quiet tone, still held up in his arms. He was warm. His broad shoulders held her place. She could almost stay like this. He had certainly grown into a good young man. Before her thoughts could wander, Ino pulled away and stared into his eyes. Those clear eyes that seemed to hold some mysteries. Yet so sharp she couldn't hold the stare. I was going to sleep, but let us go somewhere and catch up. He smiled broadly. For I too have missed you, Ino. I'd like to catch up with all the latest gossip. She folded her arms, puffed up her cheeks. Who said I know any gossip? It's okay if you don't. I think today I can do with just staring at you. Don't say things like that. You'll make me uncomfortable. Naruto laughed. Says a person who almost blushed? He paused, leaned over as he whispered, but really, I wouldn't mind staring. You're pleasing to the eye. If I had known, this is what welcomed me, I would have sought out for you the moment I returned and lock you up in this house for some quality time while watering you. Ino allowed her mind to wander about the watering part. She fought off a blush and quickly turned away. I know a good place. Hi, Naruto said casually. He closed the door behind and made sure it was locked before following Ino. She led him into a barbecue restaurant. No doubt, the kind of place she visited with her teammates. She could imagine Chuji sitting here, frying his meat, chewing and uttering words at the same time. Different from when he was eating chips where you'd only hear munch munch. They were settled by a corner. The adults were eating and laughing while drinking. Ino was staring. Shouldn't it be the opposite? He ignored her, looking at the heaters that in a couple of moments would be making that sound, steam rising as they cooked their food. He'd missed such moments. No, to be out. He didn't have many of them in the village with his teammates. He did have those moments with Sasuke. But never like so. So close, cozy and perhaps personal. This was Ino with him. A girl. This was truly a foreign land for him. It came with growing up. So, what did I miss? I want to hear about you. You don't seem to have changed. The only thing different about your personality is your gaze. I can't mention that you know how to speak to a girl. Naruto chuckled lightly. Know how to speak to a girl? He'd always known how to talk to people. To do it better was merely considering how they would feel to what you would say, taking into account their personality. With a foreign person, it was a difficult task. He could comment about her bust and Ino wouldn't take offense, but for Sakura, it would be. And he couldn't say the same to Kurenai. To her, he was probably still a child, and even if he was an adult, she wouldn't permit such remarks. I spent the last 3 years in an island, Ino. There was nothing for me to do aside from training, sleeping and recovering. And then, hunting for food. There was no one to speak. Only Jiraiya came to visit every now and then. Ino stared at him. She didn't say anything as their uncooked food was brought before them. Ino had ordered a bottle of sake. Immediately, she went straight into putting the meat into the pan, to start cooking. She opened the bottle and then poured for both. Are you serious? Naruto nodded. A rather lonely time. I would have appreciated it if you came with me. Ino scoffed. Lies, she exclaimed. You didn't beg me to come with you. You just disappeared without telling me anything. You're not going to let that go, are you? Who knows? You might just disappear again tomorrow. Naruto sighed. He summoned a bottle similar to that of Ino. He didn't enjoy drinking. But he had been given some alcohol by the toads. He had ended up training in their world after being summoned to speak to the sage. An interesting conversation that had been. So, how has your life been? You started dating yet? What about your career? Dating? No. I haven't met anyone I liked. Ino replied in a quiet tone. Besides, no one in our age group has started yet. Well, at least I haven't missed much. I became a chunin. Ino said proudly. Naruto clapped his hands. Well done, he said happily. We are of the same rank, now. Who outranks me? Sasuke? Niji. Well, no surprises there, but it is a bit insulting that the Uchiha will have seniority when we do missions. Let's not talk about your girlfriend. Ino said before taking a sip of her sake. Naruto laughed. Don't say such things, Ino. You know I don't swing that way. I can show you if you want. Ino felt a chill down her spine. His eyes told her he was serious. A mischievous part of her wanted to dare him. If she was dealing with just anyone, she would have broken ranks. But this was Naruto. He was just as daring. Besides, she just wanted to talk to him. She didn't care if it took all night and became drunk in the process. What are you drinking anyway? Something hard. You'll get wasted soon if you try. I can take care of myself, Uzumaki. Naruto smiled and poured for her. She then took a sip and then grimaced before trying to hide it. He was almost pitiful, you know. We sat one day and even thought of inviting him over for a get-together. Without you, he was just lost in the village. I'm surprised Sakura didn't drop everything to try to marry him and cook for him. Ino giggled. It isn't like she didn't try. You're kidding. Her feelings have not changed a bit. She has become a good kunoichi. Admittedly, better than most of us, but when it comes to Sasuke, she is still the same little girl. Naruto shook his head. Perhaps she really loves him. In an unhealthy way. Naruto shrugged. Love is love. People have different ways of expressing it. Oh, how do you express it? Naruto motioned for Ino to lean over. She did so and he whispered something into her ear. She quickly pulled away, her face flushed over. She coughed a bit, as if she was choking on her food. Naruto laughed at her reaction. How cute, he said. For someone who was living alone, you filled your mind with dirty thoughts. One can be creative. Naruto shrugged. It didn't take long for the alcohol from the land of the toads to kick in. He had warned her. The staff was made for the stomachs of talking animals, not a person. The things that made humans drunk couldn't even do a damn thing to a fully grown toad. A small bottle for him would maybe enough for him to start noting that he was drinking, but for a toad, that was not even enough to dilute the saliva in its mouth. When Ino started slurring her words, Naruto didn't permit her to continue talking. She was going to end up saying things she wouldn't if not drunk. He would rather not have that. Maybe if he too was drunk. It would make things fair. He knocked her out, and watched her fall over, sound asleep. He continued eating for a while before calling it quits. He picked up the girl and put her on his back. Good thing he knew where she lived. It would have been bothersome. He didn't want to take a drunk teenage girl into his house. Her gate was locked. A clone appeared in a puff of smoke before jumping the fence. A couple of minutes later, the man he recognized very well opened the gate. Inoichi had been asking him questions after his return to the leaf. The man had a rather stern look on his face. Inoichi-san. Naruto greeted respectfully. She came to my house and we went to catch up. She got a little too excited. He explained lightly. Inoichi just sighed as he took the girl from Naruto. Thank you for bringing her back home. Of course. Naruto said, and then disappeared along gusts of wind. Inoichi shifted his eyes toward Ino and then walked into his home, wondering what he was going to do with her. Well, at least Naruto was a good boy. He had brought her back home after all. Having been around for long, Inoichi knew that boys didn't do that. The following day. It really wasn't funny seeing Sasuke at his doorstep, but Naruto couldn't help himself. Nobody told the Uchiha that he couldn't make friends. He had chosen the life of being a loner and he had to contend with it. Not just appear in other people's houses early in the morning because he was bored. You had to sleep in the bed that you made and you couldn't drag other people with you. What do you want? Sasuke stared at Naruto for this kind of response. He knew when he was not being wanted but he wouldn't just leave. This was Naruto, so he could ignore any form of complaint of his presence. I haven't had anyone to challenge me since I awakened my Mangekyo. I was hoping you could indulge me. Indulge, such a word came from Sasuke's mouth. He wasn't being forced but he was being asked. It was really funny and sad at the same time. He almost pitied the Uchiha. Surely, he did want someone to fight with him to test his powers, but it may also be that he just missed training with him. Naruto didn't feel like crossing paths with Sasuke. He honestly would rather sleep. His body wasn't steel. It was flesh and blood. He needed his rest. Are you that bored? He asked with an expressionless mask. It is not a matter of boredom. I just want to make sure I am ready before I go to face Itachi. You should know if you're ready or not. My strength and Itachi are nothing alike. You should really make friends, Sasuke. If you feel that you don't have anything to say to those in our group, I can understand that. You can make friends with Umbu. They are more of your type. Do you want to or not? No. I'm tired. I just want to enjoy my peace before I get busy. Besides, what the Sandaime had said, his immediate future required a clear mind. He needed to think things carefully. He needed to prepare himself to deal with the hyenas in the fire capital. There was no doubt he was going to be summoned once the Sandaime stops with the pushing. While it would make him famous, it would also make him a target of hunters who enjoyed exchanging people's heads for bounty. Are you that afraid of facing me? Naruto laughed. It was a mocking laughter that made Sasuke's glare intensify. I've never been afraid of facing you, dear Sasuke. Surely you have improved, and I will grant you that. But don't confuse things. Go to missions if you're bored. I want to rest. I just came back from 3 years of non-stop training. Sasuke was silent for a couple of moments before grunting. I've done 1 or 2, but it's nothing when I'm alone. Would you join me if I requested one? Yes, but not now. Give it a few days, will you? Naruto released a long breath. I also want to go out and get my body checked. Just to make sure I'm perfectly healthy. Is there something wrong? Nothing. I've just had a couple of accidents that were healed quickly. I want to make sure there was nothing outward about it. Sasuke nodded and then hesitantly turned away. Naruto sighed. You really look like a stray dog, he said. Come in, he said, opening his door. Don't treat me like charity. Are you coming in or not? I don't have all day. I'll come back later. You said you wanted to go to the hospital. I have a couple of things I want to do myself. Are sure that's not your pride? Sasuke didn't respond, he just departed. Naruto shook his head as he closed the door behind. Now, that was just sad, he said, closing the door behind him. Sakura had rushed to examination room 26 with a chat at hand. She'd been told that her former teammate was in the hospital. An appointment had been made. That Naruto was back in the village had spread like wildfire. There was nobody who didn't know. She had come to realize that he was likely the only person everyone in the village knew and could recognize. You didn't have to mention his name, just his description, and it would be followed by, "Oh, him." She stopped by the door, her heart thrusting with slight chest pains. She hadn't seen him in years. She was apologizing to him the last time they spoke. After a moment, Sakura steeled herself and walked into the room. She didn't see anything she was expecting to see. He was different. From head to toe. She smiled nervously after meeting his stare. She didn't know whether to show excitement or not. Or how he would respond to her smile. Oh, Sakura. Naruto paused, staring. He then smiled. Been a while. Yeah. She didn't get closer but held the clipboard close to her chest. You work here? She nodded and then took a step closer. Managing a smile, she said. It is good to see you, Naruto. I'd honestly missed you. Naruto wasn't going to lie. He wasn't going to say he wouldn't believe it based on evidence of the past. It is good that I came here then, he said, smiling. Well, get closer. Sakura looked at the clipboard, reading what Naruto wanted. Can you lie on your back? But please take off your shirt first. Had it been someone else, he would have quickly made a cheeky remark. Maybe in the past as well. But he really didn't feel like it. Seeing Sakura didn't actually make him happy. Nor sad. He was just indifferent. Perhaps because he didn't give her space in his mind during the past 3 years. He did as instructed and lied on his back. Sakura took notice of his toned chest. The developed muscles that some would envy. There was no doubt, Naruto certainly did some heavy lifting. You'd think such was the symbol of happiness. But usually, it was not always the case. She noticed the letters written like a straight line in the inside of his wrist. It wasn't just on the right one but on both. What are those? She asked, looking carefully. She held his arm. There were some marks she recognized from that of an explosion tag. She smiled. Naruto had always loved to carry those tags. If someone had said his pillow was filled with them, she wouldn't have denied it but just accepted it. Ah, those, just something that helps me imprint certain marks by chakra when I use certain jutsu. Sakura tilted her head to the side. People usually use special seal. When it comes to Fuinjutsu, certain marks can be printed using chakra. Of course, it depends on what you're marking. Naruto explained lightly. Explosives? Naturally but not quite. Sakura shook her head. She placed both her hands on Naruto's abs. Felt the tight skin. She moved toward his chest and pressed in between. His heart rate normal. Her hands glowed green, and she ran them through his chest, slowly as she did. After a couple of moments, she moved onto his arms, the full length, and then went to her clipboard, and then wrote a couple of things. Can't see any problem, physically at least. Why did you want to get checked? Orochimaru and his experiments? He wasn't going to tell her that much. It was going to need some hard tests to get things done. I'd busted both my hands when applying these marks. A tag has chakra within it to set off an explosion, right? So, I infuse my own chakra. I did something wrong at both wrists went boom. Healed completely. But there was a bit of a problem when they healed. The chakra points around my hands appeared blocked. I had to force them open. I don't know if that had some negative consequences. Sakura thought of it for a moment before replying. I could speak to my master to look at you. Or you could get someone with a Byakugan go look at your chakra system. The Byakugan has the best vision when it comes to the chakra system. Thanks. Hinata will do. And who is your master? Tsunade-sama. The Sannin? Yeah. Naruto nodded his head. Have you heard anything from Kakashi-sensei? Naruto shook his head. Why? I thought maybe he would have spoken to you about how we would go back to being a team again. Just like the old days. Naruto laughed. Old days, Sakura? It took a moment for her to get his meaning and then she blushed. Not exactly like old days, but you know, better. We might hear from him soon. I just came back. Need my time to rest. Well, I wouldn't complain either way. Naruto said, putting on his shirt. He got up from the bed and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. You feel strong, Sakura. I'm happy you two have improved. Sasuke tells me you're no pushover anymore. I commend that. When Naruto stepped out of the hospital, he found the clone of Jiraiya waiting for him. He knew it was a clone. His sensory abilities had gotten much stronger since he attuned himself to nature to get hold of chakra control and manipulation, even sensing the natural energy around. He followed the clone to a hot spring. The Sannin was giggling, scribing on a notebook while peeking through the holes of a wooden fence. He sighed, so that was how the Sannin made his research into books. And to think that the legendary Sannin was a full-sized perverted geezer. He was certainly old. If he was the one doing this, it should be expected. He was just a brat after all. Without saying anything, Naruto lifted his right foot. Eh? Jiraiya questioned. It wasn't a gentle kick that hit him on his behind. It was brutal. It slammed his face into the fence, breaking through in a heap as he fell into the pool of hot water. Ah! The loud shrieks. He wasn't sweating. It was just the water in his face. How the ladies got their towels within seconds and were already surrounding him, looking murderous, was beyond him. Pervert! Someone spat on him. He caught himself from reminding the girl that he was not a pervert but a super pervert. Their murderous intent blocked off such thoughts. He raised his hands. I swear I wasn't peeping. I was just passing by when someone kicked me. Oh, then we shall also kick you out of here. Please wait. A bruised Jiraiya found Naruto sitting on tree branch, looking at the children playing on the swings. He wanted to shout at the blonde for being cruel. Maybe he could use what he learned as material, but the blonde didn't have to kick in him like that. Jiraiya jumped onto the tree, and stood by the other side, his back away from Naruto, arms folded across his chest. Before Orochimaru came around, I used to sit here, watching the others play. Sometimes, I would try to play with them but they would go away. Or just tell me to go away. It just left me alone. He laughed. A part of me really wants to go now and have a swing. Do you think it will be able to carry me? You want to break children's toys? Well, I'm also a child. Not that kind of a child. I suppose it would be a stretch going that far. He paused. How may I be of assistance, Jiraiya? Or should I say Godfather? If you said Godfather with emotion, I would very much prefer it. Naruto just shrugged. You know that I have been making points on Orochimaru's hideouts and battle power. Yes. Well, Sensei also told me about your fellow Uzumaki. We have found her. But she appears to work closely with Orochimaru. Usually, wherever she is, he is not too far away from her. If we get her, we've assumed that she knows a lot about him. If she is captured, she'll have to spend some time with Ibiki to tell us what she knows. That is fine. She is tormenting people as well. But what do you mean if? She changes location frequently. But the next time we are fixed on her location, I will send you information. I imagine that is a mission you want to take part in. Obviously. Of course, Karen and Naruto weren't the only Uzumaki Jiraiya had met. There was Nagato. But he was dead. So there was no point in bringing him up. He didn't want to fill Naruto with hope about there being other Uzumaki scattered around the elemental nations. How goes the plan to eradicate the Sannin? Should be done. But Orochimaru has been hiding well recently. Tracking him is difficult. You hear a sight of him and when you get there, he is gone. He has truly mastered the art of hiding under the radar. Naruto frowned. So, that wasn't happening soon. He would get his hands on Orochimaru. It was disappointing. He was never comfortable with knowing that Orochimaru was still alive. That aside, he knows about our plans. And my sources tell me that Kabuto has been seen around the Kazekage a bit too frequently. The Kazekage has denied this, but we have several reports which makes it suspicious. Does Suna have a war with Konoha? No. In fact, it heavily relies on us. But there is no denying that they are hiding their connections with Orochimaru's number 2. What a chaotic world. You really cannot enjoy the calmness. It is like it punishes you for going against the natural order. Naruto replied. It is the nature of shinobi to fight. Leaders are always thinking about what is best for their nations. If an invasion is what secures their food security, they'll do it. This is why wars have been started for simple reasons. It was a world that Jiraiya had hoped to change. A world he'd hoped to bring into a halt, but he was growing old without realizing his dreams and there was no one he could pass them on to. So there could be troubling brewing with Suna. Yes. Unless we can somehow end it before anything starts. But that isn't your problem. Just be ready for a fight with Orochimaru. You are ready for him, yes? You can never be sure. Naruto replied with a shrug. And the Akatsuki? No movements as yet. But still deadly. Iwa and Sun have been using them recently. They function as mercenary. I assume neither know their true objective. They are a powerful group. Nothing about their leader. If the likes of Itachi and Orochimaru can be controlled by one man, then their leader has to be powerful. Naruto sighed. He was going to be a busy person. To be in all kinds of danger. At least we took some time to prepare. Hopefully, things don't get that deep with Suna. Don't have those hopes. Shinobi listen to power. Diplomatic talks have not always solved anything. They only come when power has done the damage. Jiraiya said in a firm tone. I understand. Chapter 10. It was every child's dream to have a mother. If there was a way to revive the dead, Naruto wouldn't waste time reviving his mother. For he wanted nothing more than to meet her again. Her disappearing presence, though only a couple of moments, had left a permanent mark in his heart. Her warmth when she hugged him. The power of her hit when she smacked him. It had felt motherly. A foreign term in his world. Naruto wanted more of it. He wasn't obsessive over it that he would become Orochimaru. No, he had already considered his options and knew what was best and what was not. Certainly, there was nothing immoral about it. As long as the method didn't sacrifice people. His mother wouldn't be pleased to know she had been revived using such a method. How Naruto wished he could get inside the mind of the Nidaime Hokage. When it came to creating corrupted things, the man had no peers. He was far ahead of his time. Naruto released a long breath and glanced up in the sky. He wanted to stare into the clear sky, but a bird caught his attention. It was huge and a chakra construct. He didn't get up from his sitting position but just kept his stare. Even when it was charging toward him in speed, he didn't move. Wooden splinters burst from the ground around him as the large bird neared him. They moved swiftly toward the bird, ripping it apart upon contact. Naruto raised an eyebrow when it burst into blank ink. He noticed the person who jumped away from the bird as the attack struck, but he was fascinated by the jutsu he had seen. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Sai landed a distance away from Naruto, surprised that Naruto wasn't even paying him attention. It was like the blonde didn't consider him that much of a threat even though the killing intent was there. He took out his scroll, and drew 4 snakes. The reptiles formed out of his scroll and charged toward Naruto. While doing so, Sai grabbed his sword and lunged forward. Without getting up, Naruto held a single hand seal. The ground shook slightly before a huge hand sprouted, lifting him into the air before the snakes could reach him. As they tried to climb the huge hand, Naruto stared down at Sai, while still sitting. Sai, was it? Why are you attacking me with such intent? Naruto asked casually. Sai had already stopped by now. When the hand burst out of the ground, it had made him stop because he didn't know what was going to come next. He had no intention of replying, but before he could move, the wooden hand suddenly exploded. It was by no means a small explosion. Sai was sure it would have been heard in the village if it was in one of the normal training grounds. He was forced to jump away when the shock wave caused by the explosion sent wooden splinters flying into all directions. He avoided a few that would have stabbed him. In all that, he lost track of Naruto. Which was amazing given that the blonde was walking mountain of chakra. That's enough, Sai. He recognized the voice of Danzo and then stood up straight, putting away his weapons. He finally did find Naruto. The blonde was leaning against the trunk of a tree, hands folded across his chest. His expression had not changed. He almost looked bored. It was a little insulting since Sai had attacked with the intention to kill. It is apparent that you are no match for him, and he has no intention of fighting you. Naruto frowned seeing Danzo. Return and you attract all types of vile creatures. Power attracted everyone. He should have known the moment he returned, he would be getting such visits from the dark forces of the Hidden Leaf. I thought for someone who worked with the likes of you would be stronger than this. Aside from those creatures, what more can you do? Naruto asked Sai. When no response came, Naruto spoke again. And to think I would end up saying Sakura might be better. He let out a laugh. Life is funny that way. Assassination? Danzo knew Naruto wasn't saying that Sai had been sent to kill him, but rather, it was a question of what suited Sai. Danzo replied. His skills are more suited for that. He isn't a powerhouse like you. Indeed. Naruto nodded. Yet you decided to test me with him. Why? Am I joke to you? Not many can easily deal with Sai. How you dealt with him would give me a hint on how powerful you've become. It would have been laughable if a Mokuton user had struggled with Sai. He had been a little afraid it may be the case. You could never be sure with Hiruzen. He had already seen the power of Sasuke and was impressed. And if Naruto could effortlessly do this, then there was more he could do. He already could do more before he left the village, and nothing pleased Danzo more than seeing weapons become what they should be. They could only become useful to the village when powerful. And Naruto was the ultimate weapon. Not only could he wield Mokuton, he could also use the power of the Kyuubi. There would be no other nation who could fight on par with them as IWA did in the Third War. I see. I suppose I pass then, Naruto said casually. How can I assist you? You are a valuable asset to the Hidden Leaf. And I merely wanted to check if you had achieved the desired outcome. The leaf has many enemies who are circling around and it will require its best shinobi to be able to survive. It was true that Danzo was always talking about Konoha and what was best for it. But only in his narrow-mindedness. It was also true that Naruto didn't know much about the man. But he really didn't want to know. He just had to know that being close to this kind of person was a dangerous plot. It may not necessarily result in bad things happening to him, but he would surely become corrupted. Jiraiya had warned him the man represented the darkness of the leaf. He wanted nothing to do with it. I doubt the elder bothered coming here just to say that. If it was about testing me, the elder would have trusted the report of his subordinate. Naruto spoke, without looking at Danzo and Sai. There are some issues I wanted to discuss with you. I have no problem with your loyalties to the leaf. However, I'm not sure if Sasuke is loyal. He has not shown interest in doing what is best for Konoha. Is that a question for you to ask? Any concerned citizen will ask. Hiruzen has not been doing his job effectively. It is what resulted in Sasuke becoming what he is. Danzo stated in a hardened tone. Can you control the power of the Kyuubi? No. Disappointing. And unacceptable. You cannot become a Jinchuriki and not know how to use its power. It is a waste of power that can be harnessed for greatness. If you have no use for it, let us take that burden from you. I will make use for it and you will no longer have to worry about being hated. Ah, so that was what the man wanted. Then again, even before he had always been interested in the power of the Kyuubi and nothing else. Of course, he was lying about his ability to control the power of the Bijou inside of him. I'm not sure the Sandaime will agree to that. Besides, I would die if I had the Bijou extracted from me. Your mother survived the extraction being Uzumaki. You are her son, you should be able to survive it too, Danzo stated firmly. Hiruzen doesn't have to know. At this, Naruto laughed. I have no interest in doing that, Danzo-san. Even if someone ordered it, I'd refuse. I'm not risking my life. He walked over to the War Hawk. I apologize for lying, but I can use the power within me. I just wanted to hear what you would say if I said I didn't. Keep well, he added, walking away from the two. Keep an eye on him, Sai. We still do not know how Sasuke was able to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan. We must know if Itachi has made contact with either of them. A dangerous scenario that would be. If someone like that had happened and Itachi somehow slipped, Sasuke would come after him. He didn't think the elder Uchiha would go that far, but it was a possibility Danzo could not ignore. Hi, Danzo-sama. Days of leisure. Naruto wasn't used to this freedom he now enjoyed. There were no team meetings. Nothing to do. As far as he was concerned, Kakashi wasn't around in the village. A mission perhaps. The Jonin was one of best the village had to offer. He was starting to get a little bored, so much that strolling through streets was a normal thing for him. It wasn't that it was a little different compared to the past where people glared and outright ignored him. It was just that it felt different, like there was a weight off his shoulder. While he strolled, hands inside his pockets, his mind crossing the borders of the Fire Nation, Sasuke dropped on his right side and joined him along the stroll. Are you free tomorrow? Training? No, a sparring session. Naruto sighed. Well, he was bored and he was curious to see how Sasuke had improved. He would have to set some ground rules before Sasuke took things a little too far. Sure, why not? I'd like to smack you around and see if you're going to be the jealous friend, once more. I would not speak so loudly if I were you. I'm not the same anymore. Well, I don't see the chip that you used to carry on your shoulder. So, I can understand you're not the same anymore. Naruto paused, frowning. He ignored what he was sensing and then looked ahead. Admittedly, I was getting a little bored. I thought you were going to request a mission. There was nothing interesting and worth taking. I see. I'm amazed you even went and demanded an interesting mission from the Sandaime. Then again, you've always had a pair. Naruto replied with a smile. Sasuke had always demanded then asked. But seeing him all respectful before the old man should be funny. How goes reviving the clan? I haven't achieved the first objective. But you're going to do that, yes? Otherwise, for what reason are you living? Sasuke really hadn't thought much about what happens after he has avenged his clan. Sure, he had stated before then that he wanted to revive his clan, but that was something he had lost in his quest for power and hatred toward his brother. And you? I heard your clan was once great. Relics of the past. Yes. I haven't thought of reviving it. I just want to live my life, happy as I can be. Naruto shifted closer to Sasuke. And put a hand on his shoulder. You know, there are some rules that apply when a clan is being saved from extinction. You can marry as many as you like. For quick thinking, you can marry 10 wives. Each with a child, you have 10 Uchiha already. And you can have your own little army. Sasuke frowned at the thought. They'd just be for breeding. Nothing wrong with that. As long as nobody is forced into it. Some people have mental challenges. If you said you wanted people to breed Uchiha brats for you, you'll find a line at the Uchiha compound. Sasuke felt a cold chill at the thought. He hoped the village wouldn't go that far. But if he was to revive the Uchiha in his lifetime, he had to go that far. It would seem unfair to some people, but that had to be done. And as Naruto said, as long as nobody was forced into it, nobody was going to complain. But Sasuke knew he wasn't popular with Kunoichi. Smiling bitterly, he said. At this rate, the only person who likes me is Sakura. Naruto laughed. And at this rate, she is the only one who you can think of. She is a girl who likes you very much. He shook his head, trying to imagine Sasuke being loving. It was not a working image. In fact, he scared himself thinking about it. It just shows just how much of a job you have in your hands. For your clan to be revived, you have to lighten up a little bit. I'm not saying you must start laughing. That would creep people out. I'm saying you must at least be approachable. Not everyone can be as careless as you. Continue talking like that and you will indeed end up with Sakura. The good thing is you have time. Wait till you are around 18 and 19. You can start making those arrangements. And you? Like I said, I have no interest in reviving the Uzumaki clan. I have only met one Uzumaki, and she didn't strike me as a pleasant person. Then again, she was still just a child. He shook his head, smiling sadly. Well, you never know. We'll see what tomorrow holds. Hiruzen massaged his pounding head with both hands. He was getting headaches a lot more often. He worried. There was a sensation in him that haunted his nights. There were no ghosts. No superstitions. But for the immediate future, his gut traumatized. Yet refused to translate its fears into a clear image. The headache was the result of his attempts to decipher the meaning. A futile exercise. But he still persisted. Perhaps it was his death coming. He'd lived long enough. His teachers have all died. Neither lived the long life he has enjoyed. He'd already seen grandchildren. What more could he want in this life? He lifted his eyes and faced Kakashi. The Jonin stood in front of his desk with his usual mask. By the window, Jiraiya relaxed. Between the two, there was enough support that he shouldn't lose his sleep over the immediate future of the village. After all, Kakashi could still succeed him. Though present, Tsunade refused to listen to him. All she did was drink and gamble. Those were her major tasks. On part-time, she took turns at the hospital. Her students basically ran the hospital. And Shizune oversaw the training of Konoha's future medical ninjutsu experts. You're shrinking with every day, sensei? Jiraiya said, eyes outside. He worried for the old man. He was too old to be doing this job. Yet, the villagers still thought he was best suited. Old and wise. There was no war. The village was not struggling. Who was complaining? In the service to the village, the old man was going to get worked up until there was nothing left him in. I would have been enjoying my retirement if you'd taken the job when I offered you. Minato may have been alive. Perhaps it was one those regrets that Jiraiya carried with him. They were truly a bunch of miserable people in this room, weren't they? Kakashi was worse. If they brought in his 2 male students, there was enough misery to suffocate the entire Fire Nation. Tsunade is here. You just have to convince her. Hiruzen shook his head. I've tried. Besides, this isn't something you can force upon someone. When she is willing, she will do it. That aside, Kakashi is available. Kakashi raised both his hands, already sweating. There is no need to go that far ahead. Hokage-sama is still doing a great job. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. They were all afraid of the responsibility. Yet those lusting for power would jump into the position. There were some already trying to push him out of the position already. What did you find in Suna, Kakashi? The Yondaime Kazekage welcomed me with open arms. And insisted that the Hidden Sand wishes to continue its relationship with Konoha while admitting to the difficulties it was facing. Kakashi reported in a serious tone. He would say that. What is obvious is that we can no longer trust him. There doesn't appear to be any activities occurring, but he cannot be trusted of late. The previous feudal lord of the wind was assassinated. Due to some disagreements, Suna had not had the backing of its daimyo. But over the last year, the new daimyo has been backing it. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. It felt too big for him. I would have thought the village we would have problems with would be Iwagakure or the Cloud. Not Suna. It is the weakest and has always been the weakest of the Great Five. Jiraiya spoke in a hardened tone. For Suna it is a fight for survival. I will send some people to talk to the Kazekage. Hiruzen said. How many hideouts have we found? Many, Jiraiya grimaced. He has them spread almost in every country. There are certainly many that we won't ever find. It is easy to see why he can hide. There are some that were abandoned after failed experiments. Destroying them is going to take time. But simply destroying them would be a waste. We can't be sentimental about it. We must salvage whatever documents we find. Hiruzen said in a hardened tone. If both Yamato and Naruto are anything to go by, Orochimaru is bound to have done some valuable research. A product of evil, but it could be used for good. I'm interested in medical research especially. Anything else can be destroyed. Jiraiya stared at his sensei for a moment. Shizune has been busy training shinobi in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade took turns at times. But the best student was still thus far Sakura. She had the potential to even surpass Tsunade. She was a smart girl. But Konoha's medical ninjutsu would once again be unsurpassed by any village. Why have you been focused on building our medical ninjutsu strength? We have Tsunade. She is the best. Shizune and Sakura behind her. What is common with all great shinobi villages is that they need support of the feudal lords. They give us land and we provide military power. They are the political powers and with all the money. However, they remain powerful enough to force changes in our villages. Without the feudal lord supporting us, Konoha becomes crippled. Smaller nations whose population isn't shinobi can operate. They have other means to keep the village afloat. We are shinobi, and to live, we need to do missions. Shinobi get paid this way. When missions don't come, the village suffers. It is the same as a mercenary group. For them to live, they must do missions. Konoha needs to be strong enough to be able to withstand financial blockages from the feudal lord. For this, we must find other means of income. Shinobi are many. Smaller nations don't always rely on the bigger nations for protection. If we can have a capacity to be able to sell our medical ninjutsu, we find another reliable source of income. I'm exploring other avenues. Jiraiya stared. Why the sudden need to break away from the feudal lord? It isn't a breakaway, but merely finding means to be self-sustainable. Does it have anything to do with his interest in Naruto? Kakashi asked. Yes, partly. Is there something I am missing? I'll explain. Go rest up, Kakashi. With Naruto Sasuke back, I'm sure they'll want to hear from you. Hi? Kakashi bowed and departed from the office. Once the Jonin was gone, Hiruzen stared into the ceiling as he spoke to his student. The daimyo is soon going to make it public that Naruto is the son of Minato. He is already coming, and it will start from here. That is why the word hasn't already spread around the fire capital. He also wants to say he can also use the Hiraishin. Wants to use the fear for his advantage. Jiraiya frowned deeply at this. As if the brat doesn't already have enough. I don't think he'll be too pleased. I've already spoken to him. But I understand that Naruto wants to make a name for himself. He doesn't want to be known as the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. But we don't have a choice. In this case, what the daimyo demands, he will get. Jiraiya shook his head. He wouldn't have agreed to such an idea. Then again, the daimyo would have likely gone ahead and done it without any permission. He must have been holding it because of his respect for Hiruzen. But how did he know about it? I don't know. The Sandaime Hokage slowly shook his head. How are Naruto's skills with Fuinjutsu? I don't really know. I didn't see much. He didn't really discuss. I just know that his Mokuton usage is going to be legendary. He is powerful and conducts himself such. He isn't reckless. He does make explosive tags. One thing I know he does better is making barriers. Visible and invisible. Jiraiya winced, thinking of Naruto's next thing. And explosive tags. He has his own special kunai. Unlike his father, who used his special kunai to make his tags to use the Hiraishin, Naruto uses his to hide explosive tags. What do you mean hide? I know Naruto used to carry hundreds of explosive tags with him as a genin. He hides them these days. He said problem with tags was that you could see it was an explosive. So, one could avoid it. He now uses kunai, the paper on the handle isn't written anything. That is one way to catch your opponent by surprise. I never did ask why he prefers explosions. He said while he has a lot of chakra, it is not infinite. He reserves it to making clones and his rather large-scale jutsu arsenal. Hiruzen smiled. In battle, he could always count on Naruto to take care of himself. What did you teach that brat, sensei? Just theory. It was what he was willing to let me teach him anyway. I taught him battle. The fundamentals of how a jutsu works and how to counter it. What does now is his own. Hiruzen explained lightly. Naruto. Naruto turned around and saw Ino running toward him. He stopped, and watched her slow movements. When she stopped, she seemed a little out of breath. She put a hand on her knees to catch her breath a little. She looked a bit worn out. A couple of bruises. Should she be walking around like this? Some people cared about their appearances that they would first go home and then walk in the streets. Just the person I didn't want to see. You dare say that after I just ran all the way to see you? Ino glared, her breath recovered. Well, your father had me on choke slam the other day after you passed out on me. It was embarrassing that she'd actually passed out. But the fault lay with what Naruto had actually given her. Never again was she drinking anything from his cup. She was going to buy her own drink and pour it herself. You drugged me. You had to have put something when you poured for me. Naruto laughed. I'm just going to talk to Kurenai. Come with. I'll walk you home after. He said, starting to walk away. Daddy didn't do anything to you. Ino replied, following Naruto. He told me. I was a little scared. I've seen, fathers can be rather protective of their little girls. I'm not a little girl. Yes. Yes, you're a grown woman who just can't hold her liquor. Ino jabbed him on the ribs. If you tell anyone about this, I'm never going to forgive you. Naruto smiled, rubbing his ribs. Hi. Where have you been hiding anyway? I've come to check up on you a couple of times and have not seen you. You're not always home. There were people who seemed to enjoy bothering him when he was home. I have spending quality time in my old home. No nuisance or disturbances. Are calling me a nuisance? Of course not. Ino is always welcome at my home. Ino was silent, wondering if he was being serious or just saying it to keep her from seething. It was good that she found him. He was free now. But when he became busy, he became a rare commodity you only saw when he was returning and leaving the village. Those days were going to come. And Ino wanted to take advantage of it. She did enjoy being around him. I wanted to thank you for taking me home that night. Naruto smiled earnestly. It was a warm smile that made Ino fluster a little. He could smile like that. She was happy seeing that kind of smile. Almost on reflex, she mirrored the smile, but quickly put a hand around her mouth. It was the right thing to do. I was the one who gave you that drink. I mean taking me instead of somewhere else. I was pretty out of it and susceptible. Anything could have happened, and I wouldn't have resisted, Ino said in a quiet tone. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed a bit. Just be careful next time. People are not always kind. Some people will take advantage of you. I know, Ino said with a nod. I've seen things myself. But at least I was with you and know that with you, I'll be safe. Ha ha ha. Naruto chuckled lightly. Naturally. If you don't have a problem. We can do it again. But this time, with Shika and Chuji. You are my friend and I feel that you need to get along with my other friends. Nothing would make her happy than having all her friends with her. That sounds nice? I'll tell you when. Naruto replied as they made it to the training ground. You coming from a team meeting? Training session. A lazy one since Asuma-sensei wasn't around. Shikamaru and Chuji bothered to push because the other teams are moving up. Competition? Ino shrugged. I lost to Sakura. I quit competitions. She said carelessly. Naruto laughed. Now that is sad. You want me to give you a pat on the back? Watch it, Uzumaki. Naruto raised both his hands. Her improvement is just remarkable, ain't it? Well, I haven't seen anything. But she took good care of me at the hospital and I could tell she had grown. A pity, not her chest. That's where I win. Her forehead should have grown bigger. Naruto laughed once more. This is the problem with you clan children. You are only able to learn clan techniques. And no matter what you do, we always know there is a step you'll never climb. You'll always end up somewhere. Well, unless you're blessed with a bloodline. Your chances become better. Yeah, but I'm not really interested in becoming the best kunoichi. I just want to be better with my clan techniques. You know, I'm already starting to learn from my father. We are the only ones with the ability to be able to read people's minds. Daddy does it better than anyone, that's why I want to learn. Just don't end up reading the minds of your friends. I'll spy if I think you're lying and need to confirm it. Well, at least my mind is protected. Nobody gets in here. He said, pointing at his head. How so? He just smiled. Secret, he said, putting a finger on his lips. I was wondering when you would crawl onto our training ground. Ino looked ahead. She'd become so focused on Naruto that she didn't even realize they'd reached the other team. She was starting to lose it. She needed to get hold of herself. Kiba had not changed. His voice was still loud. An annoyance. Her eyes stared at Hinata. The Hyuga had always been big. Even when they were still genin, she had a bigger rack. No wonder Sakura was always envious when they visited the hot springs. Kurenai was alone, under a tree. The girlfriend to their sensei, even though they tried to keep it a secret. An open secret. Are you two dating? Kiba spoke again, snapping Ino out of her thoughts. And what if we are? You got a problem with it, Kiba-chan? Akamaru barked at Naruto. Whoa! He exclaimed. Now I can't make fun of you, anymore. Ino shook her head and then walked over to Hinata. Kurenai hadn't thought that Naruto would come to her. His disappearance had stopped what would have been some useful training sessions. She ended up having a couple with Sakura and taught the girl some genjutsu before she moved on to learn under Tsunade. When he came toward her, she felt his presence. It was hard to ignore. He had that aura around him. He was going to become an intimidating person. No, if he could give off this vibe when in normal situation, in battle, he was certainly commanding. She smiled. He'd grown. They'd all grown. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto greeted, sitting across her. Naruto. Kurenai smiled. I'd imagined you wouldn't be coming here anymore. Yeah, well, I must at least apologize for disappearing the way I did. I was really looking forward to learning more from you and annoying Kiba a little more. He does react quite funny when pressed. Kurenai giggled slightly. He did always do that. But that was because he knew how people reacted to certain situations. He had certainly observed and studied those around him to know what ticked them. It is fine. The Sandaime Hokage told me what had happened. Good then. Naruto said with a clap on his hands. The few things you taught me did help. I must admit, I found it difficult to do genjutsu. But detecting it and removing it has become second nature to me. That was your main goal. And I'm not surprised. You have an immense amount of chakra. It was always going to be a difficult task for you. Yeah, well, during my time away, I stumbled on something. Genjutsu effectively deals with invasive chakra. And once you expel that chakra, you're free from that chakra. But I've been exposed to some genjutsu that you cannot escape from. Even if you are aware. While on my training, I stumbled on something. Hallucinations. I came across a flower with a substance that causes hallucinations. The danger about is that once you inhale it, the hallucination doesn't stop until it wears off. How long? A minute or so. Naruto replied with a shrug. It's a large-scale jutsu that requires a lot of chakra. So, not something I'll end up using often. In any case, I just wanted to apologize and thank you for being willing to help me out. He said earnestly. It is my duty to help out those in need. Not everyone is willing to help. Naruto said, standing up. Thank you, once again. No problem, Naruto. Seemed like you were getting along just fine with Kurenai-sensei. Ino said with a stare. Hinata was just beside her. The Hyuga looked a little mature. She wasn't turning red already. I do get along just fine with Kurenai-sensei. She is quite delightful. Naruto said, stopping in front of Hinata. He smiled. Hinata. And Naruto-kun. I need a favor from you. The Byakugan can see chakra pathways more clearly. I need you to check the pathways around my arms and see if they are normal. The chakra system was a fundamental part of the body. A flawed system meant there would be problems. A damaged system meant the end of a shinobi career. It was also something that could not be fixed easily. It wasn't like body muscles that could regenerate when cells multiplied. Is there something wrong? Ino asked him. No. But I want to be sure what is happening. Hinata hesitated for a moment. It was the first time Naruto was asking her for something. She felt happy that he would ask for her help. He didn't go anyone else but came to her. She smiled and activated her Byakugan. She scanned Naruto's body and knew why he wanted to check her out. What surprised her the most were the seals in both hands. They appeared to be directly connected to a chakra point around his elbow. How that was even managed was beyond her. What do you see? Everything is normal except for 2 points in both hands. They are bigger than normal. Hinata paused, wondering if she should add. The other chakra is also leaking into your system. Naruto sighed. Nothing unexpected. But it is a good thing nothing is wrong. The expanded points were causing a slight imbalance, but I have it under control. For a while, I thought something may be wrong. He said, sounding relieved. Thank you, Hinata. Hinata wanted to say it was a pleasure, but he was already facing Ino. She didn't say anything but only smiled when he turned to her and then waved with a smile. It was almost as if he had seen that the smile in her face slipped. As they walked away from the training ground, Ino stared at him through the corner of her eyes. What did you do to make her like you? Ah, I forget everyone knows about her crush. Naruto said in thought. I wonder, perhaps if you can tell me why you're willing to walk with me in the streets with clothes that are slightly cut, when you normally won't, I'd be able to tell you. Why indeed? But Ino didn't want to think about it. She didn't want to answer it. It would lead to some uncomfortable thoughts. On second thoughts, I'll walk by myself. Just like that? Yeah, just like that. I need to fetch something from the flower shop anyway. Ino basically ran from him. She stopped and then turned. You're going to tell me when the day is right to go out with my team, right? Sure. Sasuke winced silently after crashing into a tree with his back. His eyes shifted ahead, sensing movement. He was forced to switch into his Sharingan when he saw a kunai flashing toward him in disgusting speeds. But with his Sharingan, he could watch it all the way. What made him activate his Sharingan was the lunging blonde. He didn't move with the kunai aimed straight at his forehead. He only shifted his head to the right, in a quick movement. The kunai blasted past his head. He felt a wave of sharp wind touch his hair as it moved past. The kunai pierced through the tree, leaving a gaping hole. If he had tried to block that with a kunai, he would have been in trouble. A second later, Naruto jumped at him, spinning in midair. Sasuke's eyes fixed on the blonde as his right foot cut through the air in flashy movement that would have been blind to the naked eye. He had to admit, the speed in which Naruto attacked was impressive. Nothing a Chunin could dodge against. And his physical strength made taking constant hits from him undesirable. Naruto thought he hit Sasuke right on his temple, but the Uchiha burst into a log. His foot crushed the log, splitting it in 3 pieces as it crashed to the tree. He landed on the ground, and a second later, the pieces of the log fell behind him. Disgustingly infuriating. To realize that without activating the Sharingan his options were limited. Sasuke glared toward Naruto, hidden behind leaves deep within the trees of the forest of death. Naruto in battle was a beast. The blonde was unrelenting. Worse, his mere presence unnerved you. If he'd gone this half-heartedly, the mere act of Naruto standing still while ready for battle would have discouraged him. Smaller people wouldn't try to fight Naruto. Sasuke was not a small person. The fact that he was even having such thoughts infuriated him to no end. He took a breath and then jumped from the tree, while switching to his Mangekyo. It was out of frustration that he was doing this. There was no holding back, but there were ground rules. For the moment, he just thought, screw ground rules, he was going to put Naruto in his place. By the time Sasuke landed on the ground, he was surrounded by dark purple chakra. A humanoid structure. He added more chakra, cursing as he felt the power of Susanoo crushing his body under its weight. He hid his pain, gritting his teeth, under the mask of indifference. Naruto raised an eyebrow seeing Sasuke use his powers like that. He would have raised his hands and demanded time out, but he became curious seeing the Susanoo. A truly fascinating jutsu that made him want to summon something and just pummel it. But he held himself from taking any action, instead, watching the jutsu under a cautious gaze. The Susanoo was a beast. His curiosity turned into alarm when Sasuke smirked. The half-formed jutsu created a bow and an arrow. Immediately, Naruto went on the defensive, holding his hands together. When the arrow was released, Naruto sweat a little. The speed was lightning. If he hadn't already been doing hand seals when Sasuke released the arrow, it would have been dangerous for him. It was coming straight at him. No doubt, certain death if it hit him. That was not a jutsu you used in a sparring session. Mokuton, 3-way wooden wall. 6 wooden pillars materialized from the ground. They locked together, forming a timber wall. 2 more behind it were supposed to form, but Sasuke's arrow was far quicker. Only 1 formed before the arrow collided with it. It pierced through the wall, sending wooden splinters flying as it marched toward its intended target. Naruto twisted along with gusts of winds as the arrow marched toward him. It just zipped through, right around the left side of his chest. It would have cleaned his arm offhand had he not moved it behind him. He watched through the corner of his eyes as the arrow collided with a tree and then exploded, bursting the tree. His eyes went back to Sasuke, who was standing on the 1 wooden timber that remained standing. Are you trying to kill me? If I wanted to kill you, I would made it a little faster. Naruto sighed. At least he avoided that. But, not without a cut. He glanced at his side. Ripped clothing. A cut that was already closing. I thought we said no Susanoo. I got a little frustrated at the stalemate. Sasuke admitted. And you won't attack me but choose when to attack. I'm always the one who has to move. It is called strategy. You have the Sharingan and it can predict movements. I would rather not feel so small that you would predict all my movements. You were just going to end up dodging and blocking, unless I became faster. Letting you attack gave me a chance to counterattack. Playing at my strengths? What do you say, we go all out? Naruto held up his hands. If we do that, it would cause panic in the village. There are bound to be explosions. We should not go that far. Perhaps one day when we are far away from the village. We could go ahead. Not today. Fine, let us continue. Naruto lunged forward, and so did Sasuke. Sai hid behind a tree, watching with admitted shock, not showing his face. Those two were not opponents he could face. Their speed a blur. And chakra output something many dreamt of. Danzo was going to be pleased in knowing that Konoha would have more powerhouses. But yet, nothing people he could face head-on. The raw strength of Naruto would just knock him back. And Sasuke's fluid movements would be too quick for him. Those were the type opponents you killed either by poisoning or assassination. When his sixth sense rang the alarm bells, this after both Naruto and Sasuke had suddenly disappeared from where they were fighting. He knew something was off and jumped to the ground. The second he did so, the imposing form of Naruto was standing in front of him. The blonde's eyes were so sharp, it made him take an involuntary step back. The potent chakra that ripped through his heart made him took a couple more, but a fourth caused him to stumble and then fall. As he fell slowly, the image of Sasuke came into view. The Uchiha had somehow sneaked behind him. He fell on his behind, hands spread to the side. What do we have here, Sasuke? A rat that has been watching us. I should have created a barrier. But when you're home, you become too comfortable without even realizing that there could be an enemy from within. Naruto said in a cold tone. He took step forward, and stepped on Sai's right foot. In response, Sasuke stepped on Sai's right hand. Sai didn't flinch. His expression didn't display anything. But inwardly, he was panicking a little. The expression Naruto was giving him made him afraid that he may be killed. If this was a mission outside the village, he would have been prepared for death, but this worried him. They were Leaf Shinobi and he wasn't doing anything wrong. Could they have some hidden agenda? Did he see something he wasn't supposed to see? But how had they noticed him and when? He had been carefully watching their movements. They couldn't have coordinated this attack without him noticing it. Your rats have been watching us. We don't appreciate it. Sasuke actually kicked Sai on his temple. Go back to your master and tell him we don't want to be watched. We will not be merciful next time. You might lose your eyes if you get caught again. The Sandaime will forgive us for thinking you were a spy. Sai merely nodded. When they freed him, he stood up and then finally spoke. I'll pass the message. Once gone, Naruto's eyes turned to Sasuke. Really, Sasuke? He asked, his eyes softer, an amused look on his face. Kicking him out of frustration because you couldn't smack me around like a ball as you'd hoped? That was rather childish of you. I don't need to hear that from you. Naruto shook his head. At least we don't have to worry about you taking on Itachi with your current skills. You're smarter now and don't just rush in. It is good. I don't feel like I'm talking to wall now. Sasuke didn't want to compliment Naruto. He just stared back his teammate for a long minute before finally swallowing hard. You've gone on the pace I thought you would. A balanced shinobi. I wouldn't have anyone else as a rival. He managed to sneak out those words out of his mouth, with a hint of jealousy. Naruto smiled, shaking his head slightly. He put his hands inside his pockets. Let's go back to the village. I need to eat something. Let it not be ramen. It is still morning. I wasn't going to invite you. But since you're a lonely cat, I'll invite you to my house for an energy meal. HN. The question of whether what the Shodai thought of seeing his granddaughter and only living descendant becoming what Tsunade has become was irrelevant. The man was dead. They were at the present and could only draw inspiration from the past. If only that could be used to get Tsunade to toe in line and use her abilities for the better of this village. Well, at least her medical ninjutsu knowledge was becoming useful, but she could still play a vital role as Hokage. Jiraiya sat across her. She glanced at him with tired eyes and then stared the saucer she held. You brought something nice? Jiraiya shook his head. She was most likely talking about the sake from the land of the toads. You can ask Katsuyu to bring some for you, he said. I didn't come drink tonight. Tsunade gulped the remaining alcohol and placed the saucer down. You look troubled, she said, resting her arms on the table. Circumstances compel me to be troubled. Konoha might face danger soon. I don't know when it will come, but from whom it is known. Once Orochimaru found out that we were coming against him, he decided to plot against us, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. Unsurprisingly. If someone is planning to attack me, I'll do something to defend myself. For Orochimaru it may just also be payback for not giving him the position of Hokage. He is probably still bitter about it. He wasn't happy when Sensei put Minato as his successor, Tsunade laughed at this. It surprised me. I never thought he'd do so. He was always blind when it came to his beloved student. Not anymore. Jiraiya released a long breath. Sensei is really taking a lot, Haim. He is already too old for the position of Hokage. We should be relieving him of his duties. And you're not because? If I become ground, who will take over my network? Besides, you're suitable to be Hokage. Of the three of us, you were always the one who was sensible. Jiraiya smiled, sadly, thinking of memory of the past. I'm not interested. If you keep bringing this up, I'll stop talking to you, Jiraiya. The Sannin became quiet for a moment and then spoke. I didn't come to talk about that. It is about Naruto. Minato's son? Jiraiya nodded. What of him? You already know about him and Orochimaru. We don't exactly know the full extent of what was done to him. We want to understand his body. He told me that there were some changes in him that he felt. It hasn't been negative, but if there is anyone who understands the human body, it is you. Sensei is asking you to look at his body and see him. Just so we don't have to worry about him. Jiraiya pleaded with emotion. Is he your student? Jiraiya shook his head. No, he trained himself. I just helped there and there. Tsunade nodded. How long is he with Orochimaru? A couple of years. Jiraiya responded grimly. There is one of the lab they used to use for Mokuton research. It could also be a good medical research. Naruto's regeneration abilities are beyond normal. His body heals wounds in rapid speeds. We want to know if it has no adverse effects on him. She would not bother, but Jiraiya was begging. Besides, there were many who sought to have that kind of ability to quickly regenerate from wounds. She wanted to see just how well he healed and how his body reacted such an ability. Fine. Thank you, Haim. I will send him to you. Jiraiya said happily. You owe me, and is there anything else I should know? Sakura told me a lot about him. But I want a different angle before I meet. You'll know about him when you meet him. He is a good kid, just a lot stronger than a normal kid. Jiraiya chuckled. Minato would have been proud. Even if I were to raise all chakra to maximum levels, I wouldn't scare him. And we are not talking about the Kyuubi's chakra. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? He is still just a brat. You'll meet him. Tsunade nodded, and poured herself another drink. There might be future for him if he isn't your student and corrupted by all that peace talk. Your last students died in their quest for the peace you preached. And Minato followed as well. If he is powerful, it is better he isn't your student. Those brutal words bodied Jiraiya hard that he discarded his desire not to drink. Naruto only had short pants while at the back of his house, staring expressionlessly at the crow cawing. There was a barrier that surrounded the house. At night, he kept it up because he didn't want any surprises. With everything that the Sandaime told him, it was best to be on the safe side. With Danzo also lurking, ensuring that no one sneaked into the house while he slept was a necessary precaution. There were also valuable scrolls within the house that needed protection. He decided to go back inside the house and the crow followed him inside. He went into the underground room and settled in a meditative position, eyes closed. In a puff of smoke, Itachi undid his transformation. He looked around the room. A basement like one in his clan. But this one's walls were marked with strange masks and scrolls on the shelves. With his Sharingan, he could see the walls were marked by a barrier. Where Naruto sat, there appeared to a large amount of chakra flowing. Most likely a storage seal that supplied power to the invisible barrier. He sat down. I'm just a clone. So, I won't take much of a time. The fact that you can sneak into the village without alerting anyone means that you most likely still registered in the barrier or you just have a way around it. But given that former Leaf Shinobi are able to pass through it without alerting anyone, the former seems likely, Naruto said without opening his eyes. What do you want? You only tolerate my presence because I have come to you with options that help Sasuke. And that I really don't feel the contempt Sasuke feels for you. You interest me in any case. Naruto added. But I get the impression that you love Sasuke. You may have done what you did, but the question is why did you leave Sasuke? It was because you loved him. And as you show now. Itachi nodded. Naruto still didn't open his eyes. It wasn't that the blonde was afraid of being tapped into genjutsu. He was focused on something. He could see chakra flowing around the blonde. Was he supplying chakra to the barrier? There is a bit of a problem at my end. There is someone who recruited me to the Akatsuki and he is likely the same person who attacked Konoha on the night you were born. He is an Uchiha like me. He wants to recruit Sasuke into the organization and I feel that if he feels that I am no longer of use, I may not be able to face Sasuke. If I die before I face Sasuke, their likelihood of him approaching Sasuke increases. I do not want Sasuke to abandon the leaf. But there is a possibility that he will. Something that I keep from him will be told and it will be used to lure him into the organization. If I do not become honest with him, and stop lying to him, he may fall. Sasuke is highly emotional and can be manipulated easily. Naruto's right eye opened for a moment before he shut it again. He had known something was up. The talk with the Sandaime had informed him as much. There was some sort of secrecy and it was so deep that it could end up making Sasuke hating Konoha. Naruto wished he'd never met Itachi. He just wished he didn't have to ask himself such questions. Indeed. Sasuke can be manipulated. But he has improved. Of course, if something pushes him, he can be given a quick shove. This is why I want to face him. I made my own choice. I have always led him. I want him to make his own choices. But I want you to understand that I've always fought for Konoha. And if Sasuke were to attack Konoha, he would have to be stopped. Itachi lifted his cloak, and a crow flew out. Naruto's eyes opened and watched the black creature. It landed on his right shoulder and he noticed its eye. A Sharingan. What is this? Shursue's eye. It has a powerful genjutsu that can manipulate a person without them knowing or anyone knowing. It cannot be undone by anyone. I want to give that to you. I cannot give it to anyone else. You're the only other person in Konoha I talk to. If not careful, it falls into the wrong hands. That man also wants it. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. Danzo has the other one. Nobody in the village knows. Not even the Sandaime. And you didn't say anything because? Reckless from Itachi. What if Danzo used this on the Sandaime or him for that matter? If I had said anything, it would have led to bloodshed. Sometimes we must keep secrets in order to protect what we value. Naruto snorted. Same principle with Sasuke? I'm not fond of the way you people do things. Our lives could have been better if you people didn't think it better to keep the truth from us. You want to decide for us. Let us make our own decisions. We always think we are making better decisions. But things have not exactly been right. He led his brother into a dark path. I'm telling you this about Danzo, not because I want you to tell anyone. Danzo remains important to the village. I worked under him and know him well. I'm telling you this so you can use it against him. Kakashi may not have said this, but the danger of using the Mangekyo Sharingan is that it deteriorates your eyesight. Eventually you become blind. There is no cure. The only way to get over it is to implant the eyes of your closest relative. In this case, I would need Sasuke's eyes. But I don't know if I will be able to give Sasuke my eyes. If something happens to me, I have already programmed my eyes to burn. For Sasuke, my father's eyes are available. After the Uchiha massacre, Danzo collected the eyes of those who had already awakened the Sharingan. Use the information I gave you to get them from him. It should cure Sasuke. There are some valuable weapons that I want to give to you, but I just want to know again. If Sasuke ever attacked the Hidden Leaf, what would you do? He is your only friend. Would you betray that friend to protect the village that has hated you? You ask difficult questions. But it has to be obvious. Naturally, I would try to stop him. But if he cannot be stopped, I'm a leaf shinobi. Itachi momentarily smiled. There were no lies. He could see it. He had already seen it before. After all, he had been observing the blonde. But he had to ask. For his peace of mind. Before I give you my tools, I want to show you something. You will decide from there whether if Sasuke chose to attack the leaf, does he need to be stopped or not. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments. Do you have to show me anything? I would rather be ignorant if it can be helped. You're Sasuke's friend. I have never been there for him. If I get to tell him the truth, only you can be able to understand. I wasn't supposed to say anything. But the man in the Akatsuki is going to tell him anyway. And he believes I want. To control the narrative, I have to act before he does. Fine. Following day. Tsunade stared at Naruto for a moment and then shook her head. He was an imposing brat all right. No, could she even call him a brat? He didn't look comfortable being in a lab, sitting on a bed. Having flashbacks? Yes, Naruto admitted with a laugh. Last time I was in a setup like this, I didn't have a pleasant time. Sorry to have to do this to you. Tsunade took his right hand and then cut him with a kunai on the palm. Wow, this is going to be interesting. I'll need to draw your blood first and then study it. Would be interesting if I can get a piece of your flesh. Jiraiya already explained it to you, yes? He did. But he didn't say anything about taking chunks of my flesh. You're going to heal, aren't you? Tsunade said carelessly. Sorry. She apologized. Don't be. I find your honesty refreshing. I'm not that of a child that I'll be flinching over this. Besides, it is for my own good, isn't it? Yes. Naruto held out his arms. Let us see what your teammate did to me. He didn't tell you? Naruto shrugged. Rambled about a lot of things. Senju and Uchiha being one formerly. And that the Uzumaki are rumored to be related to the Senju. But nothing confirmed. And then there was the talk about the Sage of Six Paths. He and Jiraiya could have a good debate about the man. For Jiraiya, a monk who preached peace. For Orochimaru, a god in all sense of the word. You think Orochimaru wants that power? I think he is curious to see if that power can be achieved. If it can, then truly, the stories about the sage are more than just a myth. But he wants immortality first. And sometimes just does research and experiments to confirm his hypothesis. He does a lot of things he discards. But the ultimate goal is him. Then again, if you see Orochimaru's true self, you'll freak out. His true self? He is literally a snake. He conducted experiments on himself. I saw it after getting a little bit angry and the Kyuubi filled me with its chakra. Went crazy and destroyed his hideout, killed a couple in that angry spree. Took a swing at the snake, which forced him to reveal himself. Sounds like it was eventful. Tsunade said, putting a needle on his arm. She drew his blood. Now for the hard part.